ファブゲーミングになったのは2019年の12月に結成してるんですけど、ちょっとその前身のチーム、アマチュアチームで僕たちアインスっていうチームで活動してたんですけど、その時から3回ぐらいかな、スタイルチェンジちょっとしてて、1回目にまだ僕しかいなかった僕しかいないんじゃないのできないわ今のファブアインスになってからアフロ君とタイポン君が一緒に活動してるんですけど、その前のメンバーの時は結構自由なスタイルで、もうそれぞれのアドリブ力でいくみたいな感じのチームだったんですけど、で最近のファブゲーミングになって2020年に入ってからかな、ちょうどノースリーパックが始まったぐらいの時から、じゃあ実際に初めからベース決めて最後のセットもある程度決めておこうよっていうところから今のチームスタイルになっています。今ちょっとメンバー今年の3月の1日に変わってから、短期間新体制になってから短期間なので、そこのあたりがちょっと課題があるのかなと思ってます。
最初に入ったクランがアインスでそのままファブゲーミングになったんですけど、新3のチームでしかまだシージをやったことなかったんで、一回ファブゲーミング抜けて、でいろんなクランで経験してきて、また戻ってきて、その何ですかね、その人によってやっぱ考え方とか結構違うんで、それはいい経験できたなと思ってますね。
ちょうどライザーさんと入った時期が一緒なんですよ。その時は多分逆になったんかな、逆だったんですよ。
俺が割り職だった。なんか毎回メンバーとかが変わるたびにすげえいるポジションが変わることばっかな気がして、毎回新しいことばっかしなきゃいけないんでマジで難しい。
一番あれだよね、新しいことやってるんで、多分
ハイパーオールラウンダーですね
マジで多分本当にいろんなポジションやってるよ。
スタイルが変わっていくとやっぱり染みついてたものも変えなきゃいけなくなっていくんで、やっぱりそうですね、その最初の変えた頃はなんかずっともうなんか自分的にはなんかもうなんかつまずいてるなとは思って、でもやっぱりそれに慣れていかないとやっぱ勝てなくなっちゃう、チームにも合わせられなくなっちゃうんで、そこをどう新しいスタイルに乗り換えるのかっていうのがちょっと自分でもあんまり適応能力がないんで、ちょっと難しいところでありますね。
なんか自分の中ではそのファブのトライアウトとか受けさせてもらう前とかは自分の中ではなんかもうちょっとやれるっていう自信あったんですけど、実際こう入ってみたりするとあんまり慣れてない役職とかやることが多かったので、実際やってみるってなるとうまいこといかなくて、結構伸び悩んでる時期とかは結構長かったと思います。
シーザーはもう作戦もやっぱり中心になって考えられてる。
ベースはそうですね。でもなんだろう、1から100まで決めてないんで、6割ぐらいのベース作って、そこはいつも練習で組み上げていくとか、ちょっと面白い作戦とかセットっていうのはナンバー2さんがなんか提案したりとか、あと最後の現地に入る直前から最後の最終プラン、設置とか殲滅とかのプランまでにはもう他みんながいろいろ意見出し合って決めてますね。
味方がどのエリア取ってるとか、あとはその味方がドローン回したりで敵の情報、位置の情報とか言ってくれるんで、それでも全員敵の位置が分かるわけじゃないんで、あとは自分なりになんか大体この位置にいるだろうなっていう予想を立てて、でそれでじゃあこの位置にいるんだったらこういうふうに動けばいいよねみたいな感じで、最終のどういうふうに攻めようみたいなのを考えてます。
なんかもっと成績出さなきゃってすげえ思いますよ、いつも。なんかもうちょっと自分が成績出せたらチーム全体的にも組織力が上がって勝つこと増えるだろうなってずっと考えてるし、だからなんか ここを修正しなきゃなって言われたら言われたで修正する気力もあるし、やっぱ勝ちたいんで練習とかはちゃんとするしみたいな。
難しいねチームとしては、
なんだろうね。
自分のことで精一杯だもん
そうそれ
これ今自分のことで精一杯って言ってるのがまだ余裕があるって生まれてくると完成してるんじゃないかなって思ってますよ。でも余裕あるもんね。
あ、これですかいやまあ
余裕ありそうだわ。
余裕の風格じゃ
マジで余裕ありそうだ。
でも基本的にオフライン大会があるにつれてはやっぱりいい結果を残しているチームだと思うんで、そこに向けてはこう持っていってるんですけど、やっぱ間でどうしても勝てなくなっている時期とかオンライン大会とかそうなんですけど、そういうようにやっぱりどうしても頭の中で今勝てなくてもこう長期スパンでいる時にこの時期には勝てるようになりたいとかっていうのをやっぱ決めてるんで、その過程による大会の結果ってあんまり気にしないようにしてることもありますね。もちろん優勝したら優勝したで嬉しいんですけど、今のこの出来上がってるベースだけでどこまでこうチームが成長しているかっていうのを見て、後半で盛り返していって、ちょうど10月チャンピオンシップとかを目標に、そこで去年負けてしまった決勝で負けてしまったこともあったので、そこで今度は優勝したいっていうところもあって、そこに持っていけるように練習の照準を定めてますね。
やっぱ応援されてるからにやっぱそれに応えたいっていう気持ちがやっぱあるんで、
どんどん勝ち続けて、まあちゃんと1位目指して勝てるチームとして頑張りたいなとは思ってます。
やっぱり国内だけに目線を置かずに、やっぱりそれより上に結果を伸ばせればなっていうところはありますね。
俺は今決して替えの利かない存在いや表に立って浴びるスポットライトでも本当は昔からそうだったあのベンチに座ってた頃からなのに勝つことも負けることもそして喜ぶことも増して泣くこともできっとか他人事早く気づけよそこもガチンコとそこは裏目いい加減知ったこじゃないぜもうとっくに幕は上がってんぜその雑音ヘイト周りの目全てシャッター己で勝ち取れ I guess a drop down 全部任しとけよよ俺の剣俺だけのステージ1分1秒の先まで立ち止まっちゃそこには何もねならばどころ棒が確かめに行こうや I'm a number one player 元ベンチフォーマー使えない奴らトレンチコートマフィア足りない2人が所詮脇役か次用意したのはどんな言い訳だ転ばぬ先に保険かけましたかもうやめようやもう胸張ろうや他の誰でもね俺に言ってんだ身の程知らずと笑われようが I'm a number one player 元ベンチフォーマー
Mata Satana Sakai, and to our English audience, hello and welcome. We're here for day 2 of the Rainbow Six Japan Championship for 2021. Guz, we've already seen one day take part, and I tell you what, I don't think I've ever been so entertained casting. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the first day definitely offered some pretty cool siege, a lot of fun, a lot of high stakes, of course. Is unfortunately single alien. We saw, I think the big storyline out of yesterday was probably Sengoku Gaming going home early. And no doubt some interesting storylines going to develop for that today as well.
No doubt. I hope they do. And just to kind of bring everyone up to scrap, of course, I believe we are now on the Bravo channel, on the main Bravo channel. So for those of you who weren't kind of there to witness it yesterday, we had some results go the way that we expected. And as Guz has already alluded to, Sengoku Gaming, who kind of came, I think, second in the Japan League overall this year, has... They've been told to go home, basically. Blue Bees absolutely spanked them. They didn't really... It was a good game, there's no doubt about it. Went to the full 3, and that's where it was decided. We now only have one game left of our quarterfinal before we do kind of move toward our semi-final. Now, that is, of course, Fav Gaming taking on Orthros Grit. It's actually not semi-final. We're kind of in the round of 12 at the moment. Then we go to quarterfinals, then we go to semi-finals. I actually... You know what? I'm a big fan of the bracket, and I'm a big fan of best of 3 single elimination, because you honestly, it's just do or die every single time. Every time you turn into the server, you don't have a choice, you got to fight. And we saw that yesterday, Guz. I think, you know, the opening couple of matches really showed what happens when a Titan meets the David of the Goliath story, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, I guess, not unfortunately, but as expected, the first 2 games of yesterday sort of went as expected, right? The team that was favoured, had the more experience, I guess, was able to get that win over the line, and we started off with 2 2-0s, pretty convincing wins at that. And then, yeah, Sengoku and Blue Bees went the distance, and Blue Bees, of course, fighting through the Japan Open season, able to make their way past Sengoku, who will no doubt be really disappointed, but that's just the nature of this tournament, really high stakes, a huge prize pool, and a lot of pressure on these teams to perform.
Well, that's just it. We'll talk about the tournament and the prize pool in a little bit. However, on your screens right now is the gorgeous, the magnificent stage that the team have put on. The X-Moment team have been incredible in delivering this tournament, and I think already from day one we've seen the explosive action that we wanted to. Look at that. I mean, just soak it in. Soak in the aura of what that is. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, of course, coming up first, we do have Fav Gaming taking on Orthros Grit. And guys, I would probably lean into a similar conversation. Maybe it's not as much of a David versus Goliath, but it still feels like it is going to be a tall task for Orthros Grit to take this one.
For sure, Fav is definitely a name that I think the English-speaking audience would probably know a lot better than Orthros Grit. Unfortunately for them, though, they haven't had the best of stages, right, or seasons at that. They are, I guess, on the verge of fighting for their APAC North spot, so that's a storyline that we can run with, as they did finish 7th in this year. So for Fav, you know, they've not been in the best of spots, but this is an opportunity for them locally to try and bounce back, build a bit of form heading into the rest of their campaign.
And that's just it. We're going to see the Fav Gaming roster walk out on stage now. And I do think that there is a real sense that this roster, you know, they're on the opposite side of the bracket to the likes of Cyclops and Guts, right? So they kind of have what I would consider the easier run, guys. And I use easier in quotation marks, but certainly on that right-hand side of the bracket, or, I mean, if you're looking at Wikipedia on the lower side of the bracket, there is something to Fav's run that could definitely see them into the final. But they do have to fight through this. And I do think they've got to get off on the right foot. This is a discussion we had yesterday, especially when we saw Cyclops and Reject. It was all about Cyclops needing to get out on the right foot. That is what they did. Fav will have to do so here as well.
Yeah, Taipon, Afro, Shin, number 2, Riser, and Luke Gator, of course, is the 6-man squad for this team. Don't know exactly which 5 are going to be playing today. We'll, of course, get confirmation of that pretty soon. But no doubt, yeah, a team that, when they play at the very best, they could be very dangerous in a tournament like this. There is definitely a discrepancy between the teams that are competing in the likes of APAC North compared to a lot of the other teams here that may only fight in the Japan League or through some of the open qualifiers. So this is an opportunity for Fav to bounce back, but Orthodox Grit, they're ready and waiting, standing in their way.
Have to wait and see whether they can indeed put a little bump in the road for Fav's campaign here for the Japan Championship. Whether that is going to be the case. Going to come onto the 5 shoulders of the teammates walking out right now. We love anyone that comes out and shows a bit of spirit in this, and that's what they're going to need. They're going to need a bit of spirit. They're going to need a bit of fight about them in this one, regardless of where Fav are domestically, internationally. We know what Fav can achieve. So Orthodox Grit are going to have to be on their best behavior in that sense. Really looking to take those fights nice and early, but I guess a lot of that storyline will unfold as we sort of get into it. I do think that LAN environment, we spoke about this yesterday. We definitely spoke about it when we were watching, I think it was Okamesh. Just absolutely in the face of Guts Gaming. So there are so many opportunities here for you to kind of be the villain of someone's story. And I do think, in many senses, guys, Orthodox Group will have to be that villain for the Fav Gaming roster, who they've seen better times. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and they're not only just trying to be that underdog story, they also have their own campaign to fight for as well. They are a team that is fighting for the opportunity to enter the Japan League relegations and promos. In order to achieve that, though, they need to take down Fav and then take down Gyoigun in the next game. So they have a bit of a tough road ahead of them if they want to compete. The way in which the qualifiers for the Japan promos works is probably a little bit convoluted to explain, maybe without a graphic, but basically it's a 2-horse race between them and Gyoigun. Gyoigun being in the top 8. Basically, if Orthodox Grit don't win this game, Gyoigun will be the only team that's in a position to make their way to the Japan League promo relegation. So if you're a Gyoigun fan, then you're wanting Orthodox Grit to lose this game, and so you can secure that spot. But for the sake of storylining, it would be really exciting if Orthodox Grit did get this over the line, because that would set us up for a really big next best of 3 between those two teams.
Certainly would. Now, I believe we are going to be moving on and actually touching on what we did in the pre-show of yesterday's matches, of course, because we weren't really on the Bravo channel. We do just want to give you that reintroduction. Guz, do you want to take what X Moment is all about here?
Yeah, huge shout out to the X Moment team for allowing this event to take place. They are the premier esports tournament brand in Japan, with the vision of showcasing the finest esports that Japan has to offer. And yeah, again, massive shout out for allowing this event to take place. And it's pretty clear that their passion is reflected in the product. Moving on, prize pool, 15 million Japanese yen, which translates to about 130,000 USD, which is just, that prize pool for any level of Rainbow Six is just incomprehensible, never mind a local tournament. So absolutely huge. Looking at that prize distribution, 8 million yen to first place. So you'd go home with a pretty decent chunk of the pie if you do manage to win the grand final.
You certainly do, and I think a good conversation to have around this is obviously the fact that the Rainbow Six Japan Championship kind of brings together the amateur, the professional, the best of the best. They all get under one roof, and that's the beautiful thing right now. It is all about the best teams that Japan have to offer. And speaking of the best teams, let's have a look at the bracket and see how it's unfolded already, guys, because this was an interesting one to start out with. Obviously, we had Cyclops and Guts. They took their games 2-0. I would say convincingly enough from Guts, very convincing from Cyclops. And as already mentioned, that Sengoku Gaming round of 12 match against Blue Bees up in the top right-hand corner of this graphic, that's devastating for their campaign and for their storyline as well.
Yeah, for sure. You've done a pretty good job summarizing yesterday's plays. I guess focusing in on today, right? We start on the right-hand side of the bracket in the bottom right. Fav Gaming, Orthros Grit. We've already talked a little bit about them, but they will be playing first. Then after that, we go back to the top left, where the little live icon is. It is Cyclops taking on Eva E. No doubt going to be an exciting matchup. Cyclops looking to continue their run. And then we go back down to the bottom. Zepto starting in the quarterfinals. They'll be taking on Guts Gaming. Been a lot of hype around Zepto at the moment. Guts looked pretty good yesterday as well. So it's pretty hard, honestly, for me to pick a favorite game out of the three so far. But I'm pretty happy. I'm casting the first one and the last, and those are both looking pretty spicy to me.
Yeah, you cast the first and last time as well, guys. So you're not gassed over those long days. You feeling okay?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Pretty hard to sleep last night, but it is what it is.
It do be that way. It do be that way. But we can start turning our attention to the matchup at hand. Fav Gaming and Orthros Grit. This game is what we have first up on the plate. Fav Gaming, a roster that we know through and through. Guys, we've seen them in APAC North. We've seen them in the playoffs. We've seen them on so many different occasions. However, they are slowly and surely falling to the might of the teams in APAC North. They have to stand up in Japan. They have to make a statement domestically.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a disappointing campaign here for Fav. Now, of course, APAC North is a whole nother beast, and there are some incredibly strong teams in that division. But unfortunately, they did finish in 7th place overall, just falling short of Talon Esports there in APAC North, and that means that they'll be fighting for their spot in the APAC North relegations. So that's going to be really exciting to keep track of. But again, here more domestically, Fav Gaming, in terms of their Japan League results, okay, they did all right. They finished 3rd, but again, such a big gap between the likes of them and Cyclops. And considering that both of those teams are at Tier 1 level, you'd probably expect that gap to be a little bit closer than it was in reality. So I think Fav at the moment, they're a little bit weakened, but by no means a team to be scoffed at.
Not at all, and a team that's, given their finest day, will do a lot of damage, and I think that has been shown throughout the domestic league of Japan. Fav are no pushovers whatsoever, so there is certainly an element that any team that is coming up against them, regardless of whether it's going to be, your Blue Bees, or even if we go later into the bracket, we start looking at whether it's going to be CAG, whether we're going to maybe see Zepto kind of come through from that left-hand side and sweep through. There is a sense that any given day, Fav can turn up and show us why they deserve those international spots. So there is something that you do need to kind of be careful of, be cautious of, especially if you are coming up against them in that right-hand bracket. Now, I don't know if you do want to touch on any of the operator picks. I know that was something that we started to talk about a little bit yesterday.
Not particularly. Nothing really standing out as being too intriguing here. Thunderbird on the defense might be something we see from Taipon, but outside of that, I think it's just important to note once again that there are no stats available, and that's because Fav didn't need to play through the group stage of the Japan Championship, as they were just sent straight into the bracket from their Japan League results. So again, just something to note. Several of the teams have already qualified for this LAN event from their Japan League result, unlike a lot of the other teams, or some of the other teams rather, that did have to make that run through open qualifiers and then groups and whatnot. And I guess Orthros Grit are an example of one of those teams.
Well, speaking of Orthros Grit, it's probably time to turn our attention to them, guys. I know that you've kind of already started to allude to their storyline. So we'll have a look at that roster. Orthros Grit coming into this game. I would say the underdogs, there's no doubt about it. Excuse the pun, if you will. But certainly this is a game, you kickstart your campaign. And again, I'm just kind of prefacing the side of the bracket that they're on. If they get off to a good start here, there could be something serious that they're able to mount.
Yeah, Orthodox Grid made their way through to the Japan Championships through their open qualifier performance. So they were one of 8 teams that made it through to the group stage in the open qualifiers. I'm just going to have a quick look and just double check how many teams are actually in that. So 115 teams. So they were one of 115 teams that actually made it through. Then they had to fight through the group stage. They were in Group B of the Japan Championship. They got 12 points, which was enough to see them through. Unfortunately, they did just fall short of Gilgun by 1 point, and that separates them from starting in different rounds of the bracket. And again, that key storyline is that these two teams are fighting it out for their opportunity to enter the Japan League relegations, which is huge. Such a massive league, opens up so many opportunities for these rosters to compete at a higher level. So that is unfortunate for them, but they can't dwindle on that anymore. They just need to put all their efforts into taking on Fav, and if they manage to get this across the line, like I said earlier, the next best of 3 between those two teams in particular would be pretty crazy. Now looking across at the stats, filled out a little bit here because of the group stage where they played a total of 6 matches. And just looking statistically at some of these players, it looks like V-Bort might be one to keep an eye on, as he's performed quite nicely in that group stage. Nothing standing out in terms of crazy operator picks, but no doubt once we jump into the server, much like some of the other games, we probably will see some of those come through.
No, and that's just it. I think yesterday we saw a target ban from CAG. We saw the Dockerby banned out in both of their ties against Reject, and just saw then there's a Dockerby in there. You know, we've got an Ala in there. I'm not going to... There's no storyline yet to tell in terms of what we may expect when it does come to those bans, but I've certainly noticed that there can be target bans. There can be an operator pick that kind of throws a spanner in the work, if to say. But one thing we definitely noticed from yesterday's games is there's much more of a variety in terms of play style, in terms of the way that teams approach round to round. And I think that's probably why it was so entertaining, I want to say. It was not something that we generally see. I think Xenox was kind of alluding to, you know, just for example, the APAC South and the OCN structure, which is the Australian Domestic League. It just seems to be a little bit more structured, seems to be a little bit more tame, I think is the right way to put that. And then you look at the Japan, the domestic league that they have, and it's all guns blazing. The games yesterday, if you weren't watching, I do recommend that when you're done with today, you go back and at the very least have a look at some of the highlights, have a look at what was going on, because it was madness. I'm not going to say most of the rounds, but I'd say half of the rounds from Cyclops and Reject were done within the first minute 30 seconds, which is just, you know, for me, it's a bit mind-blowing, guys. It was certainly something that kept us on our toes, but I'm excited to see where we head in terms of maps, because these two teams, I don't really know where you would want to take Fav, honestly, regardless of where Fav are in terms of APAC North or even the Japan League, even though they're still 3rd overall. I don't know where you'd want to go. I don't know what you'd want to try to play them on, because I still think that their map pool is going to be far deeper than yours if you are Orthodox Grid.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Fav's map stats now, and there's not really any big trends that have been established. They have a pretty even spread in terms of maps that they like to ban, even maps that are banned against them. There's not really too many outliers. I think it's probably fair to say that they're quite strong on Villa, and Bank seems to be a map as well that they found some early success on as well. So I guess the game plan on the flip side for Orthodox Grid would be, do they ban out one of those strong maps? And I guess that's, you know, the divergent path you need to pick, right? Yeah. Do you ban out your weakest map first, or do you ban out one of your opponent's stronger maps first? It really comes down, I guess, to how confident you are in your own map pool. If I was Orthodox Grid, if I was them, probably take down one of Fav's strongest maps. So I'd be taking Bank or Villa off the board first, try and make them feel a little bit uncomfortable and a bit uneasy. But again, I don't know how strong Orthodox's map pool is. I'm just having a look at some of the numbers, and Oregon's looking really strong for them. They've found a little bit of success on Coast and Cafe as well. So in terms of that standing, it looks okay. But again, important to remember that a lot of the stats that we have for Fav Gaming are based on their APAC North results, which is just a whole nother level compared to the competition that Orthodox Grid have been competing in.
And that was something that Xenox and I touched on very quickly yesterday when we were looking at Guts, and were talking about, maybe why they could be. The Guts game looked a lot closer than maybe it should have been. And we were kind of giving credit where credit was due. Crest played incredibly. And they really, honestly, I think Okamesh was a fantastic little highlight player that just continued to chip away at Guts' mental game. But I think for us, the conversation was around like Guts' ability to hone in on little mistakes that were made, whereas Crest weren't able to kind of capitalize as much on those bigger mistakes. And I think that does come down to your APAC North style play, where, one simple little mistake and it will be capitalized on. That kind of level of play, it is different to what we're going to see here. So I do wonder for Fav, are they going to lean into the kind of aggression? Are Orthoros Grit aggressive? That's probably the bigger question for me. What are they going to bring into this game that maybe we haven't seen so far? Is there going to be structure to their playstyle? Is there going to be a little bit of explosiveness, something exciting about it? But I do tend to agree with you in terms of the bans. I would have to imagine that Orthoros Grit would just go straight for bank. I feel like that is the only map, at the very least from the wonderful stat tracker himself, Dev Marta, that we don't have any stats on for Orthoros Grit, apart from the fact that they have banned it against 7 times. So leaning into that a little bit, you'd have to imagine that means no bank. Obviously leaves Villa open. Been given a little bit of a cheeky sneak peek here, and we can probably talk about this. It looks like we've got the map bans ready, so we'll go to the graphic if the wonderful production are ready. There you go, Coastline and Oregon off the board first. Orthoros Grit have picked into bank. What?
Yeah, no, I think the track might be a little bit busted, so I'm not going to reference too many of the Orthoros Grid stats, but I just had a look at their results in the group stage for the Japan Championships. I think that's probably a pretty relevant baseline of what we can come to expect between these two. And I don't think Bank made any appearances, so it's probably a map that they've been hiding behind the scenes a little bit. They played Villa, Cafe. They played Villa, Club, Villa, Oregon. So very structured maps, what you would come to expect. So I'm liking this from Orthoros. They're taking it up against their opponents. They don't want to necessarily play on Coastline, maybe because it is a little bit too free-flowing, frag-heavy. Oregon, Fav, maybe not feeling comfortable taking Orthoros Grit there because of that recent form. Bank is pretty interesting. I mean, that's a confident pick from Orthoros, considering Fav Gaming, it's one of the few maps they've actually found a little bit of success on, albeit limited. Chalet, again, don't have all that much data to go off of Fav. It has been pretty mixed, so a little bit surprising to see them go there. I would have thought that maybe they'd actually pick the Villa in response, but fortunately for them, that's made it food for the decider anyway. So just looking at the video objectively and trying to make some sort of analysis on who is probably favored, I'm finding it a little bit tricky. Yeah. I would probably only be able to make assumptions after we see the first map. If Orthoros get Bank over the line and look really comfortable, then I have good faith in them to be able to close out this series. But at the same time, Fav, we know they have a little bit of success here, and if they get off to a good start, then they should be able to close it out 2-0.
Now, I'm going to put a little bit of an asterisk around about the Fav Bank results. The last 2 times that we've seen them play, which from what I can see on our stat tracker, is the only 2 times that they have played it. One was against T1, and it was an 8-7 victory. So take of that what you will. T1, probably one of the weaker, if not the weakest team in APAC North at the moment. And then the other result came from, I believe, if I remember seeing correctly, Crest Gaming, and that was a 7-5. So 2 incredibly close games that they've had on Bank to kickstart what has been a new addition to the competitive map pool. But let's get underway here. Orthoros Grit, this is their map pick. They should be feeling comfortable now. We'll have a look what kind of banners they decide to lean into against Fav Gaming.
Jackal off the board first here from Orthoros Grit. An operator that's very potent, particularly on the roam clear. Able to quickly gain ground, make sure top floor and mid floor clear, particularly for basement attacks. So nothing standing out necessarily in that first ban as being too out of place. One thing though that has Definitely better trend here in the Japan Championship is bans that we otherwise may not expect. I guess Ying maybe is a little bit wild, but something we have seen previously, and typically is a little bit of a target ban. Fav not wanting to deal with that first up. I often see Ying as a little bit of a defensive ban, as if you're trying to counter your opponent. So I don't know if that is a sign of good preparation for Fav, or maybe like a confidence, could be a bit of both. But either way, that's what we'll see taken down. Defensively, Kaid, pretty expected here on such a hatch-heavy map.
Final ban to take place will be Orthros' choice. Now, probably thinking about a Val, Chimera, sometime Intel denial, especially when you start to consider the likes of Basement can be quite impactful in those later parts of the round, especially if Fav are not doing their due diligence. And there you go, it is going to be Valve that gets taken out. As the final piece of the puzzle here before we get underway with Bank. Now, Fav starting out on the attack. It's going to be their choice. It's going to be their decision. Will they set the pace? Will they set the tone of this match early on? Is it going to be fast? Is the tempo going to be high like we saw from so many of our games yesterday? Or are they going to lean into this a little bit? Are they going to bring some of that APAC North play style and maybe slow things down a bit more here against Orthros Group?
Well, in terms of operator composition for the first round, pretty interesting actually. Going to be a 6-pick off the Thatcher on to Zofia. And I mean, Thatcher's not really necessary at the moment. Kaid not available, and I believe it's a basement defense, so should be pretty easy to open those hatches with Thermite and his exothermic charges. Zero is an operator that's seen a little bit of play here in the Japan Championship thus far. A good alternative sometimes to the flank push, but it looks like Fav Gaming instead opting to use it in combination with the Nomad. So any sort of rotations here, or maybe even an extension from Orthros Grit, and their operator selection would suggest they're probably going to go for that with the Mute Muzzle and Castle. Could be quite challenging. So I think Fav have opted for a really potent lineup here for their first attack. And now it really comes down to that storyline, as you were mentioning before, right? What's their pacing going to be like? What's the tempo? How aggressive are they going to be on this roam clear? And how quickly are they able to actually gain this map control, right? Because it's all well and good to have the operators to pull off roam clears, but if you don't have the macro and the micro to actually achieve that, then it's really all for nothing. So keen to see how this first round plays out. Orthros Grit, I'm loving the confidence. Based on defense first with a pretty extensive sweep across the map here. So pretty high risk, high reward on a map like Bank, which is so large, but could pay off and get a first round on the board.
One thing I'll look to is what the vertical game is like. You know, what are we seeing from Fav? Are we going to see a lot of those early repels in? They're going to take square control incredibly quickly. There is only a player all the way over at Kent, I believe that is. Taipon ensuring that if anyone tries to rotate down blue, we'll be able to catch that out. For all intents and purposes, they've got to be careful. Nice early fade away, but he's got to be careful at the moment. Does he get caught on the rotate back? No. No one's there to punish just yet.
Good pacing so far here from Fav. Top floor control with a minute into the round. And I think if they can get the mid-forward control with maybe 1 more minute left in the action phase, they should be in a decent spot to be able to attempt the plant. Again, the denial here from Orthros Grit is a little bit limited. They do have the Echo to lean into, but there's no smoke or Tachanka like you may typically see here on Basement. So I think Fav so far doing a decent job, but that time seems to be on fast forward sometimes over the course of, you know, this little monologue. Another 30 seconds has already gone past, and Fav, they are slowly progressing though through towers. The next objective though is to try and get in towards open area.
Really nice use of the Argus cam there. Taipon's got to be careful. It baits in Shin for the free kill though. That opens up the bank account here. Again though, look at the time. It's already significantly dwindled, but that's what we needed to see from Fav. 2 opening picks, and now Orthros are forced to intentionally fall back to site. I hope he no choice to fall back. It's a do or die position here. Back up against the wall, he's got to fight out.
What can he achieve from this position? Choppy, oh, gets the kill, but immediately traded there. Leaves it in a 4 versus 2. Evort over towards top blue, seeing what he can see, but it's not all that much. Fav Gaming doing a good job clearing this roam, but time Could it be an issue? I don't think it will be, but they need to make sure this executes tidy.
Last thing they want to do as well is have to worry about those yokais. So if they can get in early and spot them, they can force out the yokais. Oh, V-board. If you can find this kill, this would be actually quite devastating for Fav. It'd be the blue control gone. Number 2, just holding on. Legator for Fav, looking to be that spearhead, forcing his way in now. They've got control of the site. Number 2 goes down. Siru holds. Legator trying to stick that kit. Is there any denial whatsoever? It's just going to be the 2 versus 2 now. 40 seconds on the clock here. Orthros need to get a move on.
Can they hold on in the post plant though? Both attackers stuck in awkward positions. Vivort trying to get aggressive, finds one through red. Gets taken down. No, he doesn't. It's actually the opponent there. A good retake there from the defense. Well played in round number 1 for Orthros Grit.
Not going to lie, a little bit hard to see what was going on there. That felt really disjointed from myself.
Yeah, I got disorientated, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, trying to figure out where Fav were coming from in the original kind of push there. I think they must have come down either main stairs or into a hatch. I believe it was main stairs that kind of allowed them straight into the B chassis there. Regardless now, Orthros Grit, a 2 versus 4, I think that was. That's not something you want to see from Fav. And we didn't even need to see the yokais have their full effect. We didn't even need to see the plant denial. They just went for the pure 2v2 after finding a quick pick as well on number 2. Now we do go to the top floor. We will test Fav's durability here on Bank. What are their results showing us? Are they going to be consistent here, or Orthros Grit going to throw a bit of a spanner in the work?
Yeah, I will say though, despite Fav kind of capitulating a little bit there in the final stages of that round, relying on 2v4s on a consistent basis isn't really going to produce, long-term success, right? So yes, good to get that first one over the board, but it was really Fav losing that round. I think they got a little bit lost in their own execute there at the end, throwing picks away, and the remaining defenders that were alive weren't necessarily in the best power positions anyway to actually deny plant and find kills. So it was a bit strange to see them actually win out that round, and no doubt, as we sort of mentioned a little bit, it was confusing enough for us from the spectator point of view, never mind actually being one of the players inside of the server itself. But we do head up back above. Going to be a bit more of a traditional site hold here from Orthros. Fav won't need to worry as much in terms of, clearing the map, getting control. But there is a distinct choice that they need to make here, right? Do they go for square? Do they try and get control in towards CEO and go for the plant behind the desk? Or do they go for lobby? There has been a trend towards lobby takes a little bit recently in the current meta and has been finding success, but based on the early positioning here from Fav, it looks like top square over towards the east is going to be the play.
Ace to wither away with the... not again. Not again for Orthros. Can't find any kind of space to move in these early rounds. We're down early here. And no response either. No one in a position to find a quick trade.
Attackers have located
They've been forced to... Hang on, where was that from? Was that out on the rappel? It was straight through to Janitor. That is feels bad and a half.
I don't mind this arena setup though that Siru has already established, so I mean maybe his mark in this round won't be felt necessarily in the frag department, but the util, those Slayer gates being positioned in unique spots that I haven't seen before, one protecting Jan, the other the line of sight in towards top square to make that push a little bit more challenging and potentially able to burn some additional utility. Afro though, from Fav Gaming, really good intel being established here with those Argus cameras alongside drones. Elsewhere, Vivort does find a pick back, and that is Shin taken down. That leaves one hard breach available here for the attack.
The Samcams already have shown quite a huge effect, guys. Really liking the zero plate. Not only that, you've still got the 2 hard breaching devices that can help. Obviously, this site might not really be fully needed when you've still got the thermite up and ready to blow a huge hole in the wall. But on the rappel right now, 2 players from Fav trying to find an opening here. Afro getting the intel, but it's all good and well to have intel. You have to be able to execute on it. You have to be able to capitalize on it. And you can see now, they're still not sure. There could be a flank coming in, but V-Bort finds the pick on the number 2. Things not going well at all here for Fab now.
Yeah, it feels like Fav is sort of sitting and waiting to maybe find a kill that opens up the round for them, but it's not really going to be the case. Afro tries to push up, but yeah, immediately shut down there. Not much he could really do from that position, unfortunately, as Mal was ready and waiting. Now type on Lugator in the 2 versus 4 from this point onwards. I don't think it's possible, but Fav have brought back similar rounds. We saw it last time.
15 seconds remaining.
Opening pick goes the way of Lu. Now he's got a little bit more aggressive. QO trying to find the kill. The trade comes back. Type on. Now pushing around the backside of Banana. Not enough time. And nowhere near the clutch. Another great round from Orthoros Grit. First one, clutch. Second one, clinical trades coming in the mid round. The mid portion, the phase 2 is successful for them.
Yeah, I misspoke a little bit there. I said Fav have brought back similar rounds. That was, of course, Orthoros in the first round to bring back the 2v4. Yeah, not to be there, though. The attack was a little bit strange, I think, from Fav. I think they just had too many ideas on how they wanted to approach the side, and they kind of split their resources accordingly. Now, sometimes multi-angled attacks on top floor can work out, but your timing needs to be on like absolutely spot on, and you need to have the information as to where these defenders are. It felt like Fav, for the most part, were kind of entering a little bit blind there, over towards lobby and square. They looked uncomfortable as well. So I think going forward on top floor, they need to commit their resources to one particular push, or at the very least, better support those that are pushing elsewhere. Because Orthoros were just ready and waiting, and probably just farm them. Honestly, they were just sitting there waiting. They didn't really have to do a whole lot on their end, except be patient and not throw away their lives.
Fav, tactical timeout early on in the piece here, and I guess it's really important for Fav that they don't let this kind of get out of control.
This is a really early tactic, though.
Yeah, it's so early. So early. Clearly,
better to be cautious. Better to be cautious, right, than regret it later. But at the same time, it does at least give off the impression that they're not feeling very confident at the moment. But I don't know. It could pay off if they're able to get this round back. Then it's really important. And I guess they are sort of highlighting the importance of that third round. If you are yet to get an attacking win on the board, that third round is always so critical. We call it the Around the World Tour over here. Because if Orthoros do win this site, then it's really difficult to see an opening for Fav. Of course, the sites are on 3-round rotations, meaning that if Orthoros Grit do win this particular objective, or even just after this round, either way, they can start rotating back towards the sites that they've already found success on. So it's critical here for Fav to at least get something on the board, build a bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence heading into those more difficult sites that are going to be coming up after open area.
Opportunity for Fav, open that bank account. That's important. It really is an important first step here. Because Orthoros Grit, they go around the world, you start to get a little bit worried, you start to think, gotta go back to basement, regardless of whether that was a 2v4 in that first round. I think that was also leaning into Orthoros' playstyle of being super aggressive and more than happy to take those opening engagements. We saw the kind of extension that they had with the castle. Nice little note to make as well. Castle's making a reappearance for the 3rd time already on bank. Starting to become a staple on these defenses, especially now that there's 4 barricades, not just 3. Gives you a lot more versatility in how you decide to approach a round on the defense. And Fav, they've got their work cut out for them here. Orthoros Grit have turned up the plate. Really, the ball's in their court.
Afro just looking to hold the lobby repel here. Good position to cut off any potential rotations, particularly from the top floor, but I don't really think that Orthoros Grit are holding above all that aggressively. Now that's obviously great for Fav, particularly Taipon. He'll be able to get in and start working vert, but again, with that castle in play and the horizontal extension, no one's probably really going to be sitting on site, or at least in particularly vulnerable positions, meaning that yes, sure, the sledge is great, can find lines of sight, but it's probably unlikely that it's going to net all that much in terms of kills. Yes, it can displace defenders, and that's great, but Fav will need to position themselves nicely to actually prevent these rotations. Square, I think, is going to probably be a key position as well. if the likes of the Vigil want to be able to get out. But it looks like for the most part, Orthrus they're playing aggressive in terms of their positions, but they're also not throwing away their lives in the sense that they're wanting to take on every single gunfight possible. They're playing in quite a controlled manner, and it will serve them well after off the board.
Oh, Shin does find a quick trade though, and that's really important for Fav. Last time it's gone unanswered, this time they've found it immediately. And now Vport, my god, Vport is an absolute animal. 6 kills in as little as 3 rounds. What has happened there? Shin was not expecting the jump through the hatch. The Oryx showing its class. Type on now, perfectly timed flash. That's the kind of teamwork we know from Fav and we need from Fav at this point. But they've got no intel on where this Oryx is playing. You can see him just dashing away as Orthoros Groot sit back a little bit deeper on site now.
Diffuser down, Typon needs to head down Banana to collect that, tuck it under his arm. 30 seconds now left on the board, number 2 alongside to try and assist. Typon does have a couple of grenades to work with, but I don't think it's really going to be enough. Both of these attackers forced through towers, and they're probably about to get mowed down.
Oh, that's 100% on the mark there. Number 2 is next up on the chopping block. The Oryx plays into perfect effect there. And Orthoros Grit, 3 on the trot. And what's really important here, guys, is directly after the tack timeout for Fav, they get taken to town. 3 players left alive for Orthoros Grit, and it looked so convincing. A site that sees a huge amount of varied success. I mean, I'm sure the stats probably start to lean into that a little bit more as we see Bank played more and more, but it was never a site that was, you know, it was never a sure thing. It wasn't kind of like your CEO or your basement, your server, if to say. Kind of had a bit of a better shot there. Opens a bit of a different beast. And the fact that they've taken it so convincingly, sure, the alarm bells are starting to ring for Fav too.
Yeah, this has been a little bit concerning, I think, for Fav so far. Unable to get one of the first 3 rounds, meaning that Orthoros Grit are perfectly positioned to have a quite a dominant first half here. Now I'm just going to have a quick look in terms of map stats in Japan League and try and get a better baseline as to what to expect here on Bank. It was only played 2 times, okay, so it's not really going to give us much. 27 rounds, 63 defender win rate, 63% defensive win rate. So you would expect, again, probably a 4-2 pass rate here for Orthos, like most maps. Fav need to dig deep now. They don't have a tactical timeout to lean into anymore, and they're getting dominated at the moment for the most part. These have been genuinely pretty one-sided affairs. Fav, they're doing an okay job in getting map control. I don't think that's really their issue at the moment. They're getting control elsewhere around the side. It's just coming down to them not finding critical picks and trading out when they're transitioning from that control over towards site. They're just, I don't know if it's a lack of information or necessarily what's leading to these issues, but they don't seem to have a very good read on what Orthoros Grit are doing on the site itself, and it is obviously proving quite costly.
Tidying things up here for Fav. If they don't manage to do so, they are going to be in dire straits, no doubt about it. Now, we did see a couple of 5-1 results yesterday in the Guts Gaming department. However, you know, it was a little bit too early to call, all things considered, because the 5-1 first half ended up going 5-1 second half as well. We went to OT, and the same thing kind of happened when we went to Bank. It was a 5-1 half, and unfortunately the team just couldn't close it out to take us to OT, but even that was still a close enough game. How's the timing on that C4? Absolutely pinpoint perfect. Shin taken down without a note, without a clue, and now Fav once more have lost that opening pick.
Yeah, and again, it's one of the hard breaches, so that puts a lot more pressure on Lugator to make sure he uses his util effectively. And with this extension and hatches being reinforced offside, he needs to make a conscious decision as to where he uses these exothermic charges. Now, he's using one currently elsewhere. Not particularly sure where that was. Sounds like it may have been stock hatch. But either way, I don't think open area is being held here any longer by the defense. Actually, no, maybe it is, so I correct myself there. Number 2, though, is just going to completely walk straight past any of that extension over towards main stairs. Might try and go for a play. Afro elsewhere does drop a Stroller, who had already used his C4 to pick up that opening kill. So things have been neutralized a little bit here, but in terms of, you know, a like-for-like utility trade, I still think Orthoros Grit are on top.
QO. Got to be careful here. 2 players decide to tag team. It's Lou Gator that ends up finding the kill. That's what we needed to see, though. Good things coming too for Fav. And right now, that double pick has opened up the round significantly so. Lou Gator now continuing to open things up as expected. This backside take from Hatches has become vitally important as a part of the attack. You can no longer just go for a one-pronged attack.
25 seconds left. Fab do have the man advantage, but time now against them. Bvort ready and waiting over towards elevator to prevent this push from coming through. Number 2 taken low as well as garage control is still in the hands of Orthoscript, and that is the diffuser down.
That's the kit, and it's deadly now because you've got 2 players coming from main stairs. You've got one coming from garage. As long as they can hold on, my God. Fav, they're getting punished every which way you look. Orthros grit 4 rounds straight. This is looking so dire here on Bank.
The more I watch here from Fav, I think it's just their fundamental macro game plan here. I don't really understand on a basement attack sending it your diffuser in the hands of a solo player in elevator. That was one mistake, and then everyone else filtering down through main stairs without garage control, without much pressure from hatches. Yes, gold and vault, you can isolate those remaining defenders, but you also need to be able to cut them off and trade them, which they just didn't. So fundamentally, Fav, I just think their game plan at the moment is really, really flawed. But we have to give props to Orthros Fang. It doesn't feel like, honestly, they're doing that much special. Yes, they are extending, they are wasting a bit of time, a bit of utility, a great opening C4 there from Ace Roller. But outside of that, they are just playing solid Siege. They're not doing anything that exposes them to more risk than they already need to be. So I think they're just playing the percentages really, really well. And considering that this isn't even their map pick, it is their map pick. So considering it is their map pick, it is very much a good sign for them, but I didn't expect it to be near as confident or near as strong as it is at the moment.
No, and I do wonder, maybe Orthros Grid has been able to go back and watch the matches from Fav, and they've probably picked up 1 or 2 things on the Bank attack. Again, for the stats that we have not seen Orthros Grid play this. Doesn't mean they're not prepping for it, doesn't mean that they haven't counter-stratted, but certainly this is looking the goods. And Fav have just had no response. The first round looked good, 2 versus 4, and it crumbled. And then from there, it's only gone from bad to worse. We're now going to see the Glass being brought in for number 2, and I'm sure this may well actually have decent dividends. You think about where he can play from, the damage he can do, especially if he has gone undetected. I don't know if there was a 6 pick or not. I wasn't able to see that. So regardless, it's a bit more of an interesting lineup here for Fav this time around. There's no ace that they've brought to support with those opening, the hard breach devices. And I do wonder if Choppy will use those kind of impacts to potentially deny the exothermic charges. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, could definitely be the play. Finker finally getting a bit of play. I swear we didn't see much Finker yesterday, which is quite surprising, quite popular in the current meta. Elsewhere, top square being opened up so that exothermic won't be denied, at least on the northern wall. Glaz in play as well here from number 2 on the attack of Fav Gaming. We'll have to see just how that's going to be implemented into the lineup here. Could be used to hold long angles, maybe over towards lobby, even square if top control is obtained. Definitely some nice long angles that could be played from that position. And it looks like number 2 is actually currently going for a play on that side of the map. But again, much like last time for Fav, it's split. We have players over towards lobby, and we have players over towards square. They need to commit to one or the other and actually start pulling it off, because at the moment, yes, they're doing a little bit of groundwork, but it's not enough to really make Orthros Grit sweat too much. They are once again just chilling in sight now. Oh, there's the Glaz in play, does get a pick, headshot on the board there, taking down Ace Roller, but trades elsewhere mean that Orthros Grit are still at the advantage.
There's no smokes left either. So the Glaz effect won't be able to kind of hide behind those smokes. They'll have to try and play for the long angles. Really great Argus cam. Afro didn't see him. There's a player in Tellers now. The ping comes in. The yellow ping, there's got to be either an Argus cam or a drone directly on the position of Ebort. Fortunately enough, that saves Afro's life and maybe might just give Fav the up in this round.
Leaves 35 seconds to go, and if they have more information in towards site, it could make things quite interesting. But Fav, yes, they've done the groundwork elsewhere, but it looks like now they're going to be forced up main stairs. Taipon might be able to go for a play in Janitor, but neither of these players, or none of these three players, have that diffuser in hand.
Two trying to lead the charge here, but they're going to be careful. They're going to find the trades. Oh, choppy. Siru goes down. Now Mal has to hold on. Two quick headshots.
Seconds left.
Taipon sticks the diffuser, doesn't have another choice.
Attackers are
Can he get it out in time? What is the decision here? How does Taipon play this? Does he go out onto the rappel? Oh, 3 versus 1. This would be absolutely gnarly if they can pick up all 3 members. Taipon now getting a little bit more aggressive. This could be a huge clutch, all things considered.
Taipon just playing so patiently. That timer ticking down. Siru not going to be revived. Mao needs to find another big kill. Hits the kit to bait out Taipon, who does move over towards front desk, but it's going to come down to the wire. 15 seconds remaining. Fakes it once more. Going to swing wide. Does he get the kill? He does. He'll get back onto the kit. And Mao, an absolutely huge round there for Orthoris Grit to maintain this perfect score thus far.
Defenders win.
Kind of when you think about it, the 1v3. I mean, that's absolutely huge from Mao. Hits the massive shot onto the player coming up main stairs and then continues to be aggressive, fighting Taipon, ensuring that he's in the better of the 2 places. Castle Barricade comes into full effect there, obviously forcing him through the rotate hole. You don't have as much room to move when you're trying to kind of sneak behind that B chassis. And, well, now we really are starting to tell the storyline here. Orthoros Grit, 5 on the trot, looking real damn good. And Fav are scrambling on Bank. Now, again, guys, we just want to make sure we make that very clear comment that we are heading to Chalet next, which is Fav's map pick. Regardless, though, you don't want to let this one go for free. You want to ensure that at the very least you're taking something on the tail end of this match, because a 5-1 first half, a 6-0 first half, just absolutely devastating for the mental.
Yeah, and it's always one thing to look at a scoreline and say, you know, let's just use this game for an instance, right? That Orthoris Grit are just absolutely dominating their opponents, or, you know, maybe Orthoris Grit are getting a little bit lucky and getting, you know, 50-50 rounds across the line. But in reality, that last round where Mao went big, that's the only time so far where Orthoris Grit have had to genuinely rely on a huge clutch. Yes, there was the 2v4 earlier on, but not quite to that same extent. Outside of that, those 2 rounds, the other 3, so the majority of their wins have just been comprehensive. And Fav's macro game and their overall overarching plan, their rotations, etc., have honestly just not looked very good. So it is a little bit concerning. Maybe, though, this is just because it's not Fav's map pick. Maybe they weren't necessarily expecting to go here. They haven't prepared this map all that much, but I mean, we looked at the stats, we mentioned them earlier. It's not a bad map for them. So I don't know how much we want to take away from this result so far, but it does look like Orthoris Grit have come to show up. And again, that overarching storyline for them is they are fighting for a potential spot at the Japan League promos. They need to win this game, then take down Gyoigun in the next game. So, I mean, if they can kickstart their campaign with a big map win here on Bank, a 5-1 half, a 6-0 half even would be absolutely huge for them and be a really big confidence builder heading into the rest of the tournament.
And it's something we talk about quite often is, you know, the differences, comparatively in terms of storylines, you think about what Orthoros Grit are fighting for versus what Fav are fighting for, and Orthoros definitely have a lot more kind of in that tank, a lot more that they need to try and claw out of this game. They can't afford to go down to Fav. Not if they want to be in the Japan League for 2022. Number 2, first player of contact here. V-Ball has been incredible for Orthoros Grit here in this first half. Things slow down here for Fav. I don't mind this. Don't get overzealous. Don't get over ego. Just take your time. You've got plenty to work with. Minute 30 though, and really it starts to dwindle. It truly does.
Yeah, and it's much like a lot of these other attacks, right? Yes, you've done the easy work. You've gotten the map control elsewhere, but Orthoros Grit weren't really holding it. So this is where things start to get a little bit more challenging, and Fav actually need to clear out key positions. Talers is still occupied. Archives is still occupied. Open area hasn't been dislodged from Vert. So there's so much that still needs to be done here. With 60 seconds to go here, I think Fav Gaming, once again, are probably going to struggle in this round.
Ace roller. Sticking toward Talers V-board. This could be huge. Can he find the outside? We can see the outline, obviously, but... Oh, what's going on there? Afro gets the free kill. Ace Roller doesn't get the intel, but V-Bort finds the vertical from through the hatch. That's the ace down. Sorry, the 0 down, in fact, as Choppy finds a kill on the Lugator. It's quick trades, and just like that, Fab Gaming only have 2 players. 1 player! No players!
Orthoris Grit with a perfect 6-0 half here on the bank defense. They are looking damn good. Fav have been left scrambling. That's 4 rounds in that half where they did decent groundwork but could not convert. And that last one, I think, was just another great example, right? They spent 1.5 minutes, up to maybe even 2 minutes. They had above control. I mean, that's great, but they didn't really do anything meaningful from there. Orthoris did a great job in preventing tellers from being exposed. We had V-Vort down below on the vert finding kills. Choppy elsewhere, he was the next line of defense inside of Archives. He was doing God's work as well. And then Fav were kind of just left like, oh, okay, let's drop the hatch, I guess. We haven't really got many other options left. And unfortunately, they couldn't even get in a position to stick that diffuser. So a very, very concerning half for Fav, but Orthoris Grit doing a fantastic job.
That they are. Now we get to see what they're like on their attack. I mean, maybe we might only get to see 1 round. That's a gnarly little cam for the Evil Eye. I tell you what, Type 1, love that in the back pocket. But yeah, I do foresee that this could just be done and dusted. I mean, Orthoris Grid have shown us enough on that first half. As you said, nothing was really, outside of the 1v3 clutch from Mao, nothing was really, well, nothing came down the wire for Orthoris Grid. So I am quite curious to see how this one continues to pan out. Actually, no, sorry, there was the 2 versus 4 in the first round. So 2 out of the 6 rounds were somewhat pushed to their limit, somewhat tested. But outside of that, phase 2, the middle part of the round, between the first minute and the second minute, were phenomenal for this roster. Now they've got to show us, can they back it up on their attack? They've got 6 rounds to prove that. So they've got plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, only 6 rounds into a potential best of 3, and there's absolutely nothing stopping Fav manning a couple of rounds here, and of course, winning the next 2 maps and winning the series. But I think it just goes to show the talent here in Japan, right? Orthoris Grid are literally an open qualified team, and they are taking it up against an APAC North roster who face, you know, huge teams like Cyclops at that tier 1 level, other big orgs like Damwon Kia, for example. So Fav Gaming, and they've been there for a while now, have gained a lot of experience. Whereas Orthoris Grit just simply have not. So to come out of the gate strong here, yes, they're map pick, but don't want to discount their efforts so far. They have played extremely, extremely well. They've shown great composure, and if they can tidy up here on the attack, I mean, I say tidy up, just I guess finish the job here on the attack, in which they have multiple chances to make mistakes if they need to. Then it's going to be a very, very impressive result for them.
A much more measured and calculated approach from Orthoris Grit than maybe I anticipated on their attack. Bit by bit, they're taking portions of the map and suffocating Fav closer and closer onto the site. With that vertical control as well, I'd be shocked if we don't end up seeing an opening pick through the line. You've got Ace Roller, you've got Siru as well. Choppy's just dropped into the elevator next to number 2. He's going to be so careful right now.
Oh, yeah, he does. He's been taken down. Key difference here in the attack compared to Fav. They already have quick control inside of Talos, pressure being applied, picks being found. Now Mao, his next job, head into Archives, find control there, lock down the site, and this is so much better compared to what we saw from Fav. Orthoris Grit are well and truly in pole position to just close out this map.
This is phenomenal right now. Lugator, though, gives the opportunity back to Fav, an opening, a door slightly ajar, shut in their face. Ace Roller finds the kill on a tight pond. Things are falling apart here for Fav. Not a single round on the board of bank, and they have come out swinging. Orthoris Grit about to take a huge scalp here on the first map. Mao shuts things out. What a statement. You can also see what it means to them, because, I mean, that is a huge performance from Orthoris Grit versus a team that we expect quite a bit from, regardless of where they're sitting in APAC North right now. They are a team that can do damage, and they are not. They have been completely silenced.
such a contrast between the two teams, not only necessarily in the way they were playing out the server, inside of the server, and that last objective being a really good show of that, but I think more importantly in the lane environment, just the body language. I think Fav just looked completely out of it. They just looked shell-shocked at that result. Now, it wasn't their map pick, so maybe they weren't necessarily expecting to win that map, but the fact that you've just been slammed 0-7 is really, really, really concerning. And again, as I prefaced a couple of times, their macro play and their decision-making and their attacks trying to gain map control were really quite poor at times. So they'll have to pick themselves back up. They'll have an opportunity over the next couple of minutes over the break to try and correct some stuff. But I think for them, it's going to be a big mental battle now, try and bounce back. And the first couple of rounds in map number 2 are going to be really, really telling. If Orthoris can just continue this form, continue this momentum, this strength, it's going to be very difficult for Fav to get over that hurdle.
Well, the players definitely need a break, and so do we. We'll go to one, and when we come back, it's Chalet and potentially Fav's last chance here at the Japan Championship. See you in a bit. That's a phenomenal start for Orthros Grit on Bank 7-0, and there were only 1 or 2 rounds that even looked close, Guz. I mean, that kind of statement that you make at the start of a best of 3, surely Fav is shook right now.
I mean, you have to be, right? You've just been taken down 0-7, not your map pick, so a little bit of an excuse can be made there and a bit of an asterisk mark on that result, but nonetheless, still disappointing. And it wasn't, you know, a close match in the sense that the rounds were 50-50 and Fav were putting up a really good fight. They were incredibly one-sided, a lot of those rounds, and they're not going to get away with that here on Chalet. It's a map where you need to be super aggressive, you need to be on the ball from day 1 or round 1, and Fav, they need to wake up on the ASAP.
Yeah, they needed to wake up at the start of Bank. Now, but we head to Chalet. I mean, this map could really be... This could be their own demise, honestly. Flores banned out early here. Nothing too much to read into unless you've got something up your sleeve that you want to talk about there, Guz.
I do not have anything up my sleeve.
Good. We like to hear that. This, however, is one of the most banned maps from what we've got for Orthros Grit. Banned a total of 6 times 4. That was a really weird sentence. 6 times 4. Sounds like I'm saying they've banned it 24 times. They've banned it for themselves 6 times, and the next closest map is Coastline Cafe at 7. So, in all honesty, I am a little bit curious to see what happens here for Orthros Grit. Are they going to be able to adapt on a map like Chalet, where we know they may not be feeling as comfortable? Don't know. Flores, Thatcher, and Wamai banned out. The final defense. What are we seeing? A Valk.
Yeah, it's nothing standing out here. All pretty stock standard. Wamai, Flores are typically banned on this map to make some of these strongholds a little bit weaker for the defense, and the Flores, you know, taken out to try and strengthen the lack of projectile denial. Now, I was just actually looking at the Japan League stats. Now, Orthros Grit don't compete in this league, but Fav Gaming do, so you know, it gives us a little bit of a read. It's played 12 times at equal defensive win rate, so 50% across 146 rounds. Now, one stat that really stands out as being quite interesting is the most played site is Master Office with 48 rounds, yet it has by far the worst defensive win rate, 35%. So take from that what you will. Master Office is, you know, quite popular, but also not very well played here in the Japan League. So we'll have to wait and see just how strong either of these teams are at defending. Orthros Grit, they're not going there first. Instead, they're heading over towards Kitchen and Dining, one of the strongest sides here, at least in Japan League.
And generally, I'm sure we'll see it here, the extension above is almost critical. You cannot allow the attackers to really get that early vertical control. It will just be an absolute nightmare to deal with. And you know, it's a double-edged sword for the defenders. If you let the attackers kind of take that ground, you're going to be in a bit of trouble when it comes to denying plans. But if you manage to keep it, well, guess what? You've got all the denial that you need in the world. If they try to go toward Dining, it's basically free real estate for you. So really expecting quite the contention here. Orthros Grit going to be sticking with that castle pick that we saw oh so often on their defensive bank. And again, I mean, I'm really liking the small little changes that come with just, you know, little updates. All that changed was one barricade and from 12 hits down to 9, and we're seeing so much more additional play from the castle.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely did think that was going to be the case. Teams that particularly have strong support staff and strategical minds will be able to implement rather that additional barricade in creative ways. Now, Shin with a very quick entry here from Fav. Now, again, their map control wasn't particularly poor on Bank. Maybe it could have been sped up a little bit, but it was their late round where they were failing to get information on site, trading out picks effectively. So that's what I'm really looking at here. Of course, a quick entry, quick map control will aid in giving a bit more of a buffer in the late round. But Orthros Grit, they're ready and waiting. Upstairs hold here, of course, the vert pretty critical here on Dining. And we're going to see these defenders try and hold these positions for as long as possible. Lugator on the Habana looking to open up into Office, but he's being stalled out by that mid jammer on the wall.
I wonder, what are they going to do to send it? Are they just going to send a nade from number 2? Looks like they are. moves to the other side of half wall, so that should pretty much open things up there. And there you go. Proceedings now start with that mini game upstairs. The dance to and fro as Orthros Grit look to hold tight for a critical point of interest.
Solarium as well being held down by Capcan. But here we go. Fav are going to send it. 70 seconds on the board. Bathroom control is what they're looking for, but Ace Roller with the shotgun will greet them and say hello. A great way to kick off the round for Orthros Grit. Now, Afro elsewhere did find a pick, but finds himself very low on HP. And with 60 seconds left, the defense still with the upper hand.
They're going to know that Taipon's in there now. Ace Roller going to get aggressive around the corner. The shotgun's just going to keep them at bay for now. Can he find a third? No, it's Taipon from behind. 3 versus 3 now. My goodness, 2 players incredibly low for Fav Gaming. Vertical control has been lost. What are Orthros going to do? There's only 30 seconds left for Fav to make a move, and I like this position from Mao. He's just got to be careful not to be spotted out by the vertical player.
Oh, no.
He still manages to win that fight.
Yeah. Very much a whiff there from Taipon. Fav under pressure. Afro 1 HP away from death. A single bullet will seal his fate. Another whiff here from Fav, but eventually Afro will collect that kill. 10 seconds left. The Capcan coming into play. Lugator now also low. Afro take down. And the final pick there from Orthros will confirm the round.
Capcan, I tell you what, now that you can place more than 1 trap on the door, it's even more dangerous than it ever was. You can see there, as things come down to the wire, players are scrambling to try and get through choke points, and if it wasn't hard enough to make it through a choke point, you now have to worry about the fact that you can pretty much instantaneously drop. You can see players trying to split their attention between where they're going to be held from and potentially clearing any door frames. It's just a nightmare. It's hectic in that final fight. But what a hold from Orthros Grit upstairs. I believe it was Ace Roller with a shotgun just managing to find 2 quick ones. I mean, what do you do there, guys? That's... I was almost about to, you know, kind of give kudos to Fav and how quickly they were able to take piano control and across. They were really starting to look like, you know, they were on the heels of Orthros Grit. But I guess one quick play like that from a player like Ace Roller and things change.
Yeah, that's going to be really disheartening for Fav because on Bank, that was probably the one thing they were lacking was that initiation and that confidence to sort of go for plays on the back end of rounds and try and find openings and actually clear control and in difficult to hold positions. And the one time they finally do try and go for that and send 2 players to trade out a pick, they both get taken down, and basically from that point onwards, the round was over. So really rough for Fav, not a great way to kick off their campaign here. And now that is 7 rounds. 7 rounds, or 8 rounds now, sorry. 8 rounds in a row for Orthros Grit. And they're only going to keep mounting, I think, if they play the way that they are so far.
God, imagine that storyline. We thought the Sengoku going down to Blue Bees was going to be a bit of a spanner in the works for the storyline that we had coming into the Japan Championship. Imagine Fav fall at the first hurdle and in such fashion as well. That's the thing right now is Orthros Grit for 8 rounds straight have been consistently convincing. And they may well continue that form here. Let's see how well Fav can deal with this player up in Library.
Oh, big nade. V-Vault taken low. Can't drop the hatchet. Has been reinforced. So the second nade will seal his fate. Confirms the down. Now Mao's looking to maybe support. So Fav need to be very, very careful if they want to confirm this kill.
Mao instead decides and opts to back away. They do know that V-Ball is down. They threw a drone in so they would know the information. Ziru, though, does manage to get that Sawyer gate back up, so at the very least it's going to be more utility needing to be used. Shin decides to just go and send it straight through the single window. He's got to be careful of the stairs from Library. Still, though, Shin does go down, but only for a short second. Choppy finds the kill.
Yeah, big flank there. The attack not going for piano control. Ace Roller allowed inside of box. What can he do from this position? But it's Choppy once again to find that key pick. Mao elsewhere taken down, leaves it in a 3 versus 3, but Choppy should be able to find this pinch. No, but make the call. No, that also won't be the case. Number 2 getting away with murder at the moment. Fav still with the man advantage, and now Ace Roller up above. I think he's made his way down the stairs now. Needs to go big.
That he does. 1v3 clutch. What was looking so good for Orthros Grit, what was looking like they had the position, they got aggressive, was punished. Well and truly, oh my god, the Capcan trap doing massive damage. Ace Roller can't find it. That just sucks. That feels so bad. Pre-firing around the corner, but it's just the dance, the tango, and finally, Fav, they find their first round in 2 maps.
Yeah, I think it's particularly late in that round, there were a lot of mistakes being made by both teams. A bit of pressure, I think that was obviously on Fav to try and close out a round finally and get one on the board. Orthros, they did a really, really good job, particularly Choppy going quite big, as no piano control was obtained there by the attack. But then unfortunately, they couldn't quite refine their trades enough there on the top 4. And I mean, even in the dying seconds there, the 1-on-3, I was holding my breath a little bit there for Fav, but finally they do get something on the board. Something. Again, Chalet.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, Chalet is a pretty 50-50 map though, so we'd expect it to be quite close. But again, considering how poor Fav played on Bank, it's something, finally.
So it's one of those maps where, you know, we get a pretty clear indication if a team kind of leads 4-2 in the first half. It's a pretty clear indication that maybe they're on par to close out. Again, though, you know, all it takes is one clutch that kind of completely skews that kind of a scoreline. However, with that stat of it being so heavily favoured toward neither side, it's just kind of sitting smack bang in the middle. You do expect that 3-3 half. You really do expect Fav to get these rounds on the board and ensure that Orthros Grit has no easy task in front of them, which we expected coming into this game, but it's just been a little bit skew-if. We are down in the basement this time. We'll see how Orthros Grit decide to play this. Seems like they've extended decently. I think there was a player up on the 2nd floor as well. That's Mal, up in bedroom. He's got to be careful though. I thought he was going to send it then, Guz.
I was honestly thinking the same. Was a pretty aggressive peek. Oh, falls back, not cut off the rotation there. Trophy window not being monitored properly there by Fav Gaming. Mao getting away with that. Nades will fly through. Shin going to follow up with the vault. Gets aggressive and finds a kill. Wow, I didn't even see Mao then, but I don't think Mao saw him either. A good opener for Fav.
That's massive from Shin. Again, another huge opening pick from him. Ace Roller trying to find a little gimmicky kill just out of the lobby. It's not going to be the case though. And they've lost that control in dining. They've lost that control in kitchen. I actually think that they had played with a mirror to try and support that fireplace hold. So this is a little bit devastating in terms of the util spread. It's going to be a little bit less so on site for Orthros, but this is huge from Choppy. On the Vigil, no less as well. Do they have the intel that they need?
The one thing I love about Japanese Siege is if a barricade's getting shot, the first reaction is to go towards the barricade and peek it. Even then, Overlord's double, Choppy wanting to aggress from piano, but he will finally fall back, probably the right calculated call there. Now, this is a basement defense, of course, not one of the better sites here on Chalet, very tough to hold on in an execute fashion, but that's why Orthros are intending to play offside, try and slow this down. An interesting mirror from Dining will actually make the rotation for the defense quite challenging over towards Fireplace, but nonetheless, Choppy might be able to go for something if he does progress back up the stairs, as Fav now have a foothold towards the north.
Well, I was so devastated that Mal went down early there because they were intending to hold that. They were intending to force Fav into a kind of position where they were not favoured whatsoever. And now, like I said, dwindled utility on site means it's going to be somewhat more difficult, especially with Fav having all 5 up here. Choppy can find a quick little flank. If he can find a quick pick, it might start to unravel things. He's got to be careful though. Shin's watching the hard line. And Shin will win that again.
Trade.
Double kill there. How? No, cuz how?
Oh my god,
Shin!
Should not have gotten away with that one. Now it's a 2 versus 5. Siru and Vivord left to try and clutch up this round. Fav in the late round have struggled, but surely from this position they can convert. Luke Gator with the diffuser in hand can go for the stick. Elsewhere, that mirror does drop, and it's Taipon from the main stairs to clean up the round for Fav.
And again, you you kind of alluded to it a little bit. It's not a favoured site whatsoever. Basement seems to be such an issue for defenses, and more often than not, we do see the extension up above. I find it incredibly intriguing that we see a mirror facing toward fireplace there. I think that that's one of the more unique setups that I have seen, trying to hold from dining and kitchen. And Fav read that perfectly. Fav execute. Again, maybe a little bit lucky from Shin coming through the window of trophy just to find a really quick peek. That was all the way through kitchen as well. So I hate to use the word lucky because it's not lucky whatsoever. It's calculated from Shin. The pre-fire is calculated, but it is just one of those cases where maybe if Mao doesn't go down so early there, that position is so much harder to play from. But regardless, we'll move on now. Don't need to keep dwelling on that. Do have kitchen dining now up on the agenda, and Orthros Grit. This was a round that I still even think that Fav looked phenomenal on. It was but for the grace of someone like Ace Roller that found a quick double with the shotgun. It kind of slowed things down. So it's not something you can always kind of lean on to, guys.
Yeah, so far Fav's attacks, in comparison to Banker, looking a lot more targeted. They're actually identifying some of these setups from Orthros, you know, that mirror and dining being a good example. And they're actually, you know, sending the correct utility and getting the timing down pat on rotations and whatnot to actually clear these positions with a bit of purpose. Whereas on Bank, they kind of just, I don't know, go through the motions a little bit. So already a distinct change here for Fav. Of course, still a long way to go on this map, but the signs are a lot more positive. It's not like we're sitting here going, oh wow, Orthros are just absolutely smashing them in this series, and Fav are definitely making something out of them.
Make hay while the sun shines. If you're finding yourself on a bit of a streak, you got to keep burning through it. It's what we saw from Orthros Grit. They didn't drop a single round on Bank. They actually came into this match fighting the first round, which we thought, hey, hang on a second. Surely we're not going to see it repeat here. Surely we're not going to see that kind of dominance repeat from Orthros Grit. Not to be. Fav have stood to the challenge and now need to continue on their way. But they're going to be met again with that aggression up top. Choppy goes down though at the hands of Shin, who's just sent it straight through to Solarium. And there's been no response whatsoever from Orthros. The defense here is looking a little bit, what's the right word? A little bit scurried, a little bit
sketchy.
It is just sketchy. I can't actually think of the right word that I'm trying to put onto it, but it does just seem sketchy. The Solarium take is incredibly dangerous for Fav.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of it at the moment is Orthros struggling or just Shin absolutely activating. It feels like he's playing really well at the moment, and he's, you know, being the front line that Fav need. He's the one sending it in, backing himself, winning out these ones, also being able to scout ahead with those Geminis to gain additional information now in towards site. It seems like Fav are not going to necessarily push those remaining defenders up above over towards Piano and Office Half, or instead committing quite heavily here over towards Trophy. Maybe go for that kitchen plan, especially with West Main control obtained here from Afro. I think Fav are in a decent spot.
They are, and I do wonder if not clearing out that vertical line will come back to haunt them. Siru now taking down Lugator. It is the Habana, so no more of the hard breaching in terms of a speedy recovery, that is. You've still got the Maverick with the blowtorch. 45 seconds left on the clock here, and Fav now got to be careful. How does Shin find another kill like that? It's swing galore.
Goes deep in towards kitchen now. 35 seconds left on the board. Typon as well will find a kill with the diffuser in hand. Ace Roll still has control up above. V-Board as well can go for a West Main flank. It's not over just yet for Orthros.
V-Board needs to find the shots. He can't connect though, and this is a real issue. 2v3. Nice shot from V-Board to open things up here. Ace Roller has to try and play from the heavens above. Has to beat the Omega for V-Board here. The shotgun trying to find the vertical lines. Can he find the kill? You bet it. Absolutely well and truly. It's now Afro trying to hold on. What a retake from Orthros Grit in the 2 versus 3.
Oh, it looks so good for Fav. Shin was popping off. Typon as well getting in on the action, and finally they had a foothold in the side, able to get that diffuser stuck, but unfortunately without contesting up above, they left themselves vulnerable. Orthros paid patiently. They waited for those attackers to scramble in the post plant, capitalized, found those kills, and able to counter defuse the kit.
at a pivotal point, no less. That round really starting to spiral there. And I think if Orthros can't fight back there, if they can't claim that round, I do think we're going to see, you know, the kind of the 4-2 half of Fav, even a 5-1 at the rate that they were going. They've been phenomenal on their attack. Their vertical clears, their roam clears have been second to none. Shin obviously being a huge part of that. And it's always facilitated by teamwork, regardless of what Shin's able to achieve. There's information that needs to be traded across. You can't just enter free as you like. There does need to be that due diligence. There does need to be that groundwork that is kind of achieved before you really start to send things.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And Shin's just been on point with those shots. So Orthros Grit, a massive round for them to be taking here. It now makes this game a lot more interesting. With Orthros Grit evening things out to a piece with only 2 rounds to go, storyline's still up in the air.
10 seconds left.
And again, maybe you're just tuning in just to reiterate the key storylines. Fav, they are facing, I guess, staring down the barrel of APAC North relegations. They'll be fighting for their spot later in the year. For Orthros Grit, they entered the Japan Championship through the Open Qualifier. So they're by no means at the same level, and they are fighting for their opportunity to fight for a spot in the Japan League next year if they can get this across the line and then beat Gyogun in the next game. What an opening pick there from Shin. That's the bathroom peak dealt with, and Mao will need to sit and twiddle his thumbs. Currently going 1-5.
Not having the impact we might have thought. Lucy hoping and praying that all the Banshees have been placed down. I mean, if it's not at this point, you're going to be asking questions. But once again, Shin, massive highlight player here for Orthros Grit. For Fab Gaming, and Orthros Grit are just left scrambling to try and pick up the pieces again, trying to find themselves a way back into this round after Shin just consistently is finding these kills. These opening kills have just been devastating, but it's going to be Siru! Shuts down both players trying to force their way through the double window. Afro and Taipon nowhere near in a position to trade those out.
Fav now, they need to recover the diffuser and try to recover this round. Afro's in a decent position over towards Piano and might be able to kill Ace Roller, who seems isolated. If Orthros know that the diffuser is down, they should be doing a better job in positioning here and supporting Ace Roller up above. They won't do that, and that's given Fav an opportunity, an opening. It's a small one at that, but it's better than nothing.
Now they're going to be so careful that they don't throw lives away. They have to be careful that they don't just throw bodies on the line. They're playing all so passive. V bought HUD, ensuring that there's no free player that's going to be able to take that control. No one's going to be contesting that double window. 50 seconds is so much time here for Fab to work with, but I'm really liking this early control. They're not going to slow down just yet. They're going to try to get that opening pick, and then from there, it's anyone's game.
V-Bot needs to be really careful. He's in a power position, but he's also isolated. If he is taken down, it leaves him in the 2v2. He gets aggressive off the back of that flashbang, immediately taken down there. Really well played by Fav, but fortunately, that trade does come through from Choppy on the cap can. Afro now in the 1v2, 25 seconds, no kit.
Such a great call from Choppy. Had to be done. Afro ringing out some pre-fire shots. It's not going to connect onto anything just yet.
15 seconds remaining.
He's going to play this patiently as well. Both players low. All it's going to take is 1 or 2 bullets into the chest and they're going to be down. They're going to be dusted. 5 seconds. He doesn't have kit. He doesn't have a clue. There's no chance in this one. Orthros Grit. They lead 3-2 as we head into the last round of the first half.
Yeah, that round was really one up above. They were able to drop that diffuser. Ace Roller probably could have played safer and gone back towards site to make that round a little bit more secure. And Fav did a good job in clearing the likes of Mudroom and, you know, trying to mount something in the latter phases of that round. But obviously a tough position that they found themselves in, and the groundwork, unfortunately for them, is not quite there. Another good round for Orthros Grit, who just when it feels like Fav is starting to build a bit of momentum and confidence here on their map pick, every now and again they just find around and just completely shut that out. And again, sort of just adjust our expectations a little bit. So they are fighting really hard right now, playing super solid Siege. And it does feel like Chalet is going to be really quite close, as the statistics would suggest.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being.
And this is the opportunity for Orthodox Grid. This really is the chance for them to just take that little lead. Take that lead into that second half and really start to put pressure on Fav. Really start to make them sweat. Finishes 3-3, and it's essentially just it's just starting from ground zero all over again, right? Where we're going to go from a 3-3 neutral scoreline into that second half. But this could be it. This could be the ticket for Orthros, and I've really appreciated the fact that even though Fav's attacks to begin with the first 3 rounds, I want to say were all but phenomenal. Even the 4th round was a 2v3 that Orthros managed to fight back from. I think that Fav were looking the goods, and now on the back of that last call, it just felt a little bit disjointed, sorry. And Fav are in a particularly weird place. I'm going to say this. You're down in the series, and now on your map pick, sure, you might be on the attack. Maybe you do feel more comfortable on the defense, but this is not a position you want to find yourselves in. Not by any means.
This is a really exciting round, right? Because Master Office is, again, in the Japan League, the worst side for the defense. Only a 35% win rate. So, in theory, Fav are in the best position to even out the half and, you know, play into that 50-50 win rate. But, I mean, they've already got it off to an awful start. Choppy has been finding these kills left, right, and center, throwing off the opponents. Unfortunately, for the defense, it's not the most impactful kill, as the hard breach is still up, but no doubt I think it could play a big role with those nades late round. On top of that health boost as well. So, again, a little bit disappointing for Fav. Orthodox Grid, if they get this round over the line again, they win a site that they're probably not favored to, and they have an unexpected lead as well on their opposition's map pick. So, such a key one for Fav to really bounce back.
We got there in the end, 40 bullets later. But as you said, it is an exciting prospect. Orthodox Grid with it all in their hands now. They've got the man advantage. They've got 2 C4s for denial on the other side of half wall should they need it. And Fav have now started to approach the site in the exact way that we kind of expect them to. Library across, you clear everything out, you start to get that big window control, but no one's there just yet. Double window not going to be a point of contest, at least in this round for Fav. And now going to move across to the piano bathroom side.
Shin. We've been looking at him time and time again to step up, and once more needs to find a kill. Choppy inside of Piano. Grenade cook, flash out, he's white. Can he find the kill? Sends it deep, and does. Good from Shin, now he can hold that cross.
V-Board's got to be careful because Afro's watching him from behind as well. Afro can't find the shots, but it's going to be Lugator that in the mess has been able to stick that defuser. Shin's in a fantastic position to cut off any of the rotates. V-Board manages to find one. Kit is down. And now the 4 versus 3. No, make that a 3 versus 3. Taipon goes massive with 2 quick kills, but what a shot. Tsiru, massive. And now 2v2 to close out the first half.
30 seconds left, and those attackers can sit back patiently. The defense moves forward on the retake, but Tsiru so low. Shin can swing wide and scout ahead with that Gemini. Over towards box in office. 15 seconds now left. They need to get on this kit immediately, but they're exposed to the wall bang. There's one pick for Lugator and the other for Shin. Fav showing the power of those crosses on top floor. That's why that objective is so difficult to defend, and Fav, path of the course, 3-3.
Now, we may not have a series on our hands just yet, but we certainly have a game, guys. A game that could really make it a series. It's on to Fav here if we do want to see a third map. However, just touching on that round, I mean, personally, I think Fav played that phenomenally. They took library control. They had, you know, Mez control within a minute 30. A9 as well. We were also looking to type on the double window to try and play a big effect, cutting off those rotates from bedroom, and he did exactly that. He found 2 big picks. And under the pressure, Orthros could not get it done. They could not find the trades that they needed. We get to test what this defense is like for Fav. We have not seen it yet in this series. That one was all but done and dusted by the 7th round. You know they're going to be a hell of a lot more comfortable on Chalet, though.
Yeah, you definitely hope so. But we'll have to see how things play out. Pulse from Shin. Could be interesting. Probably suggesting that Fav looking to play into information, potentially up above. Shin, of course, can sit below in safety and give out calls as to where the push is coming from, whether that be from library or from solar, maybe even a combination of the two. Nothing standing out in terms of setup as being too wild. Jaeger in play, ADS devices on those solar stairs. So again, in combination with Shin and that heartbeat sensor, if Orthros want to go for that take from the northern side across, they're going to have to be very mindful of that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, hello. That's an early pick. Goodness me, they're not going to be afraid of taking those fights. Choppy with a really nice trade. I looked away for 2 seconds and all of a sudden, there's going to be Orthros Grit trying to force that issue. I mean, had the smoke got a... Yeah, go shoot.
They just ran in the straight in the front door. Now Mao's in West Main, gets it down but gets taken down. So Orthros, they just run in, get a pick or two, and then run out. Do the same over towards West Main, and Mao traded. That was such a wild start to this round. Typhon should be able to get revived here, but no doubt. A bit of damage already inflicted here on Fav. Caught off guard a little bit. Oh, the nade. I know that was to clear utility, but if it was placed a little bit more to the right, could have confirmed that down. Either way, though, 7 members up. Still 2 minutes in the round.
Yeah, absolutely wild. This is what we were seeing from the Cyclops reject game yesterday. Look at this information that Shin's going to be able to garner and use to the best of Fav's ability now. This is where the game becomes a little bit interesting. You got a C4 on Shin. You've only got 1 smoke babe left in the hands of Typhon. With a minute 30. Could potentially look to start baiting out that utility, but the problem is, look how long those lines are, all the way from the back of Trophy, even a bedroom. It's not an easy task whatsoever.
Yeah, Shin taking a little bit of damage from that grenade spotted out of the drone. Should be able to pre-place that, hold the cross. Give information late round here, particularly for Orthros Grit. Interesting from Choppy elsewhere. Maybe sending it up the stairs and will do so, but the plant is being committed. No, faked out. There is a nitro cell that they need to be careful of from Shin.
Information given. They know that Typhon's close on the line. Choppy. Might be the first player up on the chopping block itself. Siru now starts to stick that kit. Ace Roller, can they support? In comes the last piece of utility. Choppy finds a quick kill. And now, with that C4 gone, Ace Roller finds a kill on Alugator as well. 2 players left for Fav. And now they're trying to get things done, but they're not going to be given the opportunity. The B Chassis decides to kind of play as a bit of a saving grace there. But Ace Roller, what a performance from Orthros Grit.
That was seriously scary. They played that entire round so nicely. It started out, they just busted out the gates, super aggressive. They got in the face of Fav, but then they just relaxed. They controlled themselves. They literally ran back outside the building to compose their attack and set everything up. They got the wall open. They attempted the plant multiple times, and it wasn't because they were disorganized. They were baiting out that those utility, right? They had the gas babes to worry about, the nitro cell from Shin. And once that was dealt with, you could see they had a player posted up, trophy window, another in the dining hallway covering that cross, preventing anyone from swinging and denying the plant. And then, of course, Siru able to stick it in the end. And yeah, that was really dangerous from Orthros. Their macro play was just on point, perfectly positioned for the plant. Didn't make any mistakes. And Fav, they tried their best. Honestly, that wasn't them losing that round. It was just Orthros Grit putting them in an unwinnable position.
And again, they had so much time after finding those 2 picks. So much time to kind of dance back and forth to force out that utility, force out that final smoke canister, as well as the C4. They did so to perfection. Orthros Grit with a nice showing in their first attacking round. We look for Fab Gaming to back this up now. They go to Bar, where hopefully things tidy up a little bit. But even then, it's a 4v3 in that position from Fav. And as much as we may have seen them kind of steamroll out of control there.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
I would have predicted them finishing that out every day of the week. I would have predicted them to have been the favoured, but again, that's only on the man count. What is this from number 2? Please don't.
The attackers' bomb diffuser has been
I'm telling you, it's the Japanese meta. When a window's open, you go closer towards it. Ace roller though, knowing that, playing patiently. Number 2, peeking over towards that helipad. Won't really spot all that much. Don't know if Ulthras are going to commit necessarily to a hard library take here, but I guess it could be on the agenda maybe.
Where's the positioning right now? Cedaru's already made his way through garage.
bomb located by attackers.
It'd be dangerous if he decided to continue to poke and prod around the site. Legator though on a very quick line. That seems a little bit high, I'm not going to lie. That seems like that's not going to play that many dividends for the attacking roster. Generally we see it a bit lower, and it's somewhat of a murder hole, a foothold if you will, that allows them to maneuver in and around and flush players out from the back of sight. But you can see the outlines from Orthros. They're all starting to line up now. They've got to start getting things done. They're still going to flush out number 2.
Orthros playing very patiently in comparison to the previous round. No crazy rushes, no quick map control. Instead taking their time, droning ahead, setting up players with utility. Salma has created a breach over towards backstore. Need to follow to get that mute jammer off the wall and should create a sizable breach now. Afro elsewhere does drop choppy, however, which is unfortunate. Going to limit the capabilities here a little bit for Orthros. That's 2 nades off the board, a bit of information gathering as well.
Shin was looking for somewhat of a flank there. Mao needs to be careful because Shin's underneath with him. Wine Cellar under full control of Fab here. Taipon finding Mao. Quick trade back from Vboard, but things are steamrolling out of control for Orthros. What can they find in this round? It's a 2 versus 3, both players on full HP, 4 flashes and 3 drones left for them to use. No more calls from Ace Roller though.
Number 2 still up above, but it's down below. Ace Roller can now hack that camera as well. Afro's going to go for the trade. Ace Roller surely taken down. Afro aggressive. Oh, wins that fight. Ace Roller was ready and waiting, but now it's Vvort left up above in the 1v2.
15 seconds to go.
Has to try and find the kill, but doesn't expect number 2 to be behind the desk of Library. Vvort, for all that he was able to achieve on Bank, not been able to replicate that same success here on Chalet. Fav bite back. And now it's their choice. They're choosing where they decide to go.
What's the game plan from here on out? Goal line now tightening between these 2. Map number 2 in the best of 3. If it goes the distance, we'll end up on Villa. Orthros, though, they'll be wanting to get this one done. Not allow Fav any sort of inkling of hope in this matchup. Back down to basement we go here for Fav Gaming. Again, we saw it in the first half, not a fantastic site to defend. We've seen it globally as well. It's really not that great. So kind of surprised we're seeing it brought out here by Fav, if I'm being completely honest. And Orthros, they have a good attacking lineup to deal with this. They have the hard breach, so Thermite can open Snowmobile or even rear as well if needed. Decent soft breach capabilities from Vboard if they want to map clear. Plenty of information gathering, plenty of utility as well. So a little bit concerned here, I think, for Fav. Interesting as well that they're bringing Warden with, you know, no Ying being played, no Smokes probably going to play a part either. So yeah, keen to see how it plays out though. I guess Shin has been fragging out, so MPX with the 1.5 times scope, maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, could be. Could well be. Surely rocks the cheap skins though. Just as a nod, surely.
Hope so.
Now, oh, we all do. We all do. But Fav have clearly chosen this for a reason. A lot of attention being put across towards Snowmobile right now. Excuse your French.
But
Oh, he's going to send it here. Guys, they're just going to send it.
yeah, V-Bot going deep. Typon though does get the opening kill there onto Choppy. V-Bot taken down low from Blue. Leaves it in the 5v3. A Stroller gets a nice shot there with the LMG. But Authors have now been stalled outside the breach. Mao probably needs to try and find a play, but number 2's looking elsewhere and could shut that down alongside Lou Gator.
This could be dangerous. Mao has been spotted. They know where he is. Now it's about buying the time. 2 minutes in, you've only lost, really, your Kaid. It might have been a C4 player, which it is. Mao needs to play massive here. 2 players he's going to try and pick up. He's got to be careful he does not go chasing. He won't know that there's 2 there. Number 2, holding onto the sharp line as well. This will certainly be to his own demise. If he does swing into this, he doesn't expect number 2 on the close line. And that makes things even worse here for Orthros, who for all intents and purposes sent it into the site to try and catch off Fav. It's not to be.
Yeah, rushing basement, I don't quite understand the thought process behind that. It's an objective where if you're able to tighten your squeeze on the opponents, there's really not much you can do as a defender, as the amount of cover is quite limited and your options as well. So a little bit strange there from Orthros. I guess a similar sort of mentality to that dining push where they rushed in early and then rotated out and then re-attacked. But yeah, obviously they capitulated a little bit there. Fav Gaming were ready and waiting, found those kills. And now the round really should be there. There's only 50 seconds left to mount an attack.
And you can see from the pings, there's so much information for Fav Gaming. They know exactly where these players are, even before Orthros do. Number 2, beside the bin or the crash, could be, I mean, it's not really going to make a difference. Neither player really coming from there from Orthros, but it's just one position Fav don't have to worry about. Time is ticking, and so too are their chances of taking this round out. A 2 versus 4, really you will need a pick early on in that piece, and it's just not going to be possible. Ziru could try all he wanted, but there's no chance. Fav locked that one out, and convincingly so. Now we have a game.
Yeah, again, Orthros, the rush, not really the play. To be completely honest, on that objective, you need to be getting map control, just choking out your opponents, open up the hard breach as required, and as I sort of touched on, there's very limited space in which you can play off and actually do anything on the defensive side. So a little bit questionable there, but props have to go to Fav, particularly the players inside of Con and Blue were ready, were waiting, found those kills, and despite there being 1 pick in response from Orthros, they held on, played very, very patiently late round, and were ready and waiting for the 2v4 situation. So again, keeps things nice and close, and around that probably statistically should have gone Orthros' way, does not, and that's a very positive sign for Fav.
It is small time for Orthros to take attack, have a breather, recompose, because the last 2 rounds haven't been all that great. And really, we do start to test the experience versus the less experience. And LAN is a completely different environment altogether. As much as it can bring you together, it can separate you. It can take you further apart. But now getting underway, Fav only 2 rounds away from forcing us to Villa, where I think it would only be fair that we decide this series there. Chalet has been a good shout from Orthros Grit, but it just seems like Fav have a different idea.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh, Master Office here for Fav, so that means we're going to see all 4 objectives played here by the defense. That is the beauty of Chalet. All 4, at least to some extent, are viable, but I guess Master Office seeing that last isn't really a surprise, considering it's not great here locally in Japan. I guess interesting that we're not seeing them reattempt kitchen dining, but I guess the fact that Orthros looks so strong with that particular attack, maybe not wanting to take that risk. So I'm keen to see the setup here from Fav. It's looking pretty standard, right? You've got the Frost in play to prevent some of these vault-ins. Also have that deployable shield to play into over towards Piano. Small extension over towards Library to store that out, and some utility as well down low. So nothing standing out of me. out of left field here. So Orthrus, we'll get to see what they're made of on this particular objective. Again, the first time we are seeing it here in the second half. And much like Kitchen and Dining, Orthrus could look very, very strong here and very dangerous.
I mean, look, this isn't something I'd read into so far, but Fav have been able to find the drones quite easily in the opening prep phase. I think that's been 3 rounds in a row they've been able to pick 2. Now, it's obviously not a huge factor. You still do have the Gemini for Choppy that will do a lot of that work in the early parts of the round, clearing out certain POIs, the A, B, Cs, and Ds, if you will. But nevertheless, it is something just to keep your eyes on, as now they're down to 7. 6 in the field, though, so they're getting a lot of intel early on. It was something I was praising them for on Bank, even in the 1 round that we did see. They were very effective at live droning ahead, ensuring that where those attackers are really trying to poke and probe, they've got the information to do so. Now, with that control of library, and no sign of a flank just yet, should be somewhat okay, but you've got to be careful of Type on here. You can be doing some serious damage. Speaking of damage, Choppy, once again, pops his head up and says hello.
Yeah, I think that was half-wall dealt with as well, so a little bit unfortunate. And the wall now blown open. Shin replaces that position, now under quite a bit of pressure. Oh, that's not a swing you want to take on. Wow. Particularly on land. Do not peek, Shin, or you are going to be deleted. I know you're playing well, 11 and 6, but trust me, that's a fight you do not want to take. And there we go, taken down. Number 2 got a pick elsewhere as well. That was from Piano. Leaves us in a 4v3. Orthrus with that man advantage.
Smoke here just to allow Siru to get out into position. Got to be careful of that Piano player, just like that. C4. And Nye, how does that not connect onto Siru, who now backs away? A 4 versus 3. This is one of the harder retakes that you'll ever have to do as a defensive squad, especially as the attack starts to open things up more and more.
30 seconds on the board. Number 2 needs to find these key picks, but with the SMG at that sort of range, no doubt going to be challenging. Lose Gator as well alongside, looking to find something too. They've progressed forward, Fav, but they can't get on that diffuser. Siru outside finds 1, may well find a second, but his teammate will steal that kill. Typon finds 1, but it's a constellation at this point. Big round from Orthrus, looking much more comfortable on that objective.
I think my eyes deceived me, but I thought I just saw Typon on 19 kills. I don't think that's possible. Unless he's having the game of his life, I think maybe my eyes were just deceiving me. We'll see when we get back into the server. He has certainly been a huge star player here for Fav. Really giving them so many openings. Similar to Shin. Shin has been really, really phenomenal. I think that it's been a shining light and a good reason as to why Orthros has not been given so many rounds, and so many of them have kind of spiraled out of control due to the openings that Shin can find. And again, working on the back of teamwork, their live droning has been effective enough to allow that to take place.
Attackers need to
Let's have a look. How many kills is he on?
It's 10.
10. Oh yeah, my eyes definitely deceived me in a huge way.
I mean, I will say the font that is used on the Japanese build of Siege is significantly smaller than the English build. So even reading the kill feed at times, I don't know if you've been finding it tricky, but
yeah,
sometimes I'm like squinting, trying to read who's even finding kills at times. So yeah, pretty easy mistake to make. But there's actually quite a fair few players that are on double digits. Ace Roller as well. I feel like he's been having a huge impact. I think it was mainly on the defense, right, where he's finding a couple of picks off site, mounting those kills. And talk about double digits, 5 + 5 = 10. That's the scoreline at the moment. Very, very close. I think it's probably fair to say at this point that Fav only really have 2 sites that they can lean on, Bar Games being one of those, and Snow Wine, which honestly I don't think is that great. So I still honestly think Orthrus are in a really good spot here, right? Kitchen Dining was incredibly strong, so was Master Office. So the options for Orthrus are a little bit limited here as to where they can go. Of course, it is Bar Games for this particular round, so we're expecting Fav to probably take this claim match point, but from that point onwards, Orthrus should be able to push OT.
I like how quickly they're taking this. They're not really messing about too much. This time they're just getting straight to the point, opening things up, and they're going to be contesting Library from Study's side. Shit underneath. Might be able to find a cheeky pick or two. I mean, I couldn't imagine that Orthros are just going to hand him those, but regardless, Shin's been taking names, and that's something that you do need to be concerned of. Something you need to start to think about is the fact that these players are individually popping off just like that. I said to you, they may not give it to him, but he will take it. And just like that, Ace Roller, who has been the biggest player in terms of the kill department for Orthros, has just been taken down without any information.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I don't know how he even knew to get that kill. Because by the time we switched to him, he was over towards bar. So, yeah.
Yep.
Not too sure how that was achieved, but nonetheless a very good result for Fav. Orthros need to find a way back into this round. So he get burnt by that drone nade, sending out over towards Mez, but Typon will survive. Holding down that swing over towards Piano needs to be very, very careful. Nade prepped by Ty. Pete. Not Type, Choppy, as I completely butcher that name, jumps in, goes for the kill onto Afro and wins that fight. The Mez support not quite there, but the trades eventually do come through, leaving it a 2-on-4.
Siru might be able to go undetected here. Nope, never mind that. He will have to drop the hatch, and now he's going to try to play back through the staircase. Player up on top of Mez. Got to be careful, or at least behind Fireplace. And oh, Mal, that's a really nice opening pick. He does not expect number 2 there, though. Not a chance. Number 2, that's the second time he's been able to do that.
Just the professional rat at this point.
Yeah.
Playing in positions he would just never bother to check.
No.
40 seconds now. Siru taken down. Fav Gaming now on map point. But again, where do they go for this next round? It's going to be a big one.
It is. Basement was successful, somewhat due to Orthros' approach. Kitchen, not so much.
They won't go
So
kitchen,
it is,
surely.
I couldn't imagine, but at the same time, I mean, do you really want to go back to basement?
I mean, that's a really difficult choice, right? Because statistically, kitchen dining is probably the best site to go to, but the last time it was played, Orthros were near perfect. So I don't think you'd really want to take that risk. So then that leaves basement, statistically not great, and Orthros kind of threw the last attempt. So I wouldn't really be reading too much into that. Which leaves then Master Office, which once again, Orthros looked quite strong, and statistically in Japan, it's just an awful site. So we'll have to see which one they've actually elected to go to, and it is basement. So Fav leaning into their earlier success. Orthros need to just play a traditional basement here. Don't try and do anything too crazy like last time. Instead, go for map control, be a little bit more controlled in your approach. Find picks on site, play into that vert, and see what you can get done. I don't think a rush is really on the agenda.
Don't know whether they brought the Echo last time. I can't remember in basement, but it's certainly something that they're going to have to deal with. I know they definitely had the Maestro. They definitely have to deal with the Eagle Eyes, but I can't. I do not imagine that they had the Echo last time. So it's just an additional added kind of bonus for Fav here. Another piece of denial late into the round if they need it. I wouldn't mind seeing Orthros open up Snowmobile, but not necessarily play it. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to open it up nice and early and then continue on their way and kind of hitting the check marks here. What is number 2 doing? No way. No way, Guz.
He's been loving these rat spots, but that one's very, very dangerous. Orthros do open up Snowmobile. Unfortunately, the Electro Claw juggle a little bit delayed there from Taipon. That means that Siru now has an exothermic left to go over towards the back, near Salah, rotate, maybe go for a play. Number 2's going, I don't know, spawn pigs, something weird. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but Ace Roller has his rotation cut off. I think the play here for Orthros, honestly, is try and cut off number 2. Get it back to a 5v4, gain that advantage, and then play off that. That said, it doesn't look like they're committing all that hard to this map sweep, so I don't know if it's going to pay off. That said, VBot repositioning, looking to maybe join in on this battle, as well as the repel from Mao.
Number 2 either needs support, or it's going to be that case where you come to limb to save the body. Right now, trying to hit the shot, VBot has to be so cautious. There's no chance to trade this out unless Orthros decide to send all players in. This would be a devastating loss to start out with. Now ensuring no one's going to run out on him. VBot now starts to move across to the Solarium side. This might actually catch out number 2.
Minute 20 left, so a lot of time expended here. Orthros need to get this kill. They need to get it quickly. VBot, what are you doing? Number 2 lit. V-board as well. He'll rotate around. Skeleton key could be used to create the rotate, and finally will be taken down. In fact, it was with that skeleton key. Elsewhere, critically, Ace Roller finds a pick inside of Trophy. Now it's a 5 versus 3, and Orthrus looking much stronger on this side. And as I've mentioned a couple of times, there's nowhere safe to sit on this objective once you open up the correct angles.
With number 2 down now, that's the yokai usage completely gone. I think, all things considered, Vivort was incredibly lucky not to have fallen there. They're going to put a little bit of attention towards Snowmobile here as Ace Roller going to be coming down from the garage side. Shin might have the information, Typon too, but things are getting hot and heavy. 30 seconds left, guys. This could well and truly be it.
A lot of utility available here for the attack. Afro taken down now. Shin and Typon 2v5.
Oh my word, we are 100% going to overtime. There's no way. Shin has been disgustingly on point, but that is going to be Orthros forcing us into OT. They're not done with this yet. And I'll tell you what, this series could be done in 2.
Well, my crystal ball was right. At the end of the day, that last round was always going to be tough for Fav. They lent on their earlier success, and I think they probably had a full sense of security on that particular objective. Orthrus just played that way more traditionally there. They did a great job in clearing number 2 on the roam, as well as that opening pick as well from Ace Roller. Great job. And then, of course, once it's a 3-on-5 on site on that objective, you're absolutely toast. So, well played by Orthrus. I don't know, and I don't think you will know either, who's actually starting on the attack or the defense here for OT, but that's going to be a very, very interesting storyline to run with, to develop, because I get the impression that despite it, again, being, you know, exactly 50-50 so far, if Orthrus get attack, they're probably better placed, just because there's really only one objective, being bar games, that Fav have looked good on, and yeah, Orthrus on the attack. So I think the way this is going to play out, right, is Fav, they'll win bar games, like they have on the last 2 attempts, pretty comfortably. They'll look all right. But then Orthrus will be able to, you know, collect a defense of their own, probably kitchen dining, the site they've looked great on. And then it comes down to that last attack for Orthrus and that last defense for Fav. I just don't know where they're going to go. It's going to be a very difficult decision when it comes down to potentially that 15th and final round.
I think Fav move on from that basement defense. I think we do end up seeing the second floor. I think bedroom ends up being a point of contention. Should it make it there? I mean, Orthros Grit could potentially take this, but I don't know. Fav have just looked so phenomenal on this site. That extension above has paid dividends twice now, and number 2 in Library has just been so elusive. You've seen it twice now, playing in behind the desk, exactly where it's showing right now. And Orthros Grit have not been able to really address that. Shin as well. Always happy to be aggressive, always happy to extend, to roam, be in your face. You've got to be so careful when coming up against him.
Almost taken down though by Choppy. Shin not wanting to give this up too freely, but eventually is forced back. Number 2 again up above inside a library. That's a trend that will continue. Ace Roller lurking on the Nook. Got one of the first 2 kills in the previous round and looking to back that up potentially over towards West Main, but again, Shin is back towards side. 3-man setup, a 3-2 split, 4 Fav. Pretty on meta at the moment. How can Orthrus try and dislodge this?
Once again, a significant amount of attention into the side of Solarium and across from the northern part of Chalet. Now, opening up lines directly through the library should they wish to contest it. Minute 30 off the clock, and Orthros in the greatest position as of yet. Ace Roller coming from underneath though. If he could find his way all the way over to lobby, to fireplace, if you want to call it that, it could be really dangerous if Fav's attention is split, but time is going to be of the essence here.
5 versus 5. 70 seconds left on the board. Ace Roller still lurking down below, but how is the clear up above going? It's been somewhat successful, those shields dealt with, but not much control. That said, V-Bort gets the first, but again, number 2 inside the library, immediately to trade that out. 55 seconds now left. Mao going to get aggressive. Oh no! Shoots Ace Roller. We'll be able to pick him up though with the boost, but that's not a very good start.
No, 3 players now going to be coming from that side of the staircase. Choppy can't afford to die here. If Choppy falls, that's all of that vertical control gone. Number 2 goes big again, and they cannot respond here. Orthros are just scrambling, and now number 2's going to find the flank, whether he meant to or not. Down the hatch, he should be able to find the free kill, but it's going to be Mao that finds the 3v3. 20 seconds left here for Orthros.
I still think Fav, though, they've got backstore control, double window as well, and the vert. Orthros, yes, they might have a chance, but it's slim.
Where do they go? It doesn't make a difference. They're going to be met with the crosshairs of Fav Gaming. Orthros can't find an opening, and that's going to be the free round almost given to Fav after phenomenal work in that middle part of the round. Bounce back, the bite, everything to it. Fav held on, and now Orthros have to fight for this victory. There is no freebies given here. Chalet is going the distance. We're in a Fav tactical timeout as they head to their attack.
I do think, again, though, OT playing out as expected. Orthros should be able to bounce back here. They have a couple of sites they can lean into, most notably Kitchen Dining. They won that in round number 1 and round number 4. So I would assume that's where they're going to end up playing. They should be able to get that across the line. And then the storyline, again, is round 15. Where will Fav go for potentially that final defense? Because there's a lot up in the air. They played bar games pretty well there. Got a little bit scary. Number 2 unable to hit that flank. But yeah, Mao clearly looking very sharp, very attentive. Maybe not so as attentive when he downed his teammate. But oh well. Not the end of the world. Orthros, yes, they're a round down now, but again, I still think they're in a very, very good position.
Just needs one waiver here. You need to know that this opportunity it won't pass by without Fav really putting up a fight. Having to remember once again, Villa on the board for the next map. First floor, where are we going, Guz? What's that say?
Be Kitchen Dining, surely, right?
Defenders, protect your bombs
Yeah,
from being
Jeez, you're
defused by
good.
attackers.
Jeez, you're good. That it is, Guz. That it is.
I thought
Now,
that was where they were going to go.
couldn't imagine otherwise. Could have gone games, but it hasn't been all that successful. So Bar would not have been, I think, the money in terms of Orthros' defense. The extension that this roster has had up above has certainly been something that Fav have, I would say, been pretty proficient with in terms of clearing, but it's where they go from there that things get a little bit questionable. So we'll see what the impact can finally be here in what could be the last round. It's certainly going to be the last defense that Orthros Grit see on Chalet. Could be altogether if they manage to take this in the next round. So Fav are really up against the wall here.
I'm really looking at the likes of Choppy again here to find a couple of early picks, give his team a real fighting chance in this round. He's been able to do that on a couple of occasions to help his team out. Maybe roaming up above. Oh my god. Early nade there to clear the castle barricade from number 2. Not too far away from taking Choppy's life as well. Fav are preparing for a solo take, running above control, play into that vert. They have the buck available in Afro as well. He'll be able to get that job done. Choppy needs to be very careful, still trying to place down the last of his entry denial devices. And will be successful. Needs to be careful to have double window, type on with the LMG. Pre-firing a lot of these common positions, but unable to really find anything. But with this cross being held, above control will be tough. That said, Siru will drop Shin, the danger man for Fav.
It's one way of putting it. He's certainly been the hitman, hasn't he? The damage that he's inflicted on this roster, it's been echoing throughout their defenses and their attacks. Doesn't make a difference. Time and time again, we've seen Shin light up that scoreboard, whether it's opening kills, whether it's quick doubles. Fav Gaming much, much slower on their approach this time around. Maybe the hindrance that Shin's been. That's devastating.
Well, now you know never to place an ADS device though.
Very true.
I didn't
Very
even know
true.
that was an angle, so there you go. Minute 15 left in this round. Lugator. That's Choppy taken down on the vert, and that's the signal for Fav to go. Need to begin to work this vert quickly, but there's still a player inside of Piano. I think that might be V-Board. There's even one at half wall as well. So Orthrus Grit playing for their lives up above here. How many kills can they get? The answer, one so far. Ace Roller still at half wall.
Seen Ace Roller do this before. Now he's going to get aggressive. The SMG pays dividends. Afro couldn't save his teammate. Number 2 goes down in backstab fashion. Now, and Siru left to hold on for Orthrus Grit.
Hatch being popped here. 4x Kairos trying to follow from Lugator. Scout outside. Mouse spotted inside of Dining. Diru with a very peculiar long angle from Dining through the table. I think my gut, my brain is telling me that this is Orthrus' Grit round to lose.
Oh, Mal, he's going to be so lucky here. His timing just backs away as Afro starts to come in. He tries to swing, but he can't find anything. Lugator finds Siru, shuts it down. We are going to Villa.
Well, I was wrong. I was very, very wrong. Fav able to close out that round. A swift 2K to end map number 2. We don't end up going to that 15th round. Fav were able to defeat Orthrus on a site, on an objective that was really strong for them. That was the first time they had successfully attacked that particular objective, and they did it when it mattered the most. So really well played by Fav. By no means as convincing as Orthrus' performance on Banks. I think that really does still leave some doubt for the third map, as Orthrus, didn't completely roll over here on Chalet. But cool to see that this series is going to go the distance.
It certainly is. Villa is next up on the agenda. What we're considering to be somewhat of a mid-ground for both of these teams. It's sure to be a banging matchup. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it'll be the final map to decide the fate of Orthros or Fav. We'll be back after this. 1-1. We are now back at square one, if you will. We go to Villa to determine both of these teams' fate. Orthros is they've got enough to fight for, guys. They're looking to make it into the Japan League, and obviously for Fav, I mean, they're looking for some success. They haven't had the greatest year. I'm sure there's a burning desire right now for them to be able to kind of run this right side of the bracket or low side of the bracket, whichever way you're looking at it. I know that there's equal fire under both of these teams.
Yeah, and I think that raises the question, who has more in the battery to be able to get through this best of three? Yes, map 1 was pretty swift, but map 2 really went down to the wire, so probably quite tiring for both of these rosters. Again, Fav have slightly more experience probably in this format and a bit more endurance behind them, so maybe that's something that will favour them heading into the third map, but I mean, their opponents just have not been backing down without a fight. Orthros have looked quite good genuinely across the board and playing some decent Siege and Villa. I mean, who knows, it's probably a combination of the first two maps we've seen, a little bit of aggression here and there can be facilitated, but as well your fundamentals need to be absolutely spot on. So I'm actually finding it difficult to pick a favourite team, I think, heading into this third map. So honestly, I'm just going to be pretty neutral, sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I guess that's all we can do. You know, when you look at the stats, it's both slightly skewed to the attacking side for both of these teams. So there could be something in that. There could be something in this to say that it could be more so heavy attacking side of Villa. Regardless, though, it is sure to be a banging best of three conclusion. We head to Villa, which I can't wait for. It's only fair that we determine it here. You can look at the scores at the top right of your screen. Yes, that's right. A 7-0 to Orthros. Grit is how we started out this match. It was on Bank. We then went to Chalet, as you'd already mentioned, Guz. It was a close game. We went OT, and even that final round, we could have gone to a 15th, and maybe, just maybe, Orthros could have closed that out. Does that sit on the back of their minds? You'd hope not. There's only one way to find out. That's to get into it. Let's have a look at the first attacking ban. What?
The ace roller target ban.
I feel like the Nook didn't have that much of an impact on the attackers, Chalet.
It did a little bit, but actually I'm casting my mind back to yesterday, and Nook actually had an impact in one of the matches. I can't remember exactly which one it was. Must have been the second of the day, or the third of the day rather, Sengoku and Blue Bees. The nade play from below on Villa can be really quite potent, so it's probably another reason why you just want to get it taken off the board, and basement lurks in general and Villa can be pretty scary, pretty precarious to come up against. So don't necessarily mind that. It's a very niche ban, but I think it's pretty well thought out here from Fav.
Flores is the next to go, and I don't think that needs much introduction or excuses. That the explanation speaks for itself with those Flores drones. A map like Villa, there is a lot of utility that you will need to clear for things like Stat Trophy, in Kitchen, cross in AVG or Aviator in Games. So off the board nice and early. Malusi is soon to follow. The final ban is up in the hands of Fav.
Valk to round things out. I think Valk has been banned in every single map so far, right? So
Correct.
Not something that either of these teams want to deal with, and in fact it has been juggled between the two teams. Orthros saw the first two maps to take her down, and now Fav in the third. Fav themselves, of course, starting out on the defense first here of Villa. We'll be heading to the second floor, unfortunately.
Take a stab.
I think it's Stat Trophy.
Aviator in Games, for sure. For sure.
Just gonna hedge your bets on the 50-50.
Nah. I know Japanese.
Really?
It's Aviator in Games. No question about it. I have absolutely no clue. I will be completely forward in saying that. We are going to see the Dokkaebi re-picked into here. Oh god, I'm too good. I'm too good, guys. I'm just built diff.
I definitely need to tidy up on my kanji. I know absolutely zero, so something to improve upon. But yeah, looking in terms of compositions here for the defense, nothing standing out as being too peculiar. I'd say Capcan maybe, but we've actually seen it played quite a bit, and I don't know how much of that is just a comfort I guess, of course, it has recently been reworked or buffed or adjusted, however you want to frame it. You can now place multiple EDDs on a doorway. I don't know what it's limited at. I think you could place all of them on one doorway if you really wanted. So a little bit strange to come up against sometimes. We are seeing most teams, if they do want to lean into that, putting 2 on a single door. Of course, doing a lot of damage, and if damage has already been inflicted on that particular attacker, can often be enough to achieve a down or a kill. So
Yeah.
something that Author script will need to be very mindful of, particularly if they go for a map sweep.
And Shin reprising that role as well. It was a lot of damage he was able to inflict on that defensive side. So, no doubt about it. You'll wait and see him kind of lurking around here, there, and everywhere. Afro, whew, geez, just started to make his way close to the couch there. That would have been to his own demise. Now just missing the outline there. Has gone prone though. Legator not keen to stick around for too much longer there.
Mao with a nade in hand, looking to clear Brown's stairs, but won't quite hit the mark. We'll follow it up with maybe a push, but the Gas Babe will delay the inevitable. Blue Gator not going down without a fight, wanting to hold on to his key position for as long as possible.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
Toms can be a huge point of contention. You can see if Legator goes down, it's number 2 that has to step up. They'll lose somewhat of study control there. Afro is in a position to try and shut that down. Shotgun needs to be so cautious here. Mao trying to find the kill, and that he will successfully do. Continues to pre-fire around the corner, but to no success. Choppy backs it up. They don't know that number 2 is still there. However, the audio cue now starting to ring true. Number 2 still finds the kill. Orthros Grit find themselves in a bit of an awkward position now. 3 versus 3, as most players have made it back to the site.
2 members low though, so could prove to be costly. Orthros though, still lurking on the other side of the map, now shaping up over towards the north. Most of the action taking place over towards Brand's stairs, but now 90 being a key point of interest. There is a player here. Oh, the Capcan though wins that fight. Shin, I thought that was a clean headshot, but must have been to the neck. Well played there by the Capcan to win that engagement.
All 3 players low here for Fav. Vivort spearheading this attack, needs to be careful not to overextend. He goes down. Ace Roller's going to be in a lot of trouble. Who's now trying to push 90. There goes Shin. Only 2 more remain. Both players, again, incredibly low.
20 seconds left, though, for Orthros to commit to a push. Time continuing to tick down. Vbort with the diffuser in hand needs to find an entry in towards the site.
Ace Roller trying to find that kill from behind the bar. Number 2 goes down. Surely can't hit that shot. No way. Vivort makes it just behind the bar. Starts to stick it now. Afro knows he's got to get a move on. Is there going to be enough time for him to get off and play post-plant? No, there is not. Afro makes it around the corner. It's table in time. Nice round to start things out here for Fav.
Yeah, good work there from Fav. They were able to neutralize that early engagement over towards top Brown, and then Orthros, off the back of that, were then forced to rotate, go for trophy across as opposed to study into site. And they did find some success clearing 90, but by that point, a lot of time had been drained. And yes, they did get in towards site, but clearly not quite able to get it across the line. And it's a good start for Fav.
Phenomenal start, if you were to say. Nah, it's just a good start. Still a close round, and if not for the clutch, would have been a very different story. Afro steps up massively at the back of Vault. Plays to perfection. Still, as close as that was now, Orthros Grit need to move on and keep their attention peeled. This time Shin swaps off of the cap can. It's in fact number 2 that now sticks that. Shin moves on to the mute. And as always, a pulse is so critical on this side. So impactful. And there's surely some C4s to boot. There's 3, in fact, that they're going to be able to use should they want to make that floor lava on that second floor. But the extension, how long they can hold for, going to be quite vital to see if they can burn the time off the clock for Orthros. They're putting a lot of utility and a lot of emphasis on that. So you'll know that they'll be fighting tooth and nail to keep it.
Yeah, and outside of just the utility, it's also important to keep in mind that Pulse has been picked. Now, on this particular side, Pulse is incredibly powerful because you can play down below. There's a lot of safety. You're unlikely to be taken down cheaply, and you can gain information, right? Over towards bedroom balcony. Are they pushing from there? You can also get a bit more aggressive over towards lounge and see where these players are coming from over towards the south as well. And you can critically give those calls to your teammates. You can play for C4s. There's a lot that can be achieved by having a Pulse available here for Fab Gaming. So I'd like to see them lean into that. And they should have a pretty good read as to where this push is coming from. It seems like they do, but unfortunately, the first of those Nitro cells does not find a kill, but Shin at that mud window will find his.
I mean, an interesting C4 to throw out so early on in the piece. Kind of feels like a little bit of a waste here. Hang on, Ace Roller, you're not going to continue to push this, are you? God. Could have found some pretty nasty timing there. Papon was ready and waiting. That shotgun will be absolutely dismissive of anyone that tries to push into the angle there. With Afro down, now that top floor becomes a little bit freer for Orthros, but they still need to be so cautious. Astro Stairs will allow Fab to reaggress through and through, and they still don't have any information on where these players are. There's no one else on that top floor right now. They're playing like there is.
Oh, new Gator down below. Maybe he can go for a flank again. Taipon can make out calls for this flank. But in the meantime, just going to sit and wait patiently. We'll be able to collect that Nitro cell by shooting out the wooden boards up above. 60 seconds now left. Orthros. They need to mount something. They've been stalled out, and that is a terrible grenade from Choppy. Oh my god, it's a team kill.
That is absolutely devastating, and so too is Luke Gator coming from behind. The flank works perfectly. Choppy, trying to be cautious here, but the information is just far too good. That game from Taipon can win rounds single-handedly. And look at that, he's just going to play more defensive. They might not know exactly where Miao's coming from, but they'll get a good indication soon enough. There we go, Luke Gator finding the kill, and Taipon cleaning things up. That is a phenomenal round from Fab Gaming.
And the way I would describe this map playing out so far is almost quite similar to the way in which Fab were playing on Bank. It's almost like the roles have been reversed. Orthros look a little bit lost here to exactly the objectives they want to play, and the positions that they're held aren't necessarily being held well by Flank Watch. So then kind of going into a lot of unknowns, and the percentage for a lot of these players are not in their favor. And that's one of the key things you need to do in Siege is every engagement, every play, you need to try and turn the tables into your favor and play percentages, but they're really not doing that so far. They haven't in the first 2 rounds, and they'll need to quickly adjust things heading into the third, because much like that Bank matchup, if you don't collect one of the first 3 rounds in the attack, that's when things get seriously, seriously scary.
Well, close to going around the world here, Guz. 3 on the trot, and maybe the way that Orthros started this may well be the way Fab close it out. Surely not the flawless first half. I mean, the way that we're seeing Fab right now, it could well be. This is just experience, and again, the game becomes a bit of a long haul. It's stamina. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And as we're in this third map now, Orthros will certainly be feeling the burn. Shin, you're surely not going to find that kill. My goodness. Don't mind the chickens.
The saving grace for Orthros in this round is that Trophy actually only has a 45% defensive win rate, right? Compared to the map overall in the Japan League, which actually sits at 53%. So Orthros, honestly, I think their win condition now in this first half, at least, is just win this site. Win it here, 2-1. Then when it comes to round number 6, they win it once more. A 4-2 half would actually not be all that bad. So I think this is the site that's really going to make or break the half here for Orthros.
Choppy just makes it inside in time. That would have been less ideal, if I am being completely honest. Afro making himself known here toward games. And the extension can be quite devastating, all things considered. Fav Gaming are really putting a lot of attention across to this southern side of the map. How long they stick this for, I mean, it looks like it's going to be the hard stick. They've got 3 players now watching the hard line. Look at this from number 2. Look at the aggression. Not afraid whatsoever to try and take the early fights, early engagements, and give Fav the upper hand.
How long does he want to hold this position, though? Type on elsewhere. Drops now. So once again, Orthrus on the back foot. And this is all taking place on the other side of the map. It is falling apart. Taipon with his second in the round. And that's the diffuser on the ground.
God.
Shin gets the third for his team. And it's not looking good once more.
No. Spoke about that extension towards study, toward games. And it can be dangerous for the defensive team. Should Orthoros have read into that, could have been a completely different story. They try to take the dry peaks and they're punished for it. Siru trying to find something back in return, but he's not going to be given anything. He gets backstabbed from Shin, who just continues to move around this map freely. Ace roll-up. In a 1 versus 4. It's been done before, and it may well be done again.
Looking to progress up top, Brad. He's going to enter a 2-way cross, maybe a 3-way cross. Every single member off site. Again, that diffuser dropped inside of Study. If Ace Roller peeks up, he's dead. Forced by the Nitro Cell to do so. And he still gets taken down. Fav with 3 straight. Things looking very, very strong for them now.
Certainly is. 3K for Taipon, who was holding from landing. Orthoros immediately take a timeout. And they need to as well. This tactical timeout might give them the reprieve they're looking for, the moment to settle things back down, recompose. So right now it's not looking great. Map 3, Villa. We said that this could have been familiar territory for both teams. Doesn't seem to be leaning that way though. It does not seem to be lending that storyline. So, how do they tidy this up? Where are they going to find the rounds, Guz? Because you mentioned kitchen and games, probably not the sites that we're looking for because of how damn strong Fav have been on it. Stat should have been the opportunity, and it was just dismissed immediately.
Yeah, all things considered, it really should be a 4-2 half, with Stat Trophy being the one objective that Orthrus can snatch rounds on, but they haven't been able to do that. And in fact, that third round was one of the more dominant. In fact, all 3 of them were pretty dominant towards Fav, but in particular that one, right? They went for a map sweep and they just absolutely failed. Fav playing really well into it, backing themselves to win out fights. Taipon, in particular, playing really, really well. So from this point onwards, again, it's the situation much like Bank, where we sort of sit back and say, well, where are Orthrus actually going to win rounds, right? Like, statistically, it's against them. In this match in isolation, it's also against them. So they really need to try something different. Ying being brought out, Amari 6-picked as well. That's what we need to see from Orthrus. Just try something, and particularly on a site like Aviator, where we're not expecting them to win the round. This is where they need to just throw something at the wall and hope it sticks.
Setting up.
Could well be that this is the key, the ticket for them to at the very least fight in this first half. But honestly, just the way that Fav have played this really starts to ring the sign of worry for Orthros. You know, we really did sing their praises on Bank, and even on Chalet we saw the hope that Orthros might have been able to close this out in 2, but now Fav are taking over control, and this is what we needed to see from the team that has all the experience in this matchup. We wanted to see Fav shut this down, shut down any thought of that conversation even entering in. Even though it did in that second map. It really could have gone either way, Guz. I hate to say a nice edge, but it was on the fence.
Well, we have had a bit of a series on our hands so far. But feels like the grip is slipping a little bit, at least for Orthrus Grid at the moment.
Yeah.
Blue gate up, brown stairs. Played this well on their first attempt. We'll need to step up once more. And some frost mats in support, deployable shield as well. But here's the play from Orthrus. The Amaru and the Ying combo, what can it achieve?
Well, Chaos. Chaos is what it's going to achieve. Ace Roller now got one position, but number 2 has been able to find a quick pick. Ace Roller going to continue to try and run through, but Afro holds strong. Orthros Grit. They throw everything but the kitchen sink at Fav. And they're unwavered by it, Guz. They stand to attention and shut down any kind of nonsense, any kind of chaos that Orthros has thrown at them.
Yeah, they tried something new, but now their only 2 wild pick operators have already been taken down first. So maybe from here with now Deep, they could pull off something, but no, he's off as well. So yeah, this round, 100%, it's going to go to Fav. And at the moment, they're just steamrolling their opponents.
Choppy. Hoping for a little bit of luck there. Stuck at Skull, finds the quick pick. Taipon's taking his time on the flank. And now Vivort. An unbelievable bank. Oh! What? Did you even see that?
Nope.
Oh, I would love to have seen that replay, I tell you that much. That would have been disgusting.
And I mean, we were even looking at the player cam, so I don't know if you remember too much on Bank, but every time we switched to Fav, even after the first couple of rounds, they were just completely like deadpan. They didn't look like they wanted to be there at all. But you can just see now they're all laughing, they're up and about, they're chill, they're relaxed. And it's showing in their gameplay. 4 rounds straight. Kitchen Dining will no doubt be next. And this is going to at least, I think at the worst here for Fav, it's a 5-1 half. I don't really see them losing Kitchen Dining based on the way they're playing so far, and Orthra is struggling. So it's going to come down to stat trophy. And even then, a 5-1 deficit is going to be really hard to come back from, of course.
Certainly is. I mean, from here it just gets harder, right? It honestly, like, nothing is easy for Orthros from here on out. Maybe if it's 2-1, they find that the side of stat trophy, or even they find Kitchen, you know, they find something. They find a round in amongst the midst of it all. And now it really is just telling the most dire of tales, even at this point, a 4-2 half, as much as it would be somewhat of a pass mark, as you'd mentioned, Guz. Still don't think it would be enough against Fav, who are looking the goods. All 4 rounds so far have just been so clinical in their approach, so clinical in what they've achieved. It's been devastating for this storyline that we had for Orthros Grit coming into this. Again, remembering they are fighting for a place
Attackers are moving out to
in
locate a bomb and defuse it.
Japan League relegations. They lose this, is that it? How do they make it in there? Do we know?
They need to win this and then beat Guigun in the next matchup. So basically, if you're a Guigun fan or if you're Guigun themselves, you're sitting back and cheering on Fav, to be honest, because they will be the only remaining top 8 team from the open quals in the bracket. And yeah, that's the team that will be rewarded the position. So big game, big implications. Maybe not so much necessarily for Fav, who have already, you know, locked themselves in FAPAC North relegations, but they're still fighting it out for the huge prize pool, not to mention 130k USD on the line here in total. Fav will be wanting to make a statement, particularly with the likes of Sengoku already taken down. They'll have their sights set on maybe being able to take down Cyclops, but long road ahead. Still need to close out this map as well. Orthros Grit, if they win the next 2 rounds, they're well and truly still in it. So we'll see what they can muster up.
Look at the drone economy as well. Dwindled down to 5 in the first minute. Sure, you've still got Choppy. Gemini can still have a great effect, but outside of that, as it chips away, so too does your intel, so too does your ability to be able to take these fights confidently with Fav. They're really trying to flush these players out from that second floor, and they're going to be swung on. Afro can't find a kill. Mal goes massive with a double opening. How much more can they achieve here? Number 2 is in a very dangerous position, though.
It's such a number 2 player to play in the right corner. C4 as well from down below. This could turn the tide. Number 2 in a great position to potentially dislodge these attackers up above, who may now feel safe. That said, number 2 has been tracked by the Jackal. That's Ace Roller now looking to enter Sheets. So this is the one round Orthros Grit are looking like they might be able to get across the line. Mao doesn't need to push here. Should be playing for the rotation. Number 2 now isolated. Taipon the only one on site.
Oh no, Mao! You can't give number 2 an opportunity like that. He's been able to back away as well. Taipon trying to hold on for dear life. 2 players on site now. V4 tries to stick this. Oh, the flick could have been unbelievable. The C4 should be able to deny it. Does too. Ace Roller now thinking about swinging. Number 2 gets a free kill. No way. No. He can't win this. Oh my god. Oh my word.
I don't think Orthoros Group could have made that any closer if they tried. That was very poorly played at the end, but they did the groundwork early. They, particularly after Mao getting that 2K, was able to kickstart momentum in that round and get it across the line. But very scary there in the execute. Fortunately, they were able to get it across the line.
I mean, if number 2 is in any other position but being prone there, I genuinely think there's a good shout that that's a 1v3, 1v4 kind of performance. Oh, those... The entry denial devices are devastating sometimes, especially in the later parts of the round. You could see how diligently Orthoros were opening up into sheets, ensuring that there was no one that could really fall to those EDDs, but it turns out that it's the entrance into China, I believe that was?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was sheet or China, either way though.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Causing a lot of damage now. Of course, with Capcan now being able to place 2 or more EDDs on a single doorway, that was probably what happened there. Double down on the util.
No doubt.
That kill. So. I'm actually quite intrigued that Fav haven't elected to re-attempt that site. Again, statistically, AVG is one of the weaker sites in Japanese Siege, so take that as you would. Orthoros maybe can bring this back 2-4, and then from there, really opens up this match. It did feel like for the longest time, Fav were going to, pretty confidently 5-1, maybe even 6 over the half, but Orthoros off the back of Mao, able to finally mount something. And they'll be looking to roll that into round number 6 now to close out the half strongly.
Never say never. If they do manage to make this possible, the storyline may well just swing. It may well change into a series that is on Guz's hands. As they start to move a little bit closer. We gotta do it. We gotta have a laugh. We have fun here. Bro, swinging. Gotta be so careful of that player. Looking right down Classical. It's Mao. And now he knows. But this extension that we saw last time was absolutely massive from Fav, and Orthoros just played into it. This time, not so much.
It's much more aggressive and extended here from Fav as well. Looking to lock down Study, lock down Classical hallway as well. Afro, can he pop up and find a kill? Mao's been looking sharp, swings, but doesn't win that fight. Afro just went damn good. Shotgun in hand, takes Choppy low. I don't know how that did so much damage from that range, but it looks like the push from Orthoros has already been significantly dislodged.
I mean, that's essentially they've just put a muffle all the way over Orthoros. There's no, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna yell, you're gonna scream, you're not gonna be heard at this point, Orthoros. You need to try and find a different avenue. Because Afro is holding down Bar like an absolute wizard. I believe it's Shin who's holding Aviator. And just like that, Orthoros now know with a minute left, they need to approach this in a different manner. Do Fav read into this? They don't need to. They're going to find another kill. Afro with a double.
Yeah, pretty ill-advised there from Choppy when the rest of the team's rotating to try and solo push solo on HP. Could have been used better elsewhere with those Geminis to actually scout ahead with these remaining players.
What is this?
Either way, number 2 in a wrap position. SMG kill elsewhere leaves it in 2 versus 5. The vault from V-Bot already knew where that player was. Number 2 taken down. But Astro, that's Lugator, to find the trade in response. Now Ace Roller, stranded, position known 30 seconds in a dream.
A dream that's about to come crashing down to earth. But Lugator continues to peek while reloading. And gives Ace Roller an opportunity. Time is not on the side of Ace. He's shut down as he comes around the corner. Shin, the final kill of the round. Once again, that extension over to AVG has been devastating for Orthoros. A 5-1 first half of Fav.
Yeah, looking really concerning here for Orthoros. That said, of course, we don't want to discount them just yet. might be an opportunity for them to bring this back on the defense. It's all going to be a mental game from here on out. If they can get the first couple of rounds here, win the rotation, first time around here in the second half, then they're not going to be in that bad of a position. That said, Fav, no doubt, building confidence at the moment. Looking strong, looking to get this job done. They don't want this going on any longer than it needs to.
Well, that's just it. I think in their minds, it probably has already gone on longer than it was meant to. I think maybe they would have hoped to have had that done, tied up within 2. But instead, they have been pushed the distance. Although there would be an element of sweet revenge should Fav be able to close out the next 2 rounds. Somewhat of a response after what was an incredible bank from Orthros. But again, we just wait to see what that is going to look like. Fav will be looking to approach this with haste, no doubt about it.
10 seconds left before insertion.
How good is Orthros' Villa on defense?
5 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Mirror is going to be quite critical in this setup. We saw limited play on the side of Fav of the Mirror, but it looks like there was a key one placed inside of AVG, looking in towards Study to try and push back that attack, but Fav, they're spawning over towards the north. So that's going to be a clear map sweep here. It's up to Orthros to quickly adjust themselves, know exactly where this push is coming from, and just try to stall it out for as long as possible. They did invest some utility over towards the triple wall with 2 reinforcements. Ace Roller, though, the only defender on this part of the map, so he needs support, and he needs it on the ASAP. Oh no.
Yeah, that's devastating. Shin, very early on, already in the bathroom. Taipon follows up. This is where Fav are incredibly dangerous. They take things with such haste. Look at the information they have. They are just steamrolling through this side of the map where Orthros had actually put a fair bit of their attention. Now, of course, they are backing away for a very specific purpose. It's not to be to play for the long game. But Ace Roller can't stop the Twitch drone. What's going on?
And this is going to completely dislodge this attack. So in about 30 seconds time, Fav are going to be able to just dump this position and clear it pretty quickly. So Fav are looking fantastic at the moment. Orthros need to step up, try and show face over towards 90, apply some sort of pressure, because Red is going to be very, very sketchy to hold on to.
So far, a phenomenal start for Fav on their attack. We've seen them hit every single mark and with haste. They can now look to start to put attention elsewhere. Keep Orthros honest, because that's one of the big parts here. You can't really afford to just sit back and now keep all your attention here. You'll see Shin now moving across towards Study, as we've now got one on the 90 Repel at his Afro. A minute 10. They have so much time here, guys.
At least Orthros have top brand to lean into, but again, if that push comes fully from the north, it's not going to mean a whole lot. Drones being sent out. There is a player inside of Vault, Ace Roller. I don't know if the Repel's being held in wall though here by Fav. These defenders under so much pressure. Orthros looking to hold on, but it feels like Fav are just constricting their opponents at the moment.
They certainly are, suffocating them to a site where they will shine. Taipon finds the opening, makes it just past the smoke. Now, Afro trying to hold on to Study. They are slaughtering Orthros, who cannot find any kind of moment in time. They are getting shut down left, right, and center. This is the Fav that we expected coming into this. This is the Fav that they have shown us in the 3rd map. Villa. Map point, series, map point, Fav.
Really clean round, and it all started off the back of that really swift map sweep. As you mentioned, Rob, just the haste was just incredible. They already had pre-placed drones. They were draining ahead for themselves quite quickly. So AVG taken for free, then the Twitch drone to clear out, or aid in the clear of top red. Probably stalled out a little bit longer than they really needed to, but they just did a good job in doing so safely. Then Vault. They couldn't hold that anymore, which meant they had pretty free passage in towards site. Fav, that is, as Orthros were, distracted with the bazillion angles being created around them. And yeah, I think Fav are now well and truly in a great position to just close this out. Plenty of opportunities, plenty of sites that they can attempt now. and a huge buffer to play into.
Here it is.
Locate and defuse bombs.
If you're an Orthros fan, I would say to hold your breath, but I think you'll end up passing out because they've got 5 rounds that they need to make up for. So hold on to hope as much as you can, but the way that Fav have proven to us so far that this is their map, that this is their series, they deserve to continue through this bracket. It's undeniable.
10 seconds to insertion.
The final response may ring
5 seconds remaining.
for Orthros. They may go down here after what has been a valiant effort from them. A 7-0 bank. They then just drop out of Chalet in OT. It's been a storyline that I'm sure that they'll be happy with in the factor that they have turned up, they have performed, they've really pushed Fab to their limits, but Villa has just been a different beast.
Yeah, that's exactly right. For Orthros, an open qualifier team to perform this well is really, really impressive. They don't really get much to show for it at the end of the day because they're knocked out in the group of 12, but they'll gain a lot of experience and hopefully some motivation moving forward to continue competing here locally. Bit of a shame, I guess, that once they eventually do lose this map in the series, that they won't be in a position to try and qualify for Japan League next year. They'll have to wait. So that, of course, going to be incredibly, incredibly disappointing, but I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes here, and I think Orthros can hold their heads pretty high. It's been a good performance from them so far. They really pushed Fav to their limits, particularly, well, obviously on the first map, but the second map on Chalet as well, where they probably really should have closed things out. So no doubt going to be a bit of a sting for them, but let's see what they can do here. Maybe they could put up a fight here. 6-1, the scoreline. Orthros on the defense here for Kitchen, and it's a big C4 from Mao to kick things off.
Seedings, I tell you what, that's what you want. Orthros now, without really ever seeing anyone, have already been given the opportunity in the round. I mean, this is pretty much one for the books. I wouldn't just pencil, I mean, I'd pencil it in, I wouldn't pen it in just yet. Afro and number 2. If they can start to chip away at this defense, if they can start to find a pick here, there, and everywhere, they might be given an opportunity, but I just feel like that's even now impossible. There you go. That's pretty much, I mean, that's pretty much all she wrote. Afro trying to find something back. Ace Roller will shut it down, a flawless round. And there could be something in this, guys. You never know. There could be something in this.
Maybe. Flawless round. They got tertiary side as well dealt with, so yeah, it's something. But again, they don't have any buffer, right? One more mistake, one more bad round, and it's over. So we'll see what happens. Maybe at this point in time, Orthros, the mentality has shifted, right? They're probably like, you know what, we're probably going to lose this. So I hope they don't necessarily have a defeatist attitude, but they may well, you know, not have any pressure on them anymore because they're not expecting to close this out. So they can kind of just play their game, play freely, experiment with sites a little bit, and just, you know, see what you can get done at this point.
And there's still plenty to get done, right? Like, we've seen that Orthros can string rounds together. There's no question about that whatsoever. 7 rounds straight they were able to accumulate on Bank. So they've done it before. They've proven to us they can. It's just about whether they can do it here, whether they can dig deep enough to bring it into the fold. I just feel like Fab's persistence is going to be something that Orthros are going to struggle to deal with, especially for 4 more rounds. You know, we did speak about the fact that Fab, they are very quick on that attack. Once they've really been able to get the drones together, they've got the intel on really where some of these members are for the defense. They are very swift in taking control. And from there, they're so quick at ticking things off. Check mark after check mark. They go, thank you very much. So Orthros are going to need to try and deal with that in the best way that they can. We've got a stat trophy now where, I mean, again, it's just do or die for every round. I don't need to repeat myself there. It'll become a broken record by the end of it. But
wait, what were you saying? I didn't quite hear the first 3 times.
I know you didn't really listen. That's okay. I know you guys. Don't forget. I can see your video every single time. I'm looking right at you. Viewers don't have to look at that mug, but I do.
Hello.
No, all I'm saying is it's going to be very hard to deal with Fav's aggression in terms of the early rounds.
Yeah, they already have really quick horizontal control here. Down below inside of Living. Pretty uncontested, but expected so. Mao, that actually wasn't him to get that kill. It looked like it was,
Oh, damn.
it was a Zero elsewhere. Don't know how he actually got that kill. Must have been on Vert or something, I guess. Yeah, either way, 5 versus 4. Orthros again with the advantage. So maybe there is something in this.
Maybe. Maybe if Fav aren't careful, they may well be punished. Now, completely backed away here. Looks like he's really going to be playing that lurk position. And same with Ace Roller. I mean, both players here toward the basement side, they've obviously got the rotate right up red that will kind of get them back to site safely. But this could be dangerous for Fav. If they're not careful in their clears, if they're not methodical like we've seen them to be, this could be a bit of a different story.
Oh, Fav very much focusing their efforts down below, looking to maybe clear utility on the main wall, but I mean, what's the point? You only have Maverick, so I don't really understand the reasoning behind that. I guess maybe trying to find kills with grenades down below, that would obviously make a lot more logical sense. Nothing quite found though. Still a 5 versus 4 in favor of the defense. Now 60 seconds left on the board, and Fav, it's looking a bit like Bank at the moment. They need to actually commit to something. Now, nades again on Villa so powerful. Can Lugator find something? He does. Elsewhere as well. Type finds a kill as he pushes through. Bathroom trades come through. Now a 2v3. Orthros on the back foot.
Oh, wow, Jappy. What a shot. Fading away. Typon tries to aggress. Ace Roller on the flank. Chappie cannot afford to die here, but Ace misses his chance. They now go to aggress into Trophy. Chappie holds. He finds himself a triple in the round. Orthros, there's a smile. There's a glimmer in their eyes, Guz, that makes me think this is not the last time.
Yeah, a bit of belief can be felt from the faces of Orthros. A well-balanced round. Fav... I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that attacking pattern. If you're going to commit down below, you need to be bringing a lot of nades. You need to be bringing at least 4 nades and actually committing to droning out players on site and trying to clear them. Now, we did see the nades have a limited impact, but probably not as much as they should have. And then Astro could have worked out, but of course didn't in the end. Orthros able to hold on. They looked quite strong. They traded out picks, some good aggression, particularly from Trophy, able to shut down that push. So maybe there is something in this. I don't know. I'm not convinced just yet. I think if Orthros win this round, if they actually do a full 3-site rotation, then I'm going to start seriously, getting excited. But keep in mind, Aviator Games, this is the first site that Orthros did attempt, and they got mauled on this particular objective. So it's going to be really tough.
Yeah. Yes. It was not the prettiest of holds. And once again, Fav's ability to just get in your face and force you back to site, it is something that I think is going to be incredibly hard to hold and hard to deal with unless Orthros can find that opening pick every single round and kind of ease that pressure that Fav put on. I just don't know. I'm just not convinced. With 3 rounds left, Fav have still 2 mistakes that they can make before things become absolutely dire. But it could well be the way this story goes. Orthros Grit are not done with the championship, nor are they done with their opportunity to fight for the relegations of Japan League.
Type on the Montang. I've been waiting to finally see it unleashed, and it feels like Fav have finally gotten to the point where, like, yeah, we might need that Monty, lean into it. And that may be because they're not committing from that sweep. Instead, over towards Study, but that has been faulted. Mao with a swing, 2-drop Shin. And that's a very good start for Orthros.
You've got to be so happy if you're Orthros. Multiple times now they've been able to find the opening. I think that's 3 rounds straight they've been able to do so. And unresponded as well. That's the other part. Some of the times we talk about, finding the opening pick, but it's responded on, it's traded very quickly. Fav have not been able to do it. Even more often than not, Orthros have looked for 2 kills instead of just the 1. Now, they look to start to take study control, but they've got to be careful. They overextend. That nade might be perfect. Look at that. Chappie's been able to find one. Oh my word. This is not looking good at all for Fav, but they are starting to fight back. A 2v3 now ensues.
Yeah, 90 seconds to work with, so time not too much of an issue at the moment. Lugator has a nade, and Afro has 2 smokes that could play a critical role in cutting off some of these crosses late round. Lugator finds another. For Orthros to lose it in this fashion would be absolutely devastating. They look so strong. They had a great start here in round number 10, but it's falling apart. Oh, that nade did so much damage.
Jeez. People are lucky to be alive. It was a 2 versus 5, Guz. Afro, Lugator. They have been rock solid here. And could close it out. Afro going to get that early intel, and I think that's actually forced Ace Roller back onto the site. Lugator now taking control of Classical. Very disjointed at the moment. Both players on completely other sides of the map.
Afro does have a drone. I wouldn't mind seeing him maybe try and get some sort of information on site so they're not going in completely blind. Lugator over towards Vault, creates a line of sight. No one playing that position as Ace Roller flanks from behind. Now Afro in the 1v2.
Afro can't find V. He's down on the ground, prone. Guz.
I'm getting excited now. I said it.
Guz, can we call it? It's 6-4. I believe we head down to Kitchen, which is obviously not going to be the most confident of sites for us. And it did really take a double C4 kill to open up the round, plus a very quick kill from Chappie that really put this one to bed in the last occasion. Orthros won't have the freedom to do so this time. So where do they find that opening? They've been phenomenal in the last 3 rounds. 2 more to go, and that storyline holds true. OT still on the cards.
Kitchen dining as well in Japan League again, just to reiterate some of the numbers, a 56% defensive win rate. So there's an increasingly likely chance that Orthros can win this site, head back over towards Stat Trophy, close that out. Who knows where the limit is at the moment here for Orthros, still fighting against match point. So they can't make any mistakes. All it takes is one big play from Fav, one key player to step up, and their entire fight could crumble. But 3 rounds straight is phenomenal. They just need to keep snowballing it though.
That momentum, even easier to maintain when you're on LAN, even easier when you're next to your teammate. I'm sure that has been somewhat of a helping factor here for Orthros. You feel the energy of the players around you.
Attackers need to locate
And it is something that if you build upon correctly, boy oh boy, does it get exciting. Seen it many times before. Haven't you, Guz? Yeah,
What have
I
I
know.
seen many times before?
The environment of LAN and how it affects.
Look, I am the LAN expert. I know all about the LANs. I've been to all the LANs. LANs are very good.
Laying out the welcome mat.
It's the only thing I've got against you, mate. I've got nothing else. There's nothing else going for me. If you get a LAN in the next 6 months, I'm done. All my content is done. I have nothing left.
They have to find something else to make fun of me of. Don't worry, there's plenty of content if you go digging.
It may well be. It may well be. But speaking of digging, Orthros are going to have to dig deep here, Guz. There is...
I knew you were going to use that segue. If you didn't, I was. So.
Someone had to. Someone had to. You can't be a commentator without using a cheesy segue like that. But honestly, 2 rounds now is all that stands between us and a storyline that all but seemed diminished. Can they do it?
Choppy up above. Aggressive on the vigil, cutting down these drones. Only 7 now available for Fav, looking to get up above. They have a Thatcher to play off. Hard breach as well. the play might be to try and drop into laundry, open lines of sight overwards dining. Nice roll as well on the roam. As Fav look to drone ahead, or at least use a Gemini to scout ahead. But once again, Choppy in position to shut that down. Salma's actually being used on triple wall here, making Trophy a little bit more precarious to hold, but Fava struggling to get inroads. They are struggling to find this opener.
This roller going to be so careful there. Baz. Oh, that's what we're after. C4 lands to perfection from Vivort. And here's the thing, this is the exact same way that started out for Orthros in the last 4 rounds. My God, Ace finds the incredible timing on the flank. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. Oh my God, has he been given an opportunity? It doesn't make a difference. Chappie in the meantime has been able to take Afro. Does. I am a believer.
Ace Roller as well. With the Kona station in pocket, can heal himself back up. Cheeky little use there of the Thunderbird utility. Able to swing wide, but doesn't win that fight onto Luke Gator. Now it's important that Orthros just stabilize. Don't throw anything else away for free. Position yourself inside to shut down the entry points. Only 50 seconds left. The round should be Orthros's if they play it smart.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's just what we're really questioning at the moment. Vav. I mean, realistically, 2 versus 4, all you're doing is poking and prodding, seeing if something turns up, but Orthros Grit are playing this to perfection. They're just going to be sitting back and waiting for Fav to crawl to their own death. Typon would have to go nuclear, starts off in the right fashion. It's Vivort, a nice little angle to close things out. You can't miss the fist bump. Tell you what, guys, I think Orthros Grit or Owen Wilson, because, wow.
That's a This has been a very, very strong comeback though from Orthros again. They were 6-1 down. They were not looking in very good stead. That is 4 defensive rounds straight. And much like Bank, Fav are looking pretty scared. The way that they're playing at the moment, they're not able to get quick map control. They're not finding picks. They're not gaining ground. They're just precariously sort of sneaking around the map, seeing if they can find picks, but then that's being dislodged by Nitro Cells and roaming Thunderbirds and all kinds of wild stuff from Orthros. So, I don't know. Do we back Orthros in to push this to OT? I'm leaning towards yes. At the moment, I think. But Fav, okay, they're bringing out the Glaz, so maybe that can do a little bit of damage.
What I'm going to lean into is the only storyline that I've got right now. My simple play-by-play mind, which is that every single time Orthros have found that opening kill, they've found the round. And every single time that they found the opening kill, Fav have not been able to respond. And I do think that if that trend continues here, Fav are going to find themselves in a position they do not want. What have Orthros Grit got for this final round? They've fought tooth and nail to get us back to this point. 5 rounds straight is what was required. 4 rounds is what they've given us. Final piece of the puzzle yet to be laid.
Fav, the entry, it's going to be really important for them. They have been struggling in the early phases of these attacks again to get map control, but also to find kills. And that's proving to be costly, often being flanked late round, often unable to win key minigames. Summer's being used to try and persuade his defenders down below to rotate, and that will achieve its goal. Fav last time on this AVG attack played heavily down below, leading into the nades that they had available, trying to lurk, find kills. Looks like Afro is looking to employ a similar tactic at the moment. Now could be on the radar here. Ace Roller flanking down below as well. It's a very scary round for both teams at the moment.
And it is. Typon just has a little bit of damage thrown his way, but that's all it is. A minute 40. I Things don't look all the greatest here for Fav. Haven't really been able to see what they've been able to achieve. My God, imagine that from Ace Roller. Could you imagine that's the way we open this round? However, one thing that is for sure is Orthros have all but been thrown back to site, and there it is, Guz. There it is. I'm starting to pencil this in. Vivort finds the kill. Where from?
This isn't going to work from Fav. They are playing below. They've had 2 nades, and the one player with nades is now being killed. They need to be committing to a map sweep, but now they don't really have the time to do so. That means they're probably going to be left with bedroom, but again, with that mirror setup, that's going to be tough. So Orthros are miles ahead in this round at the moment. Absolutely miles ahead. They just need to hold on. Don't get tricked by maybe the Glaz or some other cheese strat here from Fav, and the round should be theirs. OT, well and truly looming at the moment.
Activating drone.
You can see how quick Fav are trying to get something together, but this is the beautiful thing that Orthros have been able to do each and every round. They find a pick and they turtle. There's no need for them to continue to pick. They just find the perfect positions time and time again. They'll stay aggressive for as long as they need, and then they back away again. You're just seeing Choppy. That's the exact example. He has 90 control, he backs away. 30 seconds, Guz.
There's just no time for Fav. Like, at the end of the day, 25 seconds left. They're going to try and filter in towards heads and tails. From there, they're just going to get mowed down. Time continues to tick down. Nothing has been found. No late trade. Orthros, again, they're going to win this round, surely.
Well, there goes the first player. Down to only 3. Fav, 10 seconds left. Where's the kit? Is it in a position where it can even go down? Choppy's been able to find one. Number 2 has to go massive. Can't do so. Shin, the last player left. There's nothing in it. 5 rounds straight for Orthros.
Orthros have done what we thought may have been impossible. They have pushed OT 5 rounds consecutively on the defense. Incredible. For Fav, they have fallen apart. Their AVG attacks, to be blunt, have been really bad. Like, really, really bad. They're playing down below horizontally, yet they're only bringing 2 nades. And immediately once their one player with nades is taken down, they're not rotating fast enough to come up with a contingency plan. And Orthros, as you mentioned, Rob, they're just falling back as required. They're playing passive. They're not doing anything silly. Not giving away anything for free. And that's exactly what they needed to do. Heading into OT, I don't know what the starting sides are going to be, but I hope for Fav it's not attack.
Attackers
Hey, guys.
locate and defuse bombs.
Hello.
What have you got on your hands there?
Sweat.
Ah!
And a series.
No, you ruined it. You ruined me. It is going to be Fav starting out on the defense, so that surely gives them the leg up that they need in this series. This has to be it for Fav. They get 2 opportunities on their defense. The one, the defense that have shown us 2 5-1 halves, by the way. They cannot afford to let this opportunity pass them by, because you know that Orthros, in the current state that they're in, the vibe that they would have in this roster, you let the ball slip for a second and they will take it and run away.
Fortunately for Fav, they are starting on the defense. This has been an incredibly defender-sided map so far. Only 2 attacks won out of the first 12 rounds, so that gives you a pretty clear picture as to just how defender-sided it really has been. So Fav can probably find some comfort in there, but the question is, has their mental been chalked, right? They've just lost 5 rounds straight, and in a pretty convincing fashion as well. They look quite lost on their attacks. They'll need to quickly change up that momentum on the defense. Shin.
The attackers bomb diffuser
Is that a living?
dropped.
I thought maybe he'd be on for some sort of play down below, but he is getting lit up. Force now for a long rotation through kitchen.
Shin would have to be easily the most frustrating player I have ever seen. And oh my God, each and every round for the last 6 straight, Orthros have found themselves an opening, 3 of which have been with utility. This right now is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, more nades available here for Orthros. Oh, Blue Gator lucky to survive there on the elevation. Still 40 HP in the bank, can try and play this position. Hold on with those gas babes. 1 more available. Fav, they're under the pump at the moment. It's critical that they hold down these mini games. Number 2 and Blue Gator are the linchpins here for Fav.
Bomb
Well done
located
from
by
Choppy.
attackers.
Lugator. Oh no! No, Lugator! The smoke canister doesn't land. Choppy can't find the kill. Number 2, how long can he hold for? Not much longer now. He finds the quick trade. Shin and Afro are now left to hold on for dear life. If they lose this defense round, guys, we surely are putting a pin in it. This is unbelievable from Orthros.
On the verge of 6 rounds straight. Shin's in a good position over towards Volt and Afro behind the bar, so I don't think Fav could be in any better positions currently. But again, man disadvantage, and Orthros can show that initiation. Unfortunately, Diffuser is over towards Study, so they can't really go for a Volt or plant, and that allows Shin to maybe be in a big power play position.
Oh.
That said, both players are going to rotate elsewhere. Not sure if they were scared by drones or what the play exactly is here for Fav, but it's quite risky.
Oh, Ace Roller, this should surely be the free kill. Oh no, now things get a little bit dire. Defuse being stuck here. Afro and Shin both coming in from landing as Siru gets off for a hot second. They're going to try to contest. Shin finds another. Mao, with no HP, is going to walk straight into his own demise. Fav Gaming can thank the heavens above that Afro and Shin played that to perfection.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned is probably one way to frame it for Fav. In that 2v3, they went for a very risky play, rotating over towards 90, but hey, they made it work, and I think Orthros were probably caught off guard a little bit, maybe not having the information there, and they chased those kills, didn't work out. When in reality, they really probably should have tried to go for a bar plant, where it would have been very difficult for the defense to deny. So unfortunate there for Orthros. They kind of fumble a little bit. They trip over that final hurdle in that round. Had they have achieved that, they would have been in an absolutely incredible position to close out this series, but just not meant to be.
Do Orthros crumble under the pressure of OT once more? We saw this on Chalet. They fought tooth and nail to get into a position where OT was the storyline. It was Fav that went up in the first round, and it was Fav that closed things out shortly after in a 2 versus 2. Orthros, with this in mind, we head to Kitchen. There is no pulse, which is almost a stock standard on this site. Instead, we're seeing the Thunderbird, we're seeing the Frost, the Capcan.
We're ready for company.
With a lot of attention that we saw on that upper site, or really that vertical plate from Orthros. Will they repeat that kind of firm stance? And will Fav play into it?
Pretty interesting choice of site over towards kitchen dining, but it was the first objective that Orthros were able to win in regulation after a failed AVG defense. And over the course of regulation, they did win it on 2 occasions. Fav looking to go for a map sweep, drones established and players set up towards the south. That means they'll probably encounter the likes of X-Roller on red stairs. I don't think it's too much of an expensive extension here necessarily here from Orthros Grit, so I mean that could go one of 2 ways. Give them more safety, but also may allow Fav the freedom to, you know, really activate players like Shin on the vert. Drones still being sent out here, so very safe for both teams so far.
Again, I do find it interesting. I don't think there's been many times I've ever seen Kitchen without the pulse. The information you can gain from that is absolutely outrageous. Chappie, Ace Roller, are thinking about this flank. Number 2 with the drone in position. It's all good to have the drones in positions, but you need to ensure that someone is on that flank watch. Someone must always be watching. At the moment, you can see 4 players from Fab run their drones just then. They are well and truly ensuring that they are taking the right steps here. Number 2 is the player watching for that flank. Ace Roller hasn't moved yet. Lugator has taken landing. Controls slowly but surely. He's being suffocated for Fab, in a position where Orthros are going to be forced into a bit of a dogfight on site.
First Nitro Cell there from Mao doesn't quite hit the mark. I think Vvord has pre-placed his second. 4 in total here for the defense. Number 2, aware of the flank, lets that kill free as you would like. Ace Roller taken down. Fav edging closer and closer to winning this round, winning the map and the series all in one big hit. Choppy has repositioned though on red. maybe he can be the player to turn it around. he
Oh
gets time.
no! Oh no! This is falling apart. Orthros, they were in such a fantastic position.
hello.
How does number 2 find that? A triple kill. Things go from bad to worse for Orthros, and it looks like it's all but done and dusted. Can it be at the hands of number 2? Vivort left in pantry. Nothing left but a hope and a dream, and he's shut down on the trade. Fav Gaming closed things out in the best of 3, guys.
Oh, it looked scary for Fav. They had to dig really deep in this series. It started off so poorly. They didn't get a single round in map number 1. Map number 2, Chalet as well. Very sketchy. That was quite close in the end. And I mean, even the third map went to OT as well. Fav, though, just on another level. Probably not the best match of Siege they've ever played, let's be completely honest, but they did enough to get it over the line, and it's devastating for Orthros, right? They dug so deep. They had a potential Japan League relegation spot on the line as well, but unfortunately, again, they'll be sent packing with empty hands. So really heartbreaking for them, but I'm sure they'll go back, rebuild, and come back stronger.
They certainly will, and I guess that's something that we'll look forward to in the future. And speaking of in the future, we do have the Oceanic Nationals promo relegations coming up on the 27th of November, guys. I mean, we've talked about it a couple of times already, but for viewers who are maybe on the Bravo channel that don't know much about this, would you like to give them a quick rundown?
Yeah, Oceanic Nationals relegations, November 27th. We have some of the best up-and-coming teams from OCL, or the Challenger League here down under, taking on the likes of Overt, and surprisingly Wildcard, a name that I'm sure many are synonymous with, performing at a lot of international events, but unfortunately find themselves in relegations locally. So yeah, be sure to check out at R6 Esports OC on Twitter. Stay up to date. Should be fun.
Should be, I guess. Maybe, who knows? It could be devastating for some of the wildcard fans. We never know. We do have a lot of teams in the Tier 2 scene of Australia really knocking on the door, like teams in the same fashion of Orthros Grid there. I mean, again, just touching on it, guys, phenomenal performance from them. Do you have anything that you want to kind of tie up here? Any kind of final comments on that matchup?
Not particularly. I think, again, just running with the storyline, right, that Orthros Grid, they almost took down an APAC North team. They came through in the open qualifier. They did a fantastic job. I'm sure they'll be really, really bitterly disappointed that they couldn't quite get it over the line, but at the end of the day, they produced an entertaining game of Siege. It was pretty wild, a lot of back and forth, and we never quite knew which way it was going to go, which was always exciting.
Certainly was, and well, that's pretty much done for our first best of 3 of the day. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, I believe we're going to be seeing Cyclops taking on Ever E. So stick around, and we'll see you in a bit.
初期のメンバーが俺とブラックレース。元の CAG 自体そんな俺がブラックレーが入ってない時の CAG 自体がその打ち合いがめちゃくちゃ強いってわけじゃなかったんで、全員がそういうチームじゃなかったんで、なんかその打ち合い強い相手が来たらなんか負ける時とかありましたね。
僕ら2人が入る前は CAG ってそういうチームっていうイメージがありました。強いんだけどなんかコロって負けたりするみたいな感じ。
変なとこに負ける。
そう、自分と涼しが同時期に CAG に加入したって感じです。
その半年くらいに最後にアイゲーターさんが
そうですね。
気づいたらアヤゲーターが入ってたみたいなけどそんな感じだよね、俺側からしたらね。
最初はアイゲーターともう一人プレイヤーがいて、どっちを入れようかみたいなので気づいたらアヤゲーターになってたみたいな気
づいたら
で、アヤゲーターが入ってきてからは普通になんかそんな
最初はなんか結構、
最初は合わない、
うざかったよねちょっと。
そう、うざいしキモいし
自分なんですかね。
いじられキャラっていうんですかね。
いじってるだけなんですね、一方的に。違うんですよ。俺いじられキャラじゃないんですよ。
いじられたがりなん
違うんですよ。違うんですよ。違うんですよ。
喜んでるんですよ。
そう、いじると満面の笑みでこっち向いてくるんですよ。
誰が作戦考えるの？そういうのも分かったりします。もうみんなで。
一応みんなで意見交換し合ってで完成したものがこれみたいな感じだと思います。
元の形があってそれにプラスで作戦を立てるというか、なんでその敵の動きに対して守りに対してとかそれで作戦を立てるみたいな、ほぼそんな感じですね。最初からこうしようみたいなのあるんですけど、このなんかもうラッシュしようみたいなあるんですけど、大体はその作戦というか試合中に全員で意見交換し合ってやってますね。
気づいた人がもうで周りがそれに合わせる感じですね。
合わせれますね、大体そう。全員分かってるんで、そういう作戦はすぐ理解するんで。
でも結構最初の頃はそういう周りが勝手に合わせるとかができなくて、前いたコーチ X99 コーチがいろいろなんかそういう考えっていうんですかね、なんかいろいろ考えてやれよみたいな言われて、みんな考えるようになって、今なんか周りに合わせれるようになったって感じですね、みんなが。
FPS の基礎っていうか、なんか例えばここで誰かがピークしてそこでもし死んでしまったらここのエリア自体がもう誰もいなくなって他のところもどんどん潰されちゃうよねみたいなこと自体という基礎的な感じですよね。そんな感じはよく教え込まれましたね。
そうだ、FPS の基礎を教えてもらったんだ。
僕が昔所属してたチームのコーチが教えてくれたなんていうんですかね、指示の基礎的ななんか攻め方守り方みたいなのがあって、その考えに基づいて僕はプレーしてて、でそれをみんなにその CAG に入った時に共有してもらったというか、同じ考えじゃないと絶対合わないんで、でその考え方でやってきて前のチームで成功していたんで、なんか考えを合わせてもらったみたいなことは、すり合わせみたいな共通認識を持とうみたいな感じのことはしたりはしてましたね。
皆さんが自分のチームを一言で言うとしたらどんなチーム？
最強ですね。
味方強えってチームですね。
自分的には剣ですかね。賢いの。
賢いでよくね。
一言だからさ、一文字の方がいいかなと思って。
一文字の文字何言ってんの？
うるせえ。
うちのセリフだよ。
怒り始めた。
もちろんフィジカルもすごい強いんですけど、やっぱでももう賢さが集まって最近こういう安定してるかなっていう感じなんで。
やっぱファミリーです
ね。お前何見てくれよお前。
勝手にファミリーに入れないでくれ。
なんでダメ？ 5人兄弟じゃないいやでもまあ仲もいいんで普通にチーム内で仲も良くて強いまあイコールファミリーみたいな感じです
どういうこと他の日本チームにはないもう圧倒的なエイム力と圧倒的なチーム力じゃないですかね。なんていうんですかね、自分が強いみたいな思い込むのはいいと思ってるんで。
プレッシャ
ーないっすね、別に。もう多分みんな自信がかなりあると思うんで、まあ普通にやれば勝てるって多分みんな思ってるんで、特にもう気にせず普通にやってるだけです。国内最強はまあ譲らないつもりなんで、まあ、RJL 優勝するんで応援よろしくお願いします。
当時はチームができたばっかりだったんですよ。シフティが加入する前、みんなが知ってるモルンが入ってた時はまだチームができたてで、結構突貫の作戦というかかなりみんなが思ってるような結構強気のピークだとかそういうのが多いようなチームだったと思うんですけど、途中でそれじゃやっぱダメだっていうので長期的にリーグとかそういう長い大会とかでも勝ち抜けるような作戦に変えたんですよ、途中で。なんでその時ぐらいからかな、なんか僕たち自身もそういう作戦がハマってないっていう風に感じてて、で調子があんまりここ最近も良くなかったっていう。
なんかそれで結果が早く出てたわけじゃん。だからまあ若干焦りとかも、
まあね
あったって結果出ない。
結構適当にみんなで動いてた感じがあったので、フィフティが入って結構安定したかなとは思います。
まあ入った当初は緊張、みんなすごいレジェンドメンバーというか自分以外なんか尊敬とかそういう知能が強くてなんかちょっとなんか絡みづらかったりとかもあったんですけど、今はもうなんか仲良くやらせてもらってます。
やらせてもらってます。そうだね。
やらせてもらってます。
やらせていただいてます。
楽しく結構堅実なプレイヤーだったんですけど、なんかエヴァ E に入ってからはなんかちょっとずつアグレッシブなプレーも入れつつっていう感じに変わってきました。だんだん今は。
前、そのチャンピオンシップで結果を残した時はその作戦動向っていうよりはもう自分たちの動き、もう個人で強いと思ったことをやってたんで、それだと、上位チーム、それこそAPAC ノースとかに出場してるチームにはかなわないっていうのはうすうす感じたんですよ。だからやっぱ僕たちも、安定っていうわけではないんですけど、自分たちの強みをもっと引き出せるようにいろんな戦略とか作戦とかを立てて、そうですね、もっと頭を使って打ち合いに行こうっていう感じのチームにしようってなったんですよね。
どう変えたんですか？
なんか全てを相手の全てを把握っていうのもおかしいですけど、知った上でこの作戦だったらこう通るでしょうみたいな、なんかもう1から0まで1から100まで考えなきゃいけないなってなりましたね。
工程増えて、
そう工程が増えた、
工程増えた分そのコミュニケーションのエラーとかも出てきたりとかしてから、そこの調整が難しい。
そうだね。
ムードメーカー
もちろんレイラですよ。それは
そうね。よっしゃ行こうみたいなテンション爆上げにはできないですけど、テンション落ちないようになんかオッケーオッケーみたいな話しかけたりしますね、試合中。
プレイング見てるとマービ選手結構全体を引っ張ってくれるか。
いや俺は結局引っ張られてる方かもしれないですね、今は。なんだろう、
どうだろう。でも一番の突破力ではあるけどね、やっぱり
もう
うちのチームのエースなんで。
こっちレイラさんも今ね、
レイラさん
レイラさんもいるんで、
よそよそしいね。
他人だっつって
レイラさんもいるんで、もう俺が倒されてもレイラさん残ってるし、いけるし。
お互い信頼してます、結構。
なんか俺が結構感じてるのは、頭脳派なアグレッシブなチームっていうのは結構俺目指してはいるけどね。
ね。
う
なんだろう、僕個人のあれになっちゃうけど、攻撃的なチームではあるかなって思います。まあもちろん頭を使ってもそうだけど、まあ、全体を通して攻撃的なチームはうちのチームに合ってるかなっていうふうには感じてます。
同じです。そこに頭脳、
そうですか。
まあね、頭も使いながら。
一番目指してる先はやっぱどこなんですか、皆さん。
もちろん世界大会出場じゃないですか。世界一を目指しますけど、一番最初はまあなんだろう、ステップとして APAC で世界大会出場で世界大会最後優勝する、そういう流れっていうか、まあそういうイメージは持ってますけど、本当に最近、まあ、このリーグ始まる前からそうですけどかなり低迷していて、皆さんが想像しているチャンピオンシップの時のエヴァイーではないのかなっていう印象だと思うんですけど、この試合に向けてかなりこう調整してきたというか、戦略の面でも結構ガラッと元に戻したというか変えてきたので、皆さんも楽しませれる試合ができたらなっていうふうには思ってます。
まあやるべきことをやってるんで、もう今最近本当にスクリームとかも楽しくて、まあここどうなんでしょうね、多分もう僕たちのスタイルを見せれるのかなとは思ってます。
And for our English viewers, of course, hello and welcome back. We have now finished with the round of 12. And Dev, your first time on the desk. It's the first time that we're seeing your face. Welcome in.
Yeah, I am just so stoked to be a part of the Rainbow Six Japan Championship. The Japan League and the entire ecosystem of Rainbow Six esports in Japan is absolutely mega. It is huge. It is insane what X Moment have been putting on, and so I'm just so happy to be a part of that.
Yeah, it's another level altogether. I mean, I've been lucky enough to kind of cover the games yesterday and obviously the start of the games today. And honestly, we've seen some pretty decent matchups. It's been a lot of fun kind of covering the storylines as we have concluded the round of 12. We now get into the quarterfinals. I think the big storyline is probably the fact that Sengoku Gaming is no longer going to be playing. They have been taken out by Bluebees, which, I mean, I don't know for your prep, but that was definitely a shock to all of us.
Oh, it absolutely was. I mean, Sengoku is a team that has been doing pretty well throughout the entire of the Japan League. They finished second, I believe, and they did manage to book themselves a spot into the APAC North relegation. That's not just playing within Japan, but they were one of the best teams in Japan, good enough to potentially go and earn a spot at a regional level, and yet they get knocked out early. You know, they have players on that team who have so much experience from way back in the day. Players like Racial, who unfortunately will have to sit out for the rest of the tournament.
They will. Now we are going to sit back and watch the introductions from the wonderful Japanese team. Will run us through.
아니슨 선수 아야게타 선수
That's fantastic, Ayagator.
가토라다 선수 블랙레이 선수 스즈시 선수 코치와 후지산.
Wow, that is a fantastic opening for the 5 guys on Cyclops, and of course the coach Fuji behind.
Cyclops Athlete Gaming!
Defending champions after winning the Rainbow Six Japan Championship at the end of 2020. I mean, this is the iconic Japanese team.
Coming up against them, Dev, will be Eva E.
마비 선수 레이라 선수 암바 선수 시프티 선수 X 選手コーチはダイ
And that is Eva E coming in from the Japan League.
この時を待っていた。昨年のリベンジを果たすべく俺たちはここに帰ってきた。エヴァ E
It is certainly going to be a challenge for EverE going up against the reigning champions. EverE ended last place in the Japan League.
Yeah,
so let's see what they can do now against Cyclops, Manic.
I guess that's the thing, right? We're looking back at the storyline, and we were talking about Cyclops' dominant form against Reject, who we expected to maybe be able to cause a bit of an upset, but it was 2-7-3 results yesterday for our opening best of 3 of the tournament. So coming into it, Cyclops have really been the team that has stood out and made a statement. However, EverE have... Look, to be honest, as you said, they're probably coming into this, again, the underdogs. Let's have a look at them and maybe dissect a little bit more from what we can expect from EverE. Do we expect a lot? I mean, you know, I don't want to put too much weight on their shoulders, but they have played Cyclops a number of times.
It's true. It's certainly going to be a challenge for this roster. Now, they've, of course, been playing in the Japan League. They've already been at that very high, prestigious level and had some pretty significant results. You can see they're taking down Sengoku, but of course, ending up in last place does certainly cause some concern for EverE, and going up against the reigning champions will not be easy. EverE, however, started strong in the Japan League. They ended up first in their group, and that's why they managed to come straight here into the quarterfinals. They skipped the round of 12. But, you know, it's certainly going to be difficult now. We're into single elimination, no second chances, best of 3s, and going up against Cyclops.
And that's just it. You know, we've seen them perform in best of 3s in the Japan League all throughout 2021, and they obviously haven't really performed up to par in that league. But this is the beautiful part about this storyline for EverE, is they are coming into this game with the knowledge of what these teams are like, knowing full well that their map pool is going to have to be up for scrap. They're going to need to be competitive against a team like Cyclops. And look, it was the same conversation that we had for Reject yesterday. Guz and I were sitting there kind of saying, you know, sure, you can push everything else aside, but when it comes to it, when push comes to shove, you need to start out in a good way. You really need to make a statement against Cyclops here. Of course, that will be kind of determined, I guess, by a little bit of the map pool, which, I mean, feel free to, at any point, start diving into any kind of thoughts on that map pool, because we do have enough stats to kind of go off at this point.
We do. I mean, particularly for Cyclops, and I mean, to I guess, just bring it back a step for Cyclops. Yes, they are the favored team. Yes, they are the defending champions in the RJC, but they are not at the top of their game. While they might have gone to the Mexico Major and accomplished a lot there, almost taking down Team 1, who eventually won the entire event and were the major champions, Cyclops have really struggled in Stage 3 of 2021. While they've retained a lot of their form in the Japan National Circuit, more in the APAC North League, they've really struggled. In fact, they're not even going to be going to the Sweden Major, and even lost to a team, Guts, you know, who we know and love very well and will be playing later today. Even lost out to Guts in the APAC playoffs, which is, it's certainly exposed a lot of weaknesses for Cyclops. We've seen that they are not invincible, and teams like EverE are the ones who are watching with a keen eye and ready to exploit any weaknesses that Cyclops might expose.
And I guess, you know, I'm just having a look at those, you know, at the stats for Cyclops. It's going to be hard to kind of break through what maps they aren't all that great on, because of the fact that they have a phenomenal record in the Japan League. I don't think they lost a single game throughout the entirety of their campaign. Just going back now, I think they lost one map out of a potential, what's that? Oh God, I'm not even good at math. I think it's like 14 maps that they could have potentially lost, and they only lost one. That right there is kind of scary when you come to think about it. So maybe their map pool might be a little bit harder to talk about. I don't know. I don't know where I sit with that, because obviously there's mixed APAC North results plus playoff results, etc., etc. Is it something that we can really look at and kind of dissect into?
I mean, I think that more so than going specific into maps, just talking about overall form, like, this is the #1 team from Japan League versus the #8, the bottom team from Japan League. And yes, the map veto will certainly play into it, but at the end of the day, right, like, this is I mean, we've said this word a lot, David and Goliath. This is a David and Goliath matchup, but that's just what it is, more so than any other game we've seen so far. This is a huge expectation on Cyclops and a lot of pressure on their shoulders to deliver. And definitely for EverE a huge challenge to try to surmount.
And that is, we did touch on that yesterday in terms of Cyclops' they will have the biggest kind of target on their back, right? CAG coming into this, heavy favourites. They're coming into this to go back-to-back. We're looking for that kind of a performance from them. And we were really starting to see what they were made of yesterday against Reject, who, for all intents and purposes, you just look at results-based, a better team in terms of results. Let me just preface that. They are a better team than EverE. So, we come into this and hope that if we are going to go down the storyline of Cyclops, if we are going to go for that, back-to-back kind of discussion, Dev, we need to see CAG step up to the plate. We need to see them in that authoritarian kind of play style that they've always encapsulated. And I think that yesterday's performance was by no means an exception to that rule. Gatorada had a phenomenal day. 23 kills and only 13 deaths, I think kind of sums it up a little bit there. And it's done as well. We saw a lot of the Monty out from and was quite dangerous, all things considered. So this roster, I really do look to make that statement. When they're going to be able to, is it going to be going back-to-back from their game against Reject yesterday? Reminding you again, it was a 7-3, 7-3 victory. So the most convincing result that we've had in this round of 12. I genuinely I want to see that. I need to see that out of them here against EverE.
100%. What Cyclops need is a confidence booster. They need some dominant scorelines like they had in their first playday just yesterday. And moving on to EverE, they need that just about as much, really. Like, they are coming in knowing what they're capable of, first place in their group, getting that direct ticket to the quarterfinals here, but knowing that the caliber of opponent that they are facing means that they cannot hold back. They cannot hesitate. There are no second chances in the single elimination bracket. EverE have just got to come in rearing. And you look at some of these players on this. I mean, I assume that this is statistics from the entire of the Japan League, but some pretty phenomenal KD ratios, some strong kill records, for example, from Marvi, who actually, funnily enough, back in the day had a stint on Norengo back in their prime. So a lot of experience in this roster. EverE is a team that's been around for a long time. They also have Arthur coaching the team, who from Brazil previously has coached that Norengo roster at the height of their success as well. So there's definitely a lot of potential here for EverE. It's a question of, can they realize it?
Looks like we've been given a little sneak peek into the map bans, so let's go ahead and have a look at them in English, Dev, so that we can read them a little bit better. Of course, looking at this one, we do have Coastline being banned out immediately by CAG. EverE then go and ban out Clubhouse. So Chalet and Oregon is where we start.
Yeah, I quite like that. And if we end up getting to it, Cafe will be the decider. Now, Cafe is, I mean, of course, I might be getting ahead of myself already, but should we go to Cafe, I think that's a fantastic opportunity for EverE, because it's a map that we've seen Cyclops struggle on in the past. They actually have more losses than wins on it. It's the only map, aside from Bank, that you would put in that category. But as for kicking things off on Chalet, it's a great map for Cyclops. They've won it 8 times this year, only lost it just twice. Now, the most recent time they played it and won it was actually against the APAC South team, Direwolves, in the APAC playoffs, a 7-3. That's quite a convincing win, especially over a team as strong as Direwolves. So Cyclops should be very happy about starting on Chalet.
And I guess as well, EverE wouldn't be, too shy of it. It's the only result that they've got over 1 win from in our stat tracker, Dev. So that kind of goes to show you that maybe there's something to this one. I am excited to see how EverE do hold up against CAG in this. There's a bit more, I feel like there's a bit more pressure. Maybe I'm leaning into it just a bit too much, but I do feel like, when you're looking at the prize pools, you're looking at the opportunities ahead, this is an incredible place to start for a team like EverE, regardless of the fact they've got to fight through relegations to get back to the Japanese league, or the Japan League, sorry. I think that these kind of games, this opportunity, you're on land, you're up against the best team in Japan at the moment. This is the moment that you need to take. This is the moment that you need to kind of build upon for your roster moving forward.
For sure, but it's a great opportunity for Chalet to be a close game. It's not like we're going to a map that Cyclops, obviously they've picked it, but it's not a map where they're the only good team in this matchup on that map. This is, like you said, for EverE. They've won it 3 times recently already in the RJC in the groups phase. And that was where they were really dominant. They got a 7-2 against Quintet, a 7-3 against Quintet as well on Chalet, and then a 7-4 against Reiwa. And already those results so recent shows that this team has a lot of good form on Chalet. They're going to be confident, they're going to be comfortable, and then Cyclops on the other hand, obviously this is a strong map for them, and they will have likely watched EverE's matches and been able to provide some counter strategies towards that. But I think it's no doubt that this is not going to be a map where one team is hamstrung. This should be hopefully a fantastic opportunity for both teams, especially EverE, to really showcase what their potential is.
One thing we saw from Cyclops yesterday that was a huge highlighted point from Guz and I was the fact that CAG were not shy of getting aggressive against Reject. Reject were playing quite forward and you know, very early on trying to get into buildings or spawn peeking, and CAG love it. They thrive in that dev. So I think that in this position, if EverE go aggressive, Cyclops will match that. If EverE are a bit more defensive, I think Cyclops will match that again. So I 100% agree. Chalet is a fantastic place for us to start because it'll give us a very good indication as to where this series is headed. And I just hope that what we see out of EverE is the fight, is just the continuation that, you know, there's no chance that Cyclops can take this in 2, even though there is a very real chance every time I look back at the map pool, we see Chalet, we see Oregon. Let's hope that this one will go the distance and we will eventually see Cathay. But we need to get there first. We've got the bands to start off with here, Chalet.
EverE going to throw everything they've got at Cyclops. Cyclops, well, they have so much pressure on their shoulders as the reigning champions, as a team fallen out of form, failed to qualify for the major. They know exactly what they need to do to get their confidence back, and it is to take down EverE, and then march forward and win the whole damn tournament. But as we get in, already some pretty classic operator bands. Of course, EverE do not want to face Anitson on the Monty.
No, I don't think I would either. Honestly, the last thing I want to be doing is trying to face a Monty, regardless of what team it's on. But Cyclops in particular, Aniton has been a beast. We saw it yesterday as well against Reject. So Lion then getting banned out. So a little bit of that roam game is going to be more so allowed for the defense. Mozzie, and the final ban being Valk. The intel game for the defense has been hindered.
Interesting to see that Mozzie ban, yes, like you're saying, good information alongside the Valk, but particularly a lot of information denial. Very on-meta operator at the moment, Mozzie, and funnily enough, you know, a favorite of many of these players on both teams. I think that for Anitson, his favorite defender was Mozzie as well. But you can see Cyclops, they're happy to migrate onto other operator picks. And especially since it's CAG starting on their attack, they'd rather throw off EverE's game and prevent them from having that Mozzie in the arsenal. Maybe they're going to have to flex over to a mute if they want to try and deny some droning. But it looks like that mute is, well, it's not even present whatsoever in this lineup. So Cyclops, realistically here, they should have just about all the info that they would need to take the map.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Starting out over at Bar now, we've seen very much varied success, especially in the match just prior with Fab and, oh goodness me, my mind has already gone blank. Fab and Othras. That was, to be honest, I don't even know whether we were truly expecting, like we didn't have huge expectations on what might have been shown for Chalet. One thing that was for damn sure was the basement was a really 50-50, and I know that we've talked about this in the past. Basement's probably the weakest site that we have on this map, but what we were seeing consistently were those roams, and I don't think that's going to change in any way, shape or form. I think EverE, even if they don't necessarily stick into a roam, I'm sure that we'll see very early on just showing face on one side of the map, falling back, but for now we are going to see that extension above in the library, which has just become oh so familiar.
Yep, that's it on this Bar Games Room defense. A significant roam here from Ever E. You can see X all the way in Solarium and Rera as well, roaming on that top floor. Amber holding down the fort in Library, about to feel some pressure as Cyclops begin to snake their way around that bomb site. Gatorada's going to try get some info, but a wasted drone, all things considered. The Cyclops need to figure out how they're going to try and clear this position. Can be very difficult with the Wamai in tow, as the ADSs and magnets are attempted to be wasted by the flash. That is a very ambitious jump in. I have absolutely no clue how that worked for Gatorada.
No, absolutely not. I think it was just fortunate that he did go prone. Otherwise, I don't think he was going to be able to hit that shot fully blind. Very quick trades from Ever E, though. Aegator and Anatan have been taken down at the hands of Marvi and Sifty. Gatorada now poking and prodding. Don't think there's anyone across toward Mezzanine, but he does have to be worried about the players toward Piano and the top of Library Stairs. Gatorada trying to spray through, but it's Marvi that finds the kill.
And traded straight back by Black Ray as he marches up the stairs. Now he has this defensive position to hold on to, but we can see two Ever E players, X and Rayra. You can see the way that X supported Rayra by allowing him to go down that hatch. Ever E are just trying to regroup. They're trying to retake this ground. They know that Cyclops have taken a lot of this map control. That said, the jig is up, the info is out. Suzu C and Black Ray have got a lot of work to do.
They do, and between them, they've only got one drone on the actual field. Obviously, 3 more sit in places that are going to well and truly give them an impact. They've only got one that they can use, and Suzu.
This pick would be everything.
Oh, god damn, Sifty. Never had a shot. Rayra now, 1v2.
Oh, what is that shot? Suzu's the last man standing for CHE. I don't think Rayra knows where the diffuser has been planted. Suzu's got to hold on. No C4 left in tow. Suzu peeks it. Rayra dances around those bullets, attempting to return fire. And he's about to round this corner. What is that clutch? In the opening round, Ever E put their trust in Rayra to get the job done.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Absolutely phenomenal. How was that shot on the player sitting behind the deployable shield there, just next to the bar? That was so on point. And this is the kind of tone and the tempo that we expected coming out from Cyclops. We saw it yesterday in their game. We're seeing it again. They're more than happy to get the building and to force fights, to force you out of position. Ever E, they faltered in the slightest margin, but very quickly do they find their trades. From there, it just felt like, honestly, it was anyone's game. The fact that Cyclops opened up on site, I think was very fortunate to Suzu, who hit a really disgusting shot behind that reinforcement in between bar. But what a clutch. And, I mean, what a way to start out our first match here between these two teams. Ever E, they're here to play, and now Cyclops are going to be careful.
Oh, fantastic to see a player like Rayra really step up. And Ever E show no fear against Cyclops. You might have thought that coming into this match from the very bottom of the Japan League standings that they would be intimidated. Really nice Electroclaw there, spotted out by our observer, Amber. Make sure that that one gets at least 2 of the walls. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite get the second, the east side of that dining wall into Fireplace. It does leave that exposed potentially for any secondary hard breach that Anitson or Aegator might have. In fact, it looks like the Kaid's not really going to matter whatsoever, as there's no hard breach aside from the Maverick. But hey, you know, it's a nice strategy, and it did, I guess, change the way that Ever E can play around it somewhat.
I do find it incredibly curious that they haven't gone for any of the hard breaches outside of that Maverick. X is going to be slowing down any kind of movement, any kind of information that Cyclops may be trying to gain there. The intel from Black Ray has been all but denied for now, so they're going to move on to a different place and a different time. So far, so good. Oh yeah, you know that that's going to happen, don't you?
I mean, he has no idea, but we do. We see the outlines. We know how close Alligator is. Oh! The shield just blocks the line of sight. I thought there might have been a shot possible there, but at least now the window's open. Blackray can send out the Rotero, try and clear this utility. That should well get both the Prisma and the shield, and indeed it does. Fantastic utility clear, and the opening pick as well, a second. And Cyclops are absolutely owning EverE.
What a read from Anaton as well. I don't know whether he had the sound cue from the barricade breaking, but regardless, it was the air jab pre-placed. X ran straight into his own demise. And now they're going to start to clear out. Oh, the trophy position, Anaton! That's disgusting through a drone hole, no less. But now Rayra can really do some damage.
Certainly going to have to. Marvi as well. Oh, no. They just didn't check about where that Jaeger had gone. Now it's two EverE players upstairs while Cyclops have flooded through that bomb site. You're going to have to be extra careful not to get picked off as Anaton tries to plant down in the smoke. This is a smart play. It's going to be very difficult to see him from above despite the lines of sight that EverE have. That smoke completely obfuscates any option for them to try and deny that plant. Now it's a retake. Not going to happen. Surely not. Oh, that's a bit of damage. And eventually finished off by Marvi. The trade, Anaton has been on fire. Now Rayra has to 1 versus 2 clutch, just like he did 1 round past. Surely it's not possible 2 rounds in a row. Anaton, a 4K? Insane.
From start to finish, Anaton, just exactly what you would want from a player like that. You think that you've gone and hindered his ability to play because you've banned out the Monty? Well, no, you haven't nerfed him, you've buffed him, you've given him a rifle. And this is what happens. This is what happens when you unleash the beast inside. Cyclops with a very convincing round. I mean, you think about the way that they took that, the kind of emphasis that they were putting all around the map. They took piano beautifully. They managed to flush out the players in bedroom. They also dealt with the utility toward trophy. And that's not a typical kind of take that we generally see on that site. Generally, we're seeing, you know, from library across, trying to dismiss those hard breach denial devices, if that makes sense, the electric claws, the banner charges, etc., etc. But I do think that that was incredibly impactful from Cyclops, and EverE have an indication that they know what went wrong and they should be able to fix it.
Curious to see going straight for that same bomb site. I'm just trying to compare the operator choices. It looks like the Warden is new, and I mean, when Anaton is getting a 4K on Ying planning inside smokes, I probably think that's a good decision. I think that the Warden could certainly be a point of failure for Cyclops if Anaton perhaps puts too much trust into his flashes. But then again, you know, it was all these different isolated picks that it's not as simple as one operator choice is going to completely revolutionize a defense.
Or an attack either, because Anaton is no longer on the Ying. Anaton has actually swapped onto the Twitch, which obviously still has, I mean, it's still got the smokes and you've still got 6 flashes from the rest of the remaining Cyclops members. But, you know, this is just the thing. Look at how, this is the approach that I kind of expected from Cyclops. It's a vastly different approach. However, they still don't have a second hard breacher, or they don't have, I mean, I would necessarily call it a main hard breacher, like a Thermite or a Habana, for example, because I do feel like Maverick is always that second kind of pick that allows you to open things up a little bit more freely. So I do find this incredibly curious that they are going for this approach this time around.
In fact, Anaton's played a different operator every single round so far. What's Rayra up to here? Looking for a run out, but there's no one there, and his position is spotted. Blackray looks to punish, now completely aware of that rotation available. Let's see what Anaton can do on the Twitch. Fantastic weapon, the FAMAS, the F2, in the hands of a player that knows how to use it. And we know that despite, like you said, Anaton being known to play the shields, he is no stranger to taking a gunfight.
Not in the slightest. and we saw it yesterday, his ability to be so versatile on shield operators and, I mean, just quote-unquote rifle operators is incredible. He's got such a wide variety of play styles, and I think it's so hard to try and deal with. And right now, Rayra has been taken down. You're now going to see Cyclops start to put pressure vertically. They are now going to start to take Solarium across by the looks of the outlines. And EverE, what do they have to deal with this?
Fortunately for EverE, they've denied a lot of information. Only 3 drones left for Cyclops. So Cyclops need to start finding some more picks. They found the opener, but here comes the reply from X. Suzu C falls straight off that window. There is a good trade, though, from Black Grey on the reverse repel. 4v3 now for CAG. Aniton picks that diffuser back up. It starts to put some pressure back onto EverE.
Here's X is really that player you want alive in the last couple of seconds. And now we do look to the lights of Amber, Marvi, Sifty. What can they get done? How long can they hold for? Trophy is now going to be the point of contention. This is where they're going to be taking from. Smoke comes in, and Aniton's just going to be able to stick this. Can Cyclops deny this? Oh, sorry, EverE.
The nade, the pressure, there's just so much. But Aniton's actually been downed. Amber has done so much. The impact and the read, that smoke is not going to save you. Marvi now from above. It looks like Cyclops are inside a kill box. And EverE can just hold on, absolutely nothing Black Ray can do from the repel. What a fantastic plant denial.
That is the problem when you do not deal with the vertical play. And the only flaw in the playstyle for Cyclops there, very hard to deal with when you've only got the Maverick to try and flush out from study across to bedroom. And when you don't address that, when you allow that to kind of play freely, sure, there was a smoke down, you're going to be able to play inside it, but that just leans into the way that EverE were playing then. And they absolutely, well and truly execute to perfection. And for all of the might that we saw from Cyclops, from all of the different avenues that they took, the approaches that they managed to kind of open up for themselves, it is EverE that come out on top. And honestly, so far so good, Dev. This is what we'd hoped for.
I don't know if we have that match on our hands yet, but it's on the table, and our hands are certainly our hands are open, you know, palms wide, just waiting for that match, you know, waiting for that match to land. Funnily enough, Chalet has actually had a 50-50, exact 50-50 defense attack round split in the Japan League. I believe, did you and Guz chat about this earlier today in the previous matchup?
Yes, yeah, it was a highlighted comment, and funnily enough, the game went 3-3 on both halves. So there you go. It's life imitating art almost, you know what I mean?
Yeah, oh, that it is. Yeah, isn't that just absolutely insane? Over, what, how many rounds? What, 73%, 146 rounds in the Japan League this year on Chalet. 73 attack round wins, 73 defense round wins. Just goes to show the consistency on this map for Japanese teams. Now, one thing to note, EverE only won that first round on the back of a 1v2 from Rera.
Yes.
So, in theory, Cyclops should have won that. So, I don't think that they would be kicking themselves too much. That said, an early pick onto Aniton. Immediately traded back, but hey, that's something that EverE can be certainly very happy to oblige.
The only asterisk to that comment is the fact that it's the smoke. It's the player that you really want in the late round, the player that you want to be able to burn through that time and slow things down for Cyclops. And if there's one thing we know about Cyclops, it's that they're very quick. They're very efficient at getting done what needs to be done. You've seen more often than not, they've had so much time left on their hands when they start to go for these executes, get a radar. That is so unfortunate. Not what you love to see.
Certainly not. That is very, very unfortunate for Gatorada and for Cyclops. 3v4 now. And, I mean, what can we say? EverE don't really have to do much. They can sit, they can just hold. It's really up to Cyclops to get something done here. And with a man disadvantage attacking this bomb site, if you're not going for a map sweep, I mean, it's about risk taking, and that's exactly what Cyclops are going to have to do, especially now that EverE have retaken this power position. Marvi has made a fantastic read, but oh my god! Black Ray! That is so perfect. Now numbers have flipped on their head, and CAG are in the driving seat.
A fatal error for EverE. This could really come back to bite them. This could cost them. This is exactly how that first round went as well. They were up the man advantage. They were looking dangerous, but Cyclops fought tooth and nail to bring this back, and now they may well have to clutch up again. That is a huge pick from Amber.
No.
X swings under the corridor, and Black Ray is all that remains for Cyclops.
2 flashes. First one goes through, but flashes himself. Amber takes a lick of damage, but onus here on Black Ray to clutch the 1v2. Needs to push and take down the player in stock, and so he does. There's no time to jump back in this window and get this diffuser planted. Won't even give it a crack, and X can just run away. Tail between their legs for Cyclops as EverE find themselves in the advantage. 3 rounds to 1 against the reigning Japanese champions.
Couldn't ask for a better start from EverE here. They've looked to compete in every single round. Even the round that Cyclops took, still close. Wasn't an absolute blowout. Phenomenal work so far from what we consider the underdogs, what we consider the David in this Goliath story. But again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. 2 remaining rounds here for Cyclops to claw back. Finishes 3-3, it's on par. Have to remember that. And maybe the bans have shown us something. Maybe the Valk ban and the Mozzie ban making things might make things a little bit more difficult on defense. Hell, they might even support the attack. We'll wait and see. But right now, Cyclops are just not having that impact, not having that wow factor. Because EverE, they are stepping up to the plate.
Certainly an exciting prospect for EverE. That said, the only 2 bomb sites that they've played so far this match, Kitchen Dining and Park Games, they've now won. Which means they've got to flex over onto another site. They're going to go Master. Really glad to see Master instead of Snowmobile and Wine Cellar. I just don't think that's a very strong garage, and I think the stats speak for themselves. What a fantastic drone, though, from Gatorada. Part of this master bedroom defense is the vertical play. You can see that's why EverE was setting up downstairs, and Gatorada having that really early and strong information in dining is going to make taking that control away from EverE oh so much easier.
It's very much the similar talking point that we look at for both, Master and Kitchen, right? The vertical play is going to come into effect, and you do need to, at the very least, manipulate it in some sort of way, and that drone will give them the info, give them the intel that they need to be able to do so. Where Cyclops go to approach from, it does look like Library may well be the first point of contention, the first POI even, and then from there, it depends how well they kind of open this up. Where these opening engagements go, that's always the big question. EverE have really been quite phenomenal in, at the very least, trading quickly. They may not win every single opening fight, but they are quick to respond.
That said, Cyclops have been fairly efficient here in their map control. There's a lot of information all over the map. I think it's a really strong asset for Cyclops, considering how often they've been losing their drones and losing info. And now they've pre-placed a lot of drones in spots where I think it'll be very difficult for EverE to take down. And now they've got to work on this main wall. There's no wall denial to speak of. And so that's a freebie for Anatson, who's flexed onto the Thermite. This is just like clockwork for Cyclops.
Something we expect from Cyclops is their ability to thrive under this kind of chaos, under this pressure, under the time constraints that they almost put on themselves. It feels like they try to speed run some of these rounds, and you're seeing it right now. I mean, with a minute 30 left, they pretty much had everything open that they needed to, and now they can start to work on this player toward Kitchen. This would be absolutely perfect from Gatorada.
The exact drone that we already mentioned, Gatorada just watching and waiting and hoping that that player will push, but Alligator actually gets trade. That's a very aggressive jump out from Rayra, and no trade to speak of. Another aggressive jump out from Amber. Black Ray goes down. And Cyclops are starting to find this round to be rather unwieldy. They've managed so much progress, but there's still so much to be done.
Phenomenal right now from EverE. Amber stuck in the corner of Piano. That completely blinded though. Is the support from Bedroom going to be enough? They get absolutely minced. The trade is not favorable for Cyclops whatsoever. This is unbelievable from EverE.
Now all they got to do is hold. It's on Suzu and Gatorada to clutch up, and Suzu does find one, traded back. And now Marvi, and I mean, that's it. Gatorada taken down. Would you believe it? A 4-1 lead for EverE against the reigning champions on Cyclops' own map pick.
This is what we'd said coming into it. You know, you look at the stats for Chalet, and EverE are no slouches on Chalet. In fact, it's the only map that they have in their map pool that is positive at the current time in our stat tracker anyway, which is, you know, the more recent, more relevant results. So it looks like we are going to have a tech timeout. EverE has called that one. So this one will be a little bit more of an extended break. Well, maybe not, who knows? We might be quick onto it, but it does give us some time to kind of sit back and break down what has just happened, Dev, because, hey, this is, I think, a little bit unexpected from my behalf. I expected EverE to be good on Chalet. However, I didn't expect them to be blowing us out of the water in terms of their performances.
Yeah, well, I certainly didn't expect this either. I definitely favored Cyclops coming into this game. I mean, yeah, I thought EverE would be good. Didn't think that they would be this good. They find themselves 4-1 on defense. Now, we've already alluded to the fact that in Japan League, Chalet is dead 50-50 split for attack defensive sided, which means that EverE has already won this this half, right? Like, even if Cyclops win the next round, that's still only a 2-4, and this is also Cyclops' map pick. So there are just so many factors stacking up in EverE's favor right now against the reigning champions. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but to even have the notion that Cyclops could be knocked out in quarters of what is, like, let's be honest, like, this is Cyclops' tournament, you know? Like, this is their home. This is where, you know, this is their bread and butter. After missing out on the 6 major, after really bottoming out in APAC North, imagine what a blow it would be to Cyclops to get eliminated in the quarterfinals as the reigning champions of the Japan Championship.
It would be pretty mental. Like, the storyline that we'd kind of we'd lean into there would not be the most polite one. I mean, you know, this is a team that has domestically always been phenomenal, and then, you know, you think about regionally in the APAC leagues and all the way back in the day, Cyclops have always been a force to be reckoned with. On the tail end of 2021, they're finding themselves in a position where teams are really starting to take this fight to them, and, you know, I think that that's just going to show where the Japanese scene is at right now. It's all starting to come together. That skill discrepancy that we talk about in Australia, Dev, is shrinking in Australia. It's shrinking in Japan. It's shrinking in Southeast. It's shrinking all across the globe just because of the fact that we're seeing more opportunities for these teams. And I mean, this is probably one of the biggest and one of the best opportunities domestically that I can think of.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not just, of course, the Japan Championship, but the whole X-Moment Japan League that we have is an absolutely insane prize pool, and all of the teams competing in it as well get you know, team allowances, which is the equivalent of 180,000 USD per team. You've got the Japan League with over 32 million yen, which is 280,000 USD over the year. That's plus this tournament right here, which alone, the winner of this tournament gets 8 million yen. That is 70,000 US dollars. That is unreal. And Cyclops are looking at that prize and thinking, well, that's ours. That's ours. That is our birthright.
It's probably the best way to put it, isn't it? Yeah, 100%.
They need to step it up. And they know that as well. You know, chatting with Hybrid, who's their coach from Italy, Oh, come on, Rayra. Oh, punished. At least Cyclops don't let that slip through their fingers.
I think AE Gator's watching for that because obviously we had seen Rayra try that, I think only 3 rounds ago now. So it's very cheeky for Rayra to even attempt that again. But regardless, this time it is punished. Now you look at the drone economy for Cyclops, it's not utterly poor by any means. Only 5 live drones, and you've got, you know, whatever Black Ray still has in his pocket too for the Roteros, which it looks like he's only got 2 more. So they just do need to monitor that because still with a minute left, last thing you want to be doing is running out of intel so late into the round.
It has been a consistent issue this match so far for Cyclops. They're losing so many drones. But now they've taken some map control for it, and that's a great start. They've got the kill as well on the opening, which is fantastic, but EverE still have some strong positions. The vertical game, though, could be the death of them. Black Ray has snuck into sight, Rob. How's he managed to pull this off?
I don't know. X has found a kill on an AE Gator, which makes things a little bit more interesting. Sifty as well. Now Black Ray trying to find a trade. They've got absolutely no idea of his positioning. But, I mean, Cyclops have all the information they could possibly need. This is unbelievable. Marvi is the only player left standing, and not for much longer. Gatorada sits him down. A 4-2 first half on the back of Cyclops bouncing back.
A much-needed breath of air for Cyclops. They were suffocating, but they bring it back to, as you say, a 4-2 half against them. A lot of legwork to be done on their defense to make this game, put it away nice and tight. But one thing we can say for certain, Rob, this is certainly not as much of a breeze as Cyclops' first game was just yesterday against Reject.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, what's kind of crazy is the fact that Reject actually played really well. Guz and I were incredibly impressed by their performance, but also the way they went about it. So even though it was 2 7-3s, and look, I hate doing this as a caster. It's like, oh yeah, you know, it was 2 7-3s, but you know, they fought well. I truly do mean that. Oregon was no pushover whatsoever from Reject, and there were a couple of clutches in there from CAG. We then went to Clubhouse, where I think we saw 2 or even 3 clutches in a 1v2, 1v3 position for CAG that ended up winning them the game. So that very easily could have gone to a 3rd map. Hell, we could even have Reject playing EverE right now if we had have been able to see that. But certainly, this is a much more competitive scoreline than what we saw yesterday. And I think Cyclops now are kind of meeting their maker in terms of what happens if you make little mistakes. Reject weren't able to capitalize on it as much, whereas right now, EverE are punishing them every single chance they get.
Like we've alluded to, Cyclops are having a dry spell at the moment, and what they need more than anything else right now is a win here in the Japan Championship. They know what they've been struggling with, and that's what Hybrid said to me, is every time we get close, we always fall short rather of that eventual goal. And they've said that, you know, they understand they need to go back to a more structured play style, which is really interesting to hear that from the team, iconic for their aggression, but they've identified what they think is the problem and what they need to work on.
Cyclops with a very big extended roam, considering where this site is. Gatorada all the way up on that top floor. Black Ray, only Oryx can really do whatever he needs. Gatorada's been spotted, he needs to get out of there, so too is Black Ray. They do so unaffected. Oh, Gatorada, no way. That was ridiculous.
Gatorada is just around the corner from all these EverE players in Solarium, and he seems to have absolutely no clue whatsoever. X, it's about to round that corner, but I mean, talk about no clue. Same case here for EverE. Oh, the drone comes through. Does it? I believe that's on the floor below. I don't think Gatorada's been droned out. And Cyclops are like rats in the rafters at the moment. Finally, they do spot out Gatorada, and he almost wins that fight onto X. But fortunately for EverE, they eventually get that trade.
trade that was very much needed, but 2 minutes off the clock before they really were able to, use that to full effect. Marvi is now down and out for the count. That is the Yana. 2 nades plus the Gemini that can have a huge impact toward the later parts of this round, especially when you consider the fact that Suzu is playing the Aruni. That's the Sawyer gates that are going to be a little bit of a menace to try and deal with. But when you're hitting your shots, I guess it doesn't matter. Amber, not shy of taking those fights. Can't deny the C4. It was only an inch off, but Gator on the sharpest of sharp lines finds a kill, and the nade might trade.
It certainly will. See you later, Gator. 2v2 now as Ever-E inch closer, but that time is ticking away. Sifty's got around this corner and find the pick. He does one-on-one. Can he get it? Sifty's got to find Anderson, but Annie can just run away. And there is no time. Cyclops start with a very, very close opening defense.
Whew. Sweaty one at that, though. Could have been a completely different story had Amber been able to shoot out that C4 that came over the top and really was the demise of, I believe it was Rayra. And now is when the durability of Ever-E's mental game will come into play. In the next 3 rounds, it is so vitally important that they don't let this hinder them, that they don't get shaken, because Cyclops will come back with a vengeance. They will come back with a bite. Ever-E have to be ready for it.
They're taking their tactical pause right now. Ever-E, they're not really behind as of yet. They still have that advantage, but jump on it early. I think that's the right choice to make. Cyclops, though, of course, this tactical pause essentially works for both teams. Both teams able to speak to their coach. Or at least, for Cyclops at least, they have a couple of coaching staff. I believe it's the same for both teams. I believe they're only able to talk to the coach that's actually on site. Not so, for example, Cyclops, they have an Italian head coach hybrid on top of Fuji, who was the one I believe standing behind them. And then Ever-E have Arthur, who I believe is still in Brazil at the moment. But yeah, fairly certain that they also had another support staff standing behind them who they would have been able to talk to just then. But really more so than anything, often players know what they need to go wrong. They just need more time to talk about it.
Yeah. And it's been such a point of discussion for us, Dev, in APAC South and, of course, domestically in OCM. A lot of the times we see these tactical timeouts, we actually look back on, and they are a huge positive net effect for the team that takes it, right? They're able to, if there's momentum gaining, let's say for Cyclops and Ever-E have taken that timeout, it will give them that moment just to slow things down and ensure that Cyclops can't just keep kind of batting on and just, smashing them into the ground. Because that's what it feels like sometimes for some of these teams. Once they get on a roll, it's really hard to slow down. So I would actually love to go back and have a look at how many times attack timeout has actually worked in favor of the team, but I would say it's near on 60-70% because it does just recompose you, and as you said, gives you time to sit back and relax. And now moving forward, Ever-E, they will be attacking kitchen and dining. Cyclops well and truly prepared for that. They are extending though, and they're not shy of doing so.
We're also seeing Cyclops with the Echo, something we've seen a lot from them recently. Anderson loves to get aggressive with those Yokai drones. Gatorada, that is a fantastic angle. Doesn't have to aggressively peek the hatch. Actually has a vertical line more directly, but ever so close to flushing him out. Gatorada, a perfectly timed escape there. The nade would have cost him his life had he decided to overstay his welcome, but he gets out of dodge.
Again, burnt a minute off the clock, plus a lot of utility. Drones are now being shot. Oh my god, there's only 5 drones left, I believe that is, for Ever-E. So, with a minute 40 left on the clock, You've got two players without a single drone in their hand. Amber and Sifty are now going to need to be that kind of pinpoint precision that the attack are going to need.
So let's see what Ever are up to, because Cyclops have basically all but retreated back to this site. Here comes some hard breach onto that main, it was the master bed, the master office wall. That does enable some lines of sight to deny any vertical game from the defense. Of course, we can see that most of these players from Cyclops are actually still downstairs. Believe there are two roamers still upstairs. Hard to see from the outlines, if I'm honest, but Ever E are just going back and forth, trying to figure out how they can deal with this. They've taken so much ground.
Yeah, they've got Gatorada over in Solarium, and Suzu's actually backed away, so it is just Gatorada that's staying up top now. How much can he get done? He needs to try and hit some of these sharpish shots. He's going to back away, though. Great call again, but he's going to be caught by Rayra. Fantastic work as X gets taken down. Amber 2, quick as you like. You blink, you miss it. It's 30 seconds left. Ever E scrambling to try and get something on the board here.
Yeah, snap your fingers, and Ever E have seemingly fallen apart. Now, they only have a one-man disadvantage, but oh, that might change. Oh my god, Aegator just absolutely neoed that. Dodged underneath. Marvi now has to rotate. There is 10 seconds left. And CHE, well, I mean, it's not over just yet as Ever E force their way in. Rayra really vulnerable, but cannot get that diffuser down. Cyclops on the back of Ever E's tactical pause. They push through.
And when you look at the playstyle that Cyclops took into that, when you look at the approach they took in, there's no wonder why they were able to burn so much time off that clock. Ever E just never found themselves in the position where they could capitalize. I think Rayra was the first player to find a kill, and that was with 40 seconds left. So by that time, Gatorada, Suzu, all of these players had already done what they needed to do. They burnt time off the clock. They burnt utility that they could not use. And then when push came to shove, once they knew that they were in Solarium, Aegator, as risky as that was, Dev, pops his head through a little hole and just throws the smoke blades out, slows things right down. And then from that point, Ever E are just in so much trouble. So really fantastically played from Cyclops in the approach and the way that they weren't overzealous, over-peaking. They were finding the timing and they were getting away scot-free. We now look to them again here and really ask the question, what kind of extension are they going to do? Are they going to be below? Are they going to be extending into library? One thing, though, that has persisted to be a question for me are these Yokais. They have been put in aggressive positions time after time, and they have, in fact, been able to kind of insinuate an aggressive play style. Suzu has actually been on the receiving end of the support from a player like Anatan, who kind of, concusses early on for a player on the attack. Very quick are they to capitalize, but they need to be able to do so. And you already saw one Yokai already toward the top of Mez or Fireplace.
While Cyclops are enabling that aggressive playstyle and playing into it, it's tempered, it's smart aggression, and they know when to fall back. A perfect example of that is Gatorada playing in reading. He's doing it again, but he didn't really try and overstay his welcome. He just retreated back. Does he have an ADS protecting him? Oh, no, he doesn't, but he's got a hash to drop down. And once again, right as I say it, Cyclops, they contest early, they waste a nade and some time and some drones, and then they just fall back.
And you know what? One of these rounds, they're going to stay aggressive, and this time it's punished. Marvi manages to catch him rotating back into Fireplace after some sort of an ambitious run out. Gatorada, though, that line could be really quite dangerous. It's back away, and now Anatan. Where's this Yokai going to be going to?
Ooh,
I like the
can't quite
intel,
stick
though.
to the roof. Yeah, I mean, it's great info, but it's just so risky, right? Because
yes,
Yokai does make some sound, and no longer is it closed. Oh, and I think they just took it down, in fact. I'm pretty certain Ever E, in fact, now in charge of the info. They've got so many drones. Gatorada really feeling that pressure. Oh, what a shot from Marvi! Thread that needle.
What a shot. If he gets away there, I mean, you're really in a bit of trouble to try and catch him. You're going to be either forced with a decision to flush him out, or you are just going to have to let him go right now. Cyclops, they've got one player aggressive by half wall. That is Suzu. The remaining members, where are they? It looks like they're sitting quite deep, in fact. They're not going to be playing from piano, so if Suzu goes down, they won't be able to deny it, but it won't make a difference because he does find the opening kill on Ray. He's going to stay alive for as long as possible here, though. 50 seconds for EverE to really start to mince through this defense.
And Suzu is the first line of defense. Oh, and the foot is seen. Sifty. Oh, I mean, it's all Suzu now. The last one standing. It's an easy cleanup for Amber and for EverE to retake this lead now. Just 2 rounds from stealing Cyclops' map pick.
Seems like CAG are now taking their tactical timeout. They've give themselves a moment to think about what's going on. I guess, you know, you don't want to get... You don't want them bouncing back in that fashion. If you can slow the bleeding, if you can stop the bleeding altogether, even better. And, I mean, all things considered, EverE was a fantastic attack. That's exactly what they would have been hoping for, exactly what the doctor ordered for them. As we now look to Cyclops on this defense, tidy things up just a little bit more. You don't want this going OT. If I'm being completely honest, if you're CAG, you want every game in regulation. Every game in regulation.
EverE got to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now. Taking a moment now to have a drink of water, to rediscuss Cyclops. You can see Black Ray in the middle there. They really need to get a wriggle on because they can't afford to lose another round, like you said. Otherwise, this is guaranteed at best for Cyclops an overtime win. To think that Cyclops did not drop a single map out of 14 games in the Japan League. For them to lose on their own map pick here when it matters more than ever before. I mean, that would be unreal. Especially, I mean, you add to that, right? They went 14-0 in the Japan League. They didn't have to play the group stage of the Japan Championship. They got seeded directly into the playoffs. And they 2-0'd Reject there as well. Like, Cyclops have not lost a single map in the entire Japan League and Japan Championship this year.
Terrifying. That is utterly terrifying. What do you even say to that? You know what I mean? Like, what do you...
It's the first time for everything. That's what you say if you're EverE.
Yeah, I guess if you are EverE, that's just the entire conversation, isn't it? It's, you know, the mighty have to fall sometimes, and why not? Why not at the hands of yourselves? Why not at the hands of EverE? Right now, Cyclops once again, they will continue to extend above, will continue to shoot drones, to back away, to keep EverE ever vigilant. You can see there's a player all the way up on that top floor. Black Ray now just reinforcing the dining hatch. But EverE just have to be vigilant in how they, or in what they decide to do. You don't necessarily have to directly you know, adhere to the roam clear, but it is something that if you don't do, you will be punished for.
The thing about this bomb site, Wine Cellar Snowmobile, we've talked about it a lot. It can be quite weak for a defense, because if you just bunker down site, I mean, you're going to lose if the attack play is pretty, you know, standard. And so you have to lean into this roam. You have to lean into aggression. That's why we see Gatorada up here now. He's been drone, gets spotted, and X is on the hunt. Gatorada needs to land this shot, and he does. That is a pivotal 1v1. EverE really can't afford to lose many players on this roam. They have to do their due diligence. They have to ensure refrags. And so far, they just haven't.
There we go, finally. Sifty and the flashes. That's how they find their opening. But here's the problem. You've lost the util from X. You've lost it from Amber. Sifty no longer has flashes. Does have the flank watch, of course. But now you're going to lean on Rayra and Marvi to get a lot of that damage done. If we are looking toward the nades, if we are looking toward the flashes, they are going to have to play pretty much in unison to get this done. Still plenty of work to be done here for EverE. All they've done is negate the one player that was roaming upstairs. So it's definitely by no means a huge tick on the old book, but it is something one step closer to that side.
And now comes a bit of a breach. Don't believe there's any opportunity for denial of this Kairos. 2 impacts from Aegator. I don't think... Oh my god, he did! He actually did it! Aegator with an impact through the drone hole. Completely shut down all of those Kairos. No breach for EverE.
That is devastating. That's absolutely devastating. And now it's going to be EverE that are going to need to pretty much brute force their way onto this site. Marvy, is he being spotted? Doesn't make a difference to be able to find a kill, but it's not even the kill. There's just down, and it's Sifty trying to push back in, but I'm telling you right now, Cyclops holding this down, but it's a 2 versus 2.
And there's so much info as well. That's a down! That is a down! It's just Black Ray up!
5 seconds to go.
And I don't think EverE know it, but all they've got to do is take down Black Ray. Now it's just a diffuser! And he does! The 1v2 clutch for Black Ray, stepping up when he is needed most.
Defender mission successful.
Catches the player rotating back up the main staircase from basement. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for EverE, who would have found themselves on match points. That is devastating for the roster that is coming into this, the underdogs. They could well really be taking this to Cyclops. A very close 2v4 dev, there's no doubt about it. They brute forced their way into that site. They found the kills that they needed to. But boy, what a play from Black Ray.
Oh, that is really gatekeeping EverE out of this match, out of the match point. It's 5-5 in the next couple minutes. One of these teams is going to take that match point and be ready, steady to take the map. Cyclops have won 3 out of their 4 defenses so far. EverE have really struggled on their attack, only winning a single round. But they've done so well this map so far. Surely they can't let it fizzle out at the end.
This is where the LAN experience, this is where the overall experience really starts to play effect. CAG have been here so many times before, Dev. So many times before. They know what it takes to be champions. And sure, they may not be in the best position or in the best form from what we used to expect. However, we do know that if there's one thing that you can be sure about, it's that you can be unsure about Cyclops. At any given moment, any given day, they will surprise you when you least expect it. And EverE, they will know that, and they'll be accounting for that. As this is the tech pause that I think Ever have had to call, unfortunately.
It's true. Yeah, new research and studies have found that most heart conditions are actually found in Cyclops fans, because Cyclops really just run their fans' hearts so hard, because you can never trust them. You can never trust them to close out a game. You can never know. I mean, they could absolutely stomp the best team in the world, or they could lose to the worst team in the world. That's the the gift and the curse of Cyclops.
Yeah. It's a lot of highs and a lot of lows as Cyclops fans, there's no doubt about it. But I'm sure in the domestic league, in the domestic competitions that they find themselves in, including the championship right now, this is where you really do expect them to shine. This is where you expect them to almost be the Titans in every single circumstance. They are the Goliath in every game that they would play. But to come up against EverE, who are holding firm there is a small little moment of doubt where you think, is it possible? Could it be that EverE are the Giant Slayers?
Oh, that's a good drone to take out early in the round. Though I do believe Ever would have seen that Suzu has 6 picks onto this cap can. But you can know there's a cap can doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be watching out for them, especially nowadays with the buff. It means that you can put as many cap can traps on the same door frame or window frame as you would like. And that really, I mean, it brings back the deadly, you know, 1 doorway cap can kill. It used to be 60 damage per cap can trap. Now, I mean, it is still 60, but you can chuck 2 or 3 on there. 2 cap can traps will be enough to take out or at least down any 2 or 3 speed operator, which is all the operators that we've got on Ever right now are 2 speeds. So it's oh, Gatorada surely. Oh,
just completely blind though. Problem is, EverE haven't followed up on that. I feel like this might be a huge oversight because he may be able to get away now if he wants to. He's going to be completely blind and just making sure that they can't come through the single window. Gatorada is playing this like a magician. He's going to be careful coming around the corner. Marvi deals with him. And within the first minute, they've been able to not only take down Gatorada, but the player extending all the way to Library. That is not bad at all. They've got control.
Definitely puts EverE in a strong position for this round. Cyclops have really lost a lot of that time delay previously. Gatorada's been able to get out alive and continue being a bit of a terror on the roam. This time, not so much. Now EverE have managed to deal with the lack of hard breach denial and opened up that master wall. Cyclops have been forced back.
The Yokai live droning here for Black Ray. Certainly in a way that will give them the information that is required of them. Spraying as he comes back down the hallway, not finding a damn thing. EverE have found themselves in a very decent position. There's no doubt about it. Man up, they've got time now to go through and open these verts up. No. No, they don't, because Suzu is the thorn that forever stays in their side.
One problem here for EverE is they've just used all 3 of their ace Elmers in opening up that line of sight on Master and the hatch, which means they don't have any to open up this wall where Black Ray is. There's no way to breach that main dining wall, which is going to make holding inside of dining so much safer for Cyclops.
Oh, I love this from Aegator. That's unbelievably played. The utility supports in an incredible way. Just as I said, it's the Echo that plays to full effect here, Dev. 3v3, EverE, they do not have the backside open. This is incredibly dangerous.
Oh, and that C4 is massive for Suzu C. Black Ray now just holds on to the line as Marvi falls. Rayra is surely not long for this world. Desperate in the 1 versus 3, the Yokai to completely stun him out. Cyclops grab match point.
There's the experience, there's the composure that you expect from a side like Cyclops. Spoke about it in the previous round when we saw the Yokai sit toward Fireplace. We didn't get to see the full effect of it, but this time we do. It sits on the stairs of Solarium, and it allows for Aegator to get aggressive through his own smoke and take the opening pick. That's all it is from there, but it's certainly one that is quite impactful. It slows down EverE and their progress. And it's something that Cyclops are really just shining in right now, playing together like ABC. We'll wait and see whether EverE have the ability to push this to OT.
Bomb located by attackers.
They've got it through everything that they have got at Cyclops right now. It has been a valiant fight. 4 defense rounds on their half, but 1 attack is not going to be enough to confirm overtime. They're going to have to get just 1 more, and they've got to do it right now. No second chances. Cyclops have map 1 within their grasp. And as it is, Cyclops' map pick, they really, really need to do it. Just look at Black Ray, 12 and 5. That's a +7 KD. That is just insane. Black Ray has been really on fire this game. And EverE need to shut him down. They need to step up. Otherwise, this valiant fight would have been for naught.
You know, it's easy for us to sit here and talk about Black Ray because he's just been an absolute menace. But one of the players who I think certainly hasn't had the impact in the kills, but has burnt through so much of EverE's time has been Galarada. Time and time again, he's been baiting out so much. Black Ray, so aggressive, always happy to take these.
Oh!
What? Where? How? Where did Amber come from?
Amber was caught sleeping just then. Just playing on the west main stairs, didn't realize there was one all the way below. Gator trying to deal some damage with the shotty now, and Black Ray, oh, surely Black Ray can trade this. He's found 2 on the round. Sifty does eventually finish off Gator. That's a lot of information strapped out. Marvi and Sifty are on the hunt for Black Ray downstairs. 14 kills, already 2 this round. They need to shut him down.
Reminder that we are playing at bar, nowhere near where this action's taking place. That is the beauty of Chalet. Extensions, roams, lurks, you have to be so on point. You cannot afford for a second to make one mistake. As you've just seen there, a simple mistake like Amber coming back down the staircase, not knowing full well where Black Ray is, has cost EverE massively. 1:10 on the clock here. Cyclops are well and truly posed to take this.
Reloading.
Oh, and Galarada now. He's impacted back onto Mezzanine, and he might be able to find an angle onto Rayra below, but Rayra falls anyway. And Rob, it looks like Cyclops have got map 1 in the bag. Marvi and Sifty, they're so close, but so far. Finally shutting down Black Ray. 2v3 now with 45 seconds. There is enough time to get the job done. Cyclops are quite separated at the moment, but still no diffuser in the hands of EverE.
Oh, Galarada, that's gnarly. Here's the sound cue and just absolutely obliterates the chance for EverE to take anything on Chalet. Cyclops take their map pick.
What ended up being quite a dominant final round. Cyclops, they lived up to expectations, even if they started a little bit slow. Still, I think we have a lot of praise to sing for EverE. We didn't expect them to be this strong. Yes, they played in the Japan League before, but they really did struggle. I mean, this was the first versus last in Japan League 2021 match. And last gave first place a really serious run for their money.
They certainly did. It's I think it's more than what we could have hoped for from EverE, and I think that now it gets us into good stead heading into Oregon, which of course will be map 2. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, it may be the end of EverE. See you in a bit. Well, a far more close match than I think any of us could have expected. EverE really did push CAG to their limits. Both teams actually used their tactical timeouts, which, I don't know, I feel like I rarely see nowadays, but certainly so. That was the kind of chalet that we needed to see from EverE, remembering it was CAG's map pick. We now head to Oregon, which I think might have a little bit more promise for EverE.
Well, you would think so. It is EverE's map pick, and while it is a map they've played a lot, they've actually struggled somewhat on Oregon in recent history. Losing to Crest only a couple days ago, but we're going straight in. Good luck, have fun, comes out in the chat. And let's see if EverE can bounce back and get some revenge after map 1.
Feel like there's something in the water here, honestly. I feel there is something to this match. EverE are going to take us to Cafe. They're going to push us the distance. I love it. Hey, if you're gonna do it once, you may as well do it twice. You know, it's that kind of feel.
I just really don't want to play against the Monty. They really,
I mean,
really
would
don't.
you? If you saw Anaton on the other team, would you want to play on the Monty?
The thing with Anaton on the Monty is, like, yes, Monty is usually more of a like information and pressure operator, but he also plays it very aggressively. He pioneered the hipfire drop shot with shield, and it is actually disgusting the effectiveness that has. Might have seen him do it I believe he did it at the Mexican Major. It was just so frustrating seeing him do that. But nonetheless, Cyclops have gotten rid of the line once again, trying to give their roamers more mobility, and got rid of the Kaid, which is a curious one. Oregon, not usually a map where you'd see Kaid get banned a lot.
No.
And they didn't ban it yesterday against Reject when they played this map, which they did win 7-3. So a bit of an uncommon ban there for the Kaid, but I guess it does leave some flexibility for CAG to not play Thatcher or Maverick, should they so decide.
CAG, the team that were definitely picking into the Maverick as their solo hard breacher on Chalet. So maybe there is something to that, Dev. Maybe they don't want to feel like they need to play the Maverick, and I mean, Gatorada's going to stick that, so there goes my theory of crafting out the window.
Yeah, it's weird. Like,
hey, Dev, where are we going? What side are we going?
You're going to try and throw me under the bus about the fact that I can't read Japanese?
I've now learned that the character on the left is basement, or at the very least, it starts the word basement.
Yes, yeah, that is, yeah. Look, I respect that. Good on you, mate. So yeah, Anaton 6-picked onto the Hibana. I was gonna say, like, there's basically no point in banning Kaid if you're not gonna play Hibana or Thermite or Ace, because I mean, you're banning an operator and not bringing any of the operators that would get countered by that operator. It's like, why not just use Maverick to open the hatch? But yeah. Nonetheless, I digress. Great thing about 6-picking onto the Hibana here is it means that they will be able to get all of these hatches. Otherwise, with the Mav, you can only get 2 hatches. Look, this flexibility from the Hibana means that Anaton will be able to get as many hatches as he likes. There are 3 prominent ones you'd probably want to get on this side. And then, of course, any potential hard breach onto some key positions, some walls as well.
5 seconds to go.
I'm really liking, and I said this to guys, so for the viewers that were watching the match before, I do apologise, I'm repeating comments here, but I really do like the fact that Castle's now been given that extra barricade. I think that it's made him so much more playable and so much more viable for teams. And I mean, we saw it so much on Bank in the earlier match, and I believe it was also on Chalet from Fav. We saw a fair bit of it, and then Villa was quite menacing too. So I really do like the new adaptation that we have for Castle. It just makes things a little bit more interesting. Geez, Black Ray's lucky there.
Charging position.
Does survive, however. An aggressive hold thanks to the Castle, like you said. Gatorada, and she's seen quite an aggressive early push here onto blue, so it's not simply all from that west side, that roam clear. Cyclops are definitely still putting some pressure here on blue, on construction. There's a lot of util they'll have to contend with, particularly Marvi here. Oh my god, Suzu. Running out of ammo in the early engagement with Amber, who peters back onto site. It's like Cyclops have a decent amount of map control, but quite everything they would want as of yet.
Slow start by Cyclops' standard, there's no doubt about it. The game that we saw them play against Reject yesterday saw very quick rear stage takes and essentially pushing players back to pillar as soon as possible. But of course, that was mostly kind of thanks to the Monty. You know, I think that's a very easy talking point. It's the fact that it allows you to force players back to site quite often. Whereas nowadays, well, at least in this matchup, they're going to have to fight their way tooth and nail through it just to make sure they can actually start to use that to full effect. The E is in a very dangerous position right now, by the way. In kitchen can really do some damage if Cyclops not careful.
Oh, Marvi gets aggressive. I think that did prevent the drone from clearing the shield indeed. So that's a good start for something. But Rera does find the open. Anson goes down.
That's what we were looking for. Rera finds a second as well. We said that he was going to have an impact, and boy, oh boy, lights up the kill feed. Now Gator with nothing left tries to force his way into sight, but he's going to be surely cut out. How does he hit that? Dies to the smoke, unfortunately. Gatorada and Suzu in no position to support that whatsoever. Gatorada just falls to his death. Suzu is pretty much the next to go. Like trees, they fall one by one. What a start here. Again, it's Ever E that start out in the right fashion.
That is a fantastic opening round for Ever E. They just really held on. They utilized that map control that they had retained. And Cyclops didn't really have an adequate method of dealing with that setup. Tried to just push it and ignore it, and it just did not work whatsoever. Desperate attempts from Cyclops, some risks taken here and there, but Ever E, convincing first win, all things considered.
Round two is moving onward to dorms, which no shocks there whatsoever. Nothing really out of the ordinary by any means. I'm always a fan of seeing the Aruni kind of brought in pretty much any fashion on Oregon. It's always such a fantastic operator. Projectile denial is such an important part, especially of this side as well. You do not want to be allowing teams to kind of freely use the double window to their own effect on the attack, nor do you want the game's wall free, if that makes sense. But seeing where these final kind of pieces of the puzzle come together, we do have Sifty, who, I mean, we saw him on the smoker. Dev, you'd be able to tell me with your stat tracker how often we saw him on the actual on the smoke last game, but I felt like there were a couple of rounds where half of them. Oh, well, that makes sense because I felt like it was a hell of a lot, but it certainly felt like the times that he did, one of them he actually fell as one of the opening picks. So take of that what you will. It's a dangerous play style, no doubt about it, but could have a huge impact here in Thorns.
Okay, that was aggressive repel and an aggressive movement in the site. Does punish Marvi. And a good opening pick there for Cyclops. Gator getting on the scoreboard nice and early. Oh my god, talk about aggression. That was hella ambitious, and it just did not work out.
I wonder if there was any intel, maybe a default cam left up, or whether that was all on audio cues. Maybe heard the repel and thought, hey, I can punish this, but right now, you're like Ever E, maybe a little bit overzealous here. They've been really they've allowed Cyclops into this round by country mile. We saw how quickly Cyclops dealt with that shield, the deployable shield in toward Trophy. And they've already taken that master control. They're just trying to deal with this final piece of the puzzle, which of course are the bandit batteries on the game's wall. As now they're trying to spread their wings a little bit further across toward Attic.
I mean, at this point, Cyclops is feeling very comfortable, and they just need to go through the motions of all the normal steps, take control. Well, I mean, it depends what kind of an execute they want to go for. I assume master would be on the cards. Just start opening up the wall. Start going through the normal motions, the process. Ooh, unfortunately, that nade didn't quite get the bandit, all the bandit batteries. It got some, that's something. And I mean, the point of failure here for Cyclops is if ever E can pull off something aggressive, and that's exactly what Ray was doing. In fact, there's no one nearby. Surely the punish has to come through.
Flash just forces Rayra completely out onto the balcony, and well played by Anaton. Did not falter under the pressure there. Amber and Sifty, the only two to remain here, and I just could not imagine it's even possible. Suzu shuts down the one player in pit. Sifty might give a nice little fresh haircut, but outside of that, the SMG-11 should surely not allow any more than the one. I know that or no, Dev, and that or no is isolated 1v1s. It does not turn into anything more than just the first kill.
Unfortunately, Cyclops they got it done, and look, fair enough, 5v1, just throw bodies at him, get the job done. Fortunately, they didn't allow those 1v1s to be too isolated. They managed to trade it back. And Cyclops are on the scoreboard now with the round of their own. A strong one for Dorms, and they could definitely find themselves feeling strong on this map. Even if their laundry supply attacks leave a lot to be desired, as long as Cyclops can hammer home on Dorms particularly, then they can win this half 4-2.
Sure, Ever-E would not be overly happy with that round. Did feel like they kind of gave things up scot-free there, so it's good that they're moving on. Obviously not seeing the opportunity to reattempt that site. Now it is going to be the meeting defense, one that they're very much familiar with by now, which is so funny because at the start of this year it was all dining. So it's good to see the adaptations being made. Now, big question for me always remains around this site, like where are you extending to? Are you going to be extending out into the Z hallway, or are you going all the way up into that second floor? I feel like you have to contest attic, even if it's for a little bit. You don't have to contest it for the entire time. But if you let that scot-free, Cyclops will surely just run all over you.
I definitely think that Cyclops pushing, at least for now, from small tower, could be a lot of strong early ground. And I think that what seems to be an effective strategy against Ever-E is just slowly but surely take ground away from them and then punish any re-aggression. Seems to be quite a significant theme that we're seeing from a lot of these Japanese teams. They just love to really get in the face of their opponents, especially on the defense. And it means that as an attacking side, if you can just lock down some map control, you can really punish that.
They very evidently have got a lot of the early intel. The prep drone, or the prep phase droning has been phenomenal from them. I mean, look at what they've been able to achieve already. Not even within the first minute, they've taken the control away from Armory and also the White Stairs. The only rotate now. Oh, this is fantastic, Rayra! That is so unfortunate. It was nearly an unbelievable play. Black Ray, though, thinks better of it and manages to find that kill. But Anaton's doubling down here. Sifty, the only player left on this second floor.
Yeah, and this puts Cyclops in such a good position. They still have to clear out Sifty from the kids' dorms, but without a lot of vertical support, I don't think it's going to be easy for EVA or Eva-E to really help out their poor isolated teammate. Amber's now feeling that pressure as well, and Cyclops have just taken so much map control away from their opponent. They can just lock this down. Oh, Benetton going to start pushing on forwards. Surely Cyclops make the play here as Suzu gets in, but taking down the double. Oh my God! 15 bullets is enough for 2 kills for Amber. Now we're on a 3-on-3, Rob, and it looks like Ever-E have clawed this back.
That's devastating for Cyclops, but such a moment in time for Ever-E to recompose now. A 3 versus 3. Fantastic timing here, as that was really a tipping point. Split was in control of Cyclops, and soon too meeting was going to be. The fact that Amber's stood up is unbelievable, but it's completely isolated here, Dev. If Cyclops decide to pinch onto Amber, I don't know how much Ever-E can really respond.
Oh no, Gatorada's got to be really careful, but at least he does bait for Black Ray, and now it's Sifty and Marvy pushing together, and Gator can hold on to them both. 2 attack rounds in a row for Cyclops as they start to build up some momentum.
Yeah, unfortunately, Amber was just completely isolated in toward meeting there. We knew that the last 2 remaining members from EverE were across towards security and freezer stairs. So if anything was going to happen, they needed to really get a move on quite quickly. They either needed to try and take kitchen control, maybe even retake above, put the pressure back onto Cyclops, but the second they were able to find the positioning of Amber, it was all but over. Set in stone, you could almost say. Gator, though, holds firm in the split, and I guess that's another storyline altogether, right? Gator doesn't hit that first shot and falls down. All of a sudden, 2v2, 1 player's on the planner, so it's a 1v2 essentially. Things get a little bit more messy than maybe they'd originally intended to. EverE have called for the tactical timeout in the 3rd round. 2 rounds back-to-back here for Cyclops. And I can kind of see why, Dev, because both the starts of these rounds have just been so devastating for EverE. Cyclops have done an incredible job of, 1, getting into position, and 2, dealing with whatever EverE are trying to achieve, which for that time was a nice little roam up above. It was the extension into dorms, and before you knew it, Cyclops had full control. So now they need to take that time, they need to breathe, think about what they can do.
Yeah, that they do. Very early tactical timeout, though, I will say. Yep. Round 3, for comparison, in map 1, EverE took their tac timeout on round 8 when the scoreline was even 4 rounds each. And then Cyclops took theirs on round 10. Now we're seeing a round 3 tactical timeout call. They better hope it helps, because this is only the first half. We're now halfway through the first half. And to be honest, like Laundry Supply, this should be a lock-in for them. I think they'd be pretty confident. But the real question is going to come not this round, but next round. I mean, obviously, if EverE lose this, then that'd be quite concerning.
Yep.
But if they win this, like they're going to have to go to either dorms or one of the kitchen bomb sites. They have lost 2 rounds in a row trying to defend those. So a lot of pressure now is mounting, not necessarily on this round, but on the next one. As for CAG, I mean, they've managed to give themselves a bit of a buffer here. They can just give it their best crack here on Laundry Supply, and if they lose, then put all their focus into that dorms and kitchen attack. Try and still win the half 4-2.
Not messing about here.
Oh no.
Oh no. Things you hate to see. Rayra going down at the hands of Gator, who has been phenomenal so far. Everything that EverE have tried to throw towards Cyclops' way, they have caught in the last 3 rounds, and easily so. This is really concerning now on the defense of Oregon, where you maybe expect teams to shine a little bit more. It's just not the case. And now, trying to tidy things up, they will have to try and find a cheeky little peak of some sort. They may get aggressive, but even then, it still just leans into the hands of Cyclops.
That was some fantastic drone parkour from Aniton. I'm just going to say, climbing up the ladder with a drone is not easy. So good on Cyclops. They're being really diligent. They checked all the way up that top of T3 to make sure there were no cheeky players hiding there. And, well, the operator lineup overall looks quite similar. The main key difference here is that Aniton's actually no longer playing the Hibana. Gatorada's on that, and that gives Aniton the space to go onto this Ying. We know what Aniton could do on the Ying with the T95, but also, I mean, Cyclops are a team that absolutely love bringing that kind of oppressive utility. Here it comes the first one. Marvi almost gets flashed, but that was actually just, I think that was just to burn the magnets. Because even if the Candela gets caught, right, all of the little flashes will come out and then burn out any other utils. So that was a really nice maneuver there.
Moving elsewhere, with a minute left, Cyclops, what have they achieved elsewhere? They're taking freezer control now. Looks like Laundry maybe the front take that we've been expecting for such a long time recently. This seems to be a real point of interest for the attacking team. Suzu absolutely rips the head off of Amber. Stick around there too long and you'll really be punished for it. 35 seconds by the time I finish this sentence, Dev. They've got to get a move on.
But X here has got a fantastic position and got the FMG as well. CAG are taking a final moment to drone out, and there goes the final Candela from Anitson. Now they've got to get a move on Marvi, taken down. Just look at that from Educator. Sifty really feeling that pressure, completely picked to pieces. What a fantastic execution from CAG.
Alarm bells are ringing. And not only is that the proximity alarm, I guess it does kind of double in that fashion. Here's a damning fact that I'm sure fans of EverE do not want to know. Their attack win percentage on Oregon across 4 maps is 33%. Their defensive win rate is 48%. So if they finish this half outside of 3-3, they're in dire straits. And I mean, right now, CAG have already found themselves a 3rd round. From here on out, it gets easier for Cyclops. Their defensive win rate is at 61%. This is not the place you want to be if you're an EverE fan.
There's no doubt this is looking like a really, really strong map from Cyclops. It was EverE's pick, but CAG have taken control well and truly here. Like you're saying, it's not just the fact, I mean, 2 rounds ahead isn't anything to write home about, but this is Cyclops on their attack. This is EverE on their defense, where they're hoping to find most of their rounds. And it's not looking much better as well. Now that Cyclops have managed to correct their wrongs on that laundry supply room attack, they've won laundry, they've won dorms, they've won kitchen. Like, they can take on any defense that EverE puts to them.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
This is where we really see where things are going wrong. EverE, every single round seem to be down in the deficit bar the first round. It seems like these openings, Cyclops just do such a phenomenal job at suffocating the roamers, suffocating anyone trying to lurk around. There we go again. Rayrock goes down to 10 HP. Big factor here is he's still alive. He can still live to fight another day. Another crosshair on the board is one that's doesn't make a difference. 10 HP, 100 HP, it is still as deadly and as dangerous as ever.
But CAG have taken such strong map control. These castle barricades scattered throughout the map might provide some nice comfort, but how long will that comfort survive? Amber's actually allowed to play very aggressively in lobby. Cyclops didn't even take out the default lobby cam, which is a bit strange. Looks like they're going to really focus on this blue attack, which is, I mean, it makes sense since that they've six-picked, not necessarily six-picked, but they've changed out the Ying for Flores. Really good for clearing out elbow, but I'm not sure how strong an elbow presence we actually have. Oh, so close to being an opening for Black Ray. He almost found that kill. But nonetheless, CAG should be very, very happy about what they've achieved so far. Marvi tries an aggressive play up the rear stairs. Gatorada really wants to nail that shot down, but doesn't as of yet. Now Black Ray's in a prime position, got elbow reinforced, got so much map control, and there's the opening pick.
Geez, you can just see all the utility coming together for Cyclops right now. It's working like 1, 2, 3. Every single time we see them in this position, like, look how fantastically that is played.
Oh, wow.
He's put that up on a tee and they hit that home for me. Tell you what, they are looking phenomenal.
And the lines held are just too strong. Cyclops have all of the control. EverE have been decimated. It's all on Rera. But I just don't think there's any chance in hell that he's going to get it done. Cyclops, their most dominant round yet. They are flying through Oregon.
And you can just see the difference in the attack from Cyclops as it was for EverE. Like, there's... I mean, we'll wait and see what the EverE brings to the attack on Oregon, but the way that Cyclops are kind of fluidly moving through all of the obstacles in their way. I mean, their attacks look like water. Whatever's in their way, they just go around. They just find a way to get through it. And you're seeing it perfectly there. Elbow's completely reinforced off. They've got people peeking from, I believe it was inside of E, inside of Electric. And obviously just around the corner from Pillar, the single door into Blue. And they deal with it perfectly. They open up the hatch, it puts pressure on the player in toward electric. They then go around to the corner of elbow and ensure that anyone that's sitting on the line of freezer is dealt with promptly and swiftly, and they continue to push from there. Once they've got the lines held, Dev, you said it perfectly. What are you going to do? How do you play against a team that can hold lines like that?
I mean, Cyclops just played into that setup from EverE so well. For example, you know, at the very end of the round, we saw Rayra trying to destroy that castle barricade. It was in the double door of the hallway. That castle barricade being there actually protected Cyclops. Once they had pillar control, it means they could play freely without being exposed to so many different lines of sight from the hallway, from freezer, and it meant that they could really put that extra pressure on sight. Now you can see EverE have made some adaptations. I like the mute pick coming out from X, and what that's trying to do is counter the Flores, which previously cleared out that elbow presence. The thing is, Cyclops are so nimble on their feet. They've completely, already before the round has begun, changed their strategy. They've gone back to the Ying, but this time the Glaz is here as well for Suzu, instead of that flank rush from Nomad. So as long as Cyclops are a bit more careful of their flanks, which it looks like it's not even going to matter, because EverE have been absolutely terrified. They're not even roaming anymore. Like, Cyclops are absolutely dictating the pace of this game.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see. We asked the big question, what is it going to look like when Cyclops really get the opportunity to showcase what they can do as a team? You're seeing it right now. This is unbelievable from Cyclops. From start to finish, they have looked phenomenal on this attack, sorry. So fluid, working together, just executing on any little mistake, any tiny mistake that EverE make, Cyclops are there for it. And again, they find the opening onto X, who has been so quiet alongside the entire team. I mean, there's no chance for them to flourish right now.
This could well be a 5th round in a row for Cyclops. They are looking so primed and ready to take this. They've got everything that they need. As the Candelas, one has rung out so far and one smoke from Annie. Just putting pressure passively on Blue, but that's something. That's a pick onto Black Ray. That's one of the main nade operators. Got a little bit too aggressive, tried to sneak down the stairs. Probably not advisable for Black Ray, but at least for EverE, that's a lifeline that they can grab onto. That said, Cyclops have put so much pressure on. It looks like they might actually go for this front take, Rob, not putting a lot of pressure on the rear side.
Oh, and this gets even more dangerous because players are going to think they're safe here. Oh my goodness, Suzu surely gets the free opportunity to take down Rayra. It's going to be Gatorada that goes deep now on the back of the shots ringing through. Gatorada has control. Oh, no! Rayra goes big and they hold firm. EverE shutting down the storyline of 5 rounds straight. 4-2. They will swap halves onto their attack now.
That is some fantastic redemption for EverE. That really well and truly should have been a 5-1 half for Cyclops. This game should be nearly over. But 4-2, while far from ideal, is certainly a salvaged half for EverE. The fact that just finally they managed to get through, especially when it's just by the most minute of moments, the tiniest of micro plays. Fantastic 2K from Rayra, fending off Anaton, trying to push Blue, and immediately being prepared for some aggression from Gatorada flooding through sight. It was exactly what EverE needed to keep this alive. Keep in mind, Cyclops, 1 map 1. EverE are at the end of their rope. This is their map pick. They need to show up.
I like where that bulletproof camera was being placed then by Gator. It's just on the corner of the corridor that will allow you to see the freezer. The only place you can destroy it, of course, is from Pillar. So, provided they don't lose Pillar, you're going to have a lot of control into freezer for as long as they want, unless they do decide to reinforce that, of course. Moving forward, though, I mean, I hate this storyline of we expect Cyclops to really just be solidly so sound on their defense. And you can see they're more than happy to roam above. I think they've got 2 or 3 players that were running upstairs. It looks like Gatorada might be the only player that sticks around. But have they extended in the meeting? That's probably the question for me.
Looks looks like it's a pretty significant extension all the way upstairs. This is not very common, but once again, it's the castle coming out and the castle buff showing its very exciting teeth, baring its fangs. It's EverE who's got to deal with the roam or ignore the roam and focus on the site. Both of which are going to be quite troublesome. There's a lot of utility stacked both on and off site. And you can see even these holes here are going to make it super hard for any attackers to play in T1 of Big Tower.
Question for me remains, how much information does EverE really have at this point? They've lost 4 drones. They are getting live droned in, so there we go. They know that meeting is pretty much scot-free, but it's not meeting they have to worry about. It is upstairs. Big Tower seems to be where they're looking to take a lot of the attention to. Cyclops have burnt enough time off this clock already for it to be a little bit worrisome unless ever decide to completely dismiss the roam and go straight to site. Minute 30 off and you know, Cyclops haven't been addressed yet. It really could come down to those roams.
Cyclops have some really fantastic flank positions. But EverE is watching them. You can see flicking through all of the drones, making sure that they're not going to be caught off guard. Flashbang to go out. Amber being extra cautious, but also flashed up. It looks like Cyclops are about to feel the wrath of EverE as they start to really put this pressure on.
Catarata sitting defensively. Anatan on the other side of the map is not going to be faced with any kind of nonsense just yet. Does look like Suzu's actually backed away, so it's just going to be Gatarata who's burning the time up there. This is really dire here, Dev. 40 seconds left. EverE is starting to realize, hey, we can't do this. We can't stick around forever. We need to start addressing the site. There's 4 players toward the site as EverE might just drop into a murder box.
I think they're going to have to, though, at this point, and Suzu does draw first blood, taking down X, and it looks like it might be too difficult for EverE to get a grip. Amber has to go huge here, dropping in to Electrical. Oh no, just misses the shot, chases down Black Ray, but oh no, Cyclops have turned it on. And they go up 5 rounds to 2 as they start strong on their defense.
Feel like EverE had to either address that roam or dismiss it completely. They got caught in 2 minds. They threw nades, they threw flashes, they tried to flush them back. And all it really did was just force, I can't remember who it was now, the castle player, back into dorms. It just forced them back into kids. Gatarata, there you go. Force them back into a position where they could literally just wait out. They could wait their time out. They had burnt 2 minutes off the clock, 2 minutes 20. By the time you saw EverE go, oh no, we need to address this. We need to figure something out. And Suzu had already backed away down the armory hatch, was stuck in garage, but could shut down anything coming into lobby. And it just doesn't, it did not feel like it had the venom that we'd hoped for, especially considering this is EverE's map pick.
There's a lot of indecisiveness there from EverE, really. I mean, I wasn't watching as avidly as you might have been Cyclops' game against Reject yesterday on this map, but perhaps that's a strategy that roam that Cyclops haven't actually shown before. And perhaps EverE was pretty stumped when they saw, oh, so there's all these roamers upstairs. What do? Do we push them? Do we push site? They kind of ended up half doing both at once.
Yeah.
And it meant that they got to a point where it was like 45 seconds left and oh, we don't have enough time to go and hunt these roamers. We don't have enough time to go and push the site. Kind of a worst of both worlds situation for EverE. Made it really, really difficult. Cyclops have been dominating on Oregon thus far, and even though we've seen flashes of greatness from EverE, it just hasn't been enough to keep up.
No, definitely. I'm trying to cast my mind back, and I genuinely don't remember seeing a roam that heavy up top. I know that they definitely roamed from time to time, but it was nothing too drastic. Look at this.
What is this?
Are they going to? Surely they're not about to do this.
This is surely a rush. We can have the Ying and the Amaru. This is absolutely perfect This could be so well timed. We've got the Candela going off. We've got the, oh no, Amari full flashed and taken down. There's a shield as well. That is a rush fallen flat on their face. A flawless round for Cyclops.
CAG! They literally laid the path out in front of EverE and said, go for it. Go for it. Let's see how good you are. It was literally falling into the open arms. The entire roster was ready and waiting for that. That is a devastating blow to EverE that now find themselves, I believe that, is that match point for Cyclops?
Indeed it is, 6-2.
Oh no. Oh no. Not only match point, it's series point.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
And
attackers.
we're about to find our first semi-finalist, Cyclops, about to lock it in. 1 round away here.
What a gutting moment this must be for EverE. They've given it their all. They have struggled all year long in the Japan League, finishing last place. And while there were little expectations on them, on their shoulders, after finishing so strong in their group, they demonstrated that they can step up under pressure, right? But just clearly not step up as high as the reigning champions can. Map 1 was a close contest. EverE really showed us a lot of promise on Chalet, but Oregon here has just been the Cyclops show through and through, and surely this is not going to be a spawn pick. Oh, no. Black Ray having a field day. Marvi shut down. Insults to injury.
Oh, that really does rub salt in the wounds, doesn't it? That is a devastating blow to start out with. Marvi, who has opened up these rounds, found trades at the direst of times. Down and out. Can only sit there and watch the drone play. And Anatan, oh,
well
goodness
played.
me, that was, yeah, really fantastic from EverE.
Still hasn't done the job yet. You can see Amber trying to get some kind of pressure vertically and cut off his cross, but still quite difficult to take down this clash. There is a C4 ready and waiting. Oh, and well, while we did have Aniton trying to call for it, it wasn't quite there. Now Amber's got a great position, but knowing Cyclops, they'll peek these holes.
That's just it. And they've got no pressure from Small Tower at the moment because Anitan's still standing, or was standing, toward the doorway. So they could sit there and pronounce the double reinforced wall, and the dining makes it near impossible. This extension into shower is going to be near impossible to deal with when you've got a clash there as well. I mean, this is such a hard setup for EverE to deal with.
They're going to give it everything that they've got as Amber now forced back, really feeling that pressure. Sifty still has 1 concussion left, and he's going to need to use it surely, but Aegator's not going to give them a chance. EverE may just be tripping over that final hurdle as we speak. Only 3 players left. The Cyclops are flexing their muscles.
Rayra, though, can he open up the side? Are they looking to warn him? There was an opportunity, but he's missed it only by a second. The flash will go in. That should allow him to get a little bit more aggressive, but Susu dances in and around the table. It is Sifty that is left to deal with all 5 remaining members. And of course, in typical Cyclops fashion, they all get aggressive.
Oh, the pistol to finish it! That is the match. That is the series. That is Cyclops marching forth to the semi-finals. Oh, that was, in the end, a very dominant quarterfinal match for the reigning champs. We expected nothing less of them. That said, map 1 had us no doubt rooting for EverE. We thought that they had a serious chance. Cyclops crushed those dreams.
Yeah, they did, and you look back at the map, Paul, and you really do wonder what if Ever E were actually able to take Chalet, and maybe we would have gone to Cafe finally. That would have been an incredible finish to this series. But look, I think the storyline for me, Ever E really put up a good fight. We saw some nice things from them, but this is the Cyclops that we know and love. This is the Cyclops that needed to come in today and show their dominance, and they've done so.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic showing for Cyclops. Ended up in a 7-5 and 7-2 scoreline. So I think they can be incredibly happy with that.
That they can. And we'll have a look at, of course, the OCN relegations, Dev, because that is something that we have coming up quite soon. It is, of course, on the 27th of November. I'll let you make a comment on this if you want. It hits a little bit closer to home, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, obviously the Japan League is fantastic, the Japan Championship is fantastic, but Oceanic Nationals is also a great tournament for the OS region, and yeah, we have some fantastic teams heading into this relegation tournament. We've got Sawyer there from Overt, and on the right, Vinny from Wildcard, the two teams which will be fighting to defend their spots in the Oceanic Nationals. We've got Fury coming up from the Oceanic Challenger League, and another team yet to be decided, which will be gunning for their spot, so it should be fantastic.
It certainly will be. Again, just a reminder, that is November 27th and 28th, so make sure you pencil that one into your weekend because it is sure to be entertaining. But Dev, do you have any final thoughts on the game that has just unfolded? Cyclops are our first semi-finalists for this championship.
They are. Look, it was a fantastic showing from Cyclops, especially on map 2. I think Ever E really showed on Chalet that they've a lot of potential, and I think that after the Japan League season they won't be the most happy with. They at least can have some redemption playing on land here, playing in the Japan Championship. So good on them, but of course it is Cyclops who will continue forward in that bracket, but it's going to be very challenging for them to defend their title.
No, there is no doubt. There are some teams really gunning for that place. Two teams, of course, that are hot on their heels. It's Guts and it's Zepto. They're going to be playing for that semi-final spot against Cyclops, and it's coming up after this short extended break.
最初僕が、日本のプロリーグに違うチームで出ていて自分で一からチームを作ってみたいっていうふうに考えて本当に自分がやりたいメンバーで自分の、本当になんですよね理想のチームを作りたかったっていうのがまず第一の、思いで今のオーナーのワンワンさんって方がいらっしゃるんですけどそのオーナーのワンワンさんに無理やり頼み込んでチームを作っていただいてもう絶対プロリーグ上がるのでチームを作らせてくださいっていうのを頼み込んで作ったチームだったので一回も負けられないっていう戦いでチャレンジャーリーグを戦い切ってプロリーグに上がった時はものすごく嬉しかったのが覚えてますね。当時は僕とリリーガッツで、ユラがデトネーションゲーミングユラとクラウドがデトネーションゲーミングでライトがニャンニャンパラダイスで彼が野良連合でプロリーグに出てた。それはもう本当に気合が入っててめちゃめちゃ気合入ってたんで1位通過で通過したんですごく良かったです。本当に胃がキリキリしながら毎週泣きそうになりながら
俺に関してはチャレンジャーリーグ序盤が一番きつかったかな。
入ったばっかりだった。
入ってから1週間とか2週間ぐらいでチャレンジャーリーグだったんですよ。でそれでチームになれるのも大変でしたしもうどうやっていけばいいのかなって思ってやってましたね。
多分一番メンタルきてたのは僕たちで一番負けてたので単純にあともう本当に1回も負けられない状態で多分やってたから割としんどかったですね。で一応繰り上げ昇格だったから
おまけ昇格したもんね。
お情けで上がれたぐらいだったんでめっちゃ嬉しかったけどなんかちょっと悲しいというか、ちゃんと勝って上がりたかったなと思いながらみんなで上がっておいたですね。
その負けられないっていうのは本当に一緒でその一試合一試合のそのポイントの重みがすごく大きくてだからその一試合一試合気持ちをすり減らしながら
すっごい気にしてたもんねポイントこれ勝ったらこのポイントになって今何位になるみたいな。
でその下位層にまず負けると絶望的な差ができてしまうみたいな。勝てるとこは絶対勝っていかないとみたいな。
負けられなかったよ。
本当に負けられなかった。
負けたら終わるぐらいだったね。
でも一番負けられなかったのはこのメンツで読んだ A パックノース本当にね。A パックノース予選は本当に負けられなくて勝ちたいよりその時は本当は良くないんですけど僕も今勝ちたいと思って試合に臨んでますけどその時は負けたくないが負けられないが強かったですね一番は。もちろんリーグの道が閉ざされるっていうのと僕それ負けたらプロゲームは引退しようと思ってたので正直もうそれが分岐点っていうかもうここのリーグ入れなかったらちょっとプロとして活動は難しいかなっていうのを思っていたので負けられなかったですね。
多分俺もやめてましたね。多分やめてました。だって1年何もないんだったら多分やめてるモチベーションが続かないと思う。なんか別のそのプロゲーマー選手以外で e スポーツ界隈で何かしらやってたと思うわ。
なんか先が見えなかったっていうのが多分みんな共通してやめるかやめないかはもう正直どうでもいいんですけど
負けて落ちたら何があるかがもう分かんない
何が起こるのか全然分かんないから先が見えなすぎて
今は結構全力でもうそのe スポーツに打ち込める環境っていうのはあるんですけどやっぱどうしてもそういうのがなかったので、あの時落ちたらそもそも生活が危ないからやめるしかないになる可能性が結構高かったので、
それもあったね、
やっぱりそういうのがあるともう負けられないんだっていう気持ちになりました。
常に目標絶対これ勝ちたいねとかこのリーグは絶対優勝したいねって話はみんなでしているのでそこでやっぱ一体感は生まれてるのかなって。
しかも作戦とか立てる時もやっぱり全員で話し合って全員の意思共有っていうのを結構大事にしてる。結構僕もチームいろいろ自分で作ったりもいろんなとこ行ったりもしててで一番今までのチームの中だと意思共有っていうのがしっかりしてるのでその作戦とかそのチームのスタイル的にもなのでそういうとこで一体感を生まれているのかなとは思いますね。
本当にみんなでこうチームのことに対してチーム全体のことに対して話し合うっていうのを本当に1日5時間ぐらいは絶対話すようにすごいなんかもうチームの一体感がここ1ヶ月2ヶ月でかなり増して すごく自分たち的にもチーム的にも多分個人でもみんな思ってると思うんだけどやりやすい環境になってきたっていうのが本音ですね。まあ僕たちはずっと世界大会に行きたいっていう思いでやってるんですけど、まあ、実際はまだ日本一位も取れてないですし、その、まあ、日本の中で頭角を表さないといけないなってところでチームとしてももっと上に行こうっていう気持ちでやっているので結構上昇志向が今高い感じですね。
まあでもだいぶ最近リーグの戦い方を学べている気はとてもしますね。
やり方分かってきたよねみんなでね。
そうですね。
まあ、格上のチームとのなんか差が見えたんで、まあ、それに近づけるもしくは超えれるように頑張ってるところですね結構。
まあ僕たちはまだまだ完璧というか完成形ではないと思ってるのですごくチーム自体もこのリーグの中でめきめき成長している感じがあるので、まあそうですね、まあ、自分たちが完成って近づけるように日々リーグの中で成長できたらなと思ってやってます。
Hello and welcome back to the Japan Championship. Matasa Tanasakai. Guz, this is our first cast together for the RJC, and I'm really keen to get into this because we have another ripper match here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no doubt. And we are going to see Zepto for the first time as well. Yet to see them play in this bracket just due to the nature of some of these teams starting in the second round. So yeah, really excited. Another big best of 3 on the line, and all these teams once more fighting it out for that huge prize pool.
It certainly is a massive prize pool, and if you're tuning in on the Rainbow Six Bravo channel and you're perhaps not really familiar with what the Rainbow Six Japan Championship is, well, welcome, and I can assure you that this is not something that you want to miss out on. This is such a massive national circuit that we have in Japan between the Japan League, between the Japan Open, and of course at the end of the year it all culminates in what is essentially like a playoffs, the Japan Championship. Now, this is being played on land in Tokyo in a massive convention center. It is phenomenal. I'm sure you would have seen the stage, and yeah, like you said, the prize pool for this event is just insane.
Yeah, 130,000 USD total prize pool, which is just mind-blowing. Even a lot of big tournaments, like the majors, for example, are only slightly higher than that. Yeah, relatively. So yeah, a huge tournament, and it's not just, I don't think it's just the prize pool that a lot of these teams are fighting for. It's the opportunity to be called the best in Japan. That's really what these teams are fighting for.
That's it, and of course we have the two teams in this matchup, Guts Gaming versus Zepto. Let's see Guts.
Lily 選手、クラウド選手、メリウス選手、ライト選手、ユラ選手、コーチはヨーグルト。
And that is the Guts Gaming lineup.
初戦は接戦を制しての勝利。粘り強さと冷静
Fantastic
さで
tournament has
着
been
実
for
に them
相手を
so
追い
far
詰め
within the
勝利を
Japan つかみ
League.
取るガッツゲーミング。
And as well in the APAC North Division, they have had a fantastic run. Toppled Cyclops as well in the APAC playoffs. Definitely one of the best teams in
中外
Japan.
分の1秒も見逃さないゼプター。 ワッショイ選手、太陽選手、ピョン選手、ルアー選手、レクチャン選手、コーチはタカ。結成わずか1年にして実力は折り紙付き。プロを差し置いて下克上を巻き起こせるかゼプター。
That is Zepto, definitely the underdogs coming into this matchup, but
セミファイナルラウンドで6戦無敗で勝ち進んだゼプトがファイナル
we
ラウンド
do
で
know
も
that
無
there
敗
is
記
a lot
録
of
を伸
potential
ばせる
for
の
the
か
upset
それ
here.
とも
Both of
ガッ
these
ツ
teams
ゲーミングが
fighting
それに
for a
立ち
spot
はだ
in
かる
the
のか
semi-final. The
間もな
winner
く試合
will go and
開
face the
始
reigning
です
champions of Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Guts, everyone probably is much more familiar with Guts than with Zepto. So let's start talking about Zepto. These underdogs, they've come through, and I think that they've given quite a few teams a run for their money. They finished first in their group, and they're looking quite hot.
Yeah, not only did they finish first in their group, but they also didn't drop a single map as well. Basically went undefeated throughout the group stage here for Japan Championships. I know it's a name that's been thrown around quite a bit as well. So probably one of the teams that made it through the Open that might actually be a really serious threat.
And here we are watching some replays, some highlights from Zepto to get to know these players. They have been really taking the Japan Open by storm. As you said, finished second place, first in their group here, didn't drop a single match in their group. And, well, it definitely does start to develop some expectation, but of course, they are going up against Guts, so it will be no easy task here. This is the largest stage that they will have ever played on, and a significant opportunity for Zepto to show us what they are worth here at the RJC. I mean, what else is there to say about Zepto? I personally have never casted them before, so I'm very much excited to see what they have to show in the server.
Yeah, the only point of, I wouldn't even call it a point of concern, but the only blight on their record really has been that in the Japan Open Season 2, the event that, of course, the top two of which qualified for the Japan Championship, they did lose to Blue Bees, but I don't think that match really meant a whole lot outside of like whatever seeding or potentially whatever the case was. So I'm not going to read too much into that, and it was a close 1-2 anyway. So look, I haven't seen much of them either, much like yourself. So I'm keen to sort of just jump in the server, get a feel for where they're at. And they're kind of getting thrown in the deep end a little bit, like a lot of these open teams, right? They're coming in, LAN environment, probably the first time playing on a LAN environment like this, never mind on a stage this big against some of the best teams from Japan. So they're really going to be put to the test, but we have seen underdog stories already so far, and Goku is probably one team, unfortunately, that did lose out that can attest to that. So there's nothing to say that Guts Gaming heading into this are, you know, favorites by a country mile. They're probably favorites to some extent, but Zepto could definitely get a win.
That's the thing, like right now in where the Japan Championship is, of course we have these teams who are playing in the Japan League, playing in APAC North League, and you have teams from Open Qualifiers and teams from the Japan Open, and it does provide so many opportunities for upsets like Blue Bees defeating Sengoku, knocking them out of the tournament like we saw yesterday. And Zepto is definitely noted as one of those teams that has the potential to be that upsetter. I know I was speaking with Freda, one of the Japanese commentators, and he had remarked that, you know, teams that he's expecting to do well and potentially be one of those upset teams, Zepto, top of that list alongside Gyogun. So we definitely know that Zepto's got what it takes, but you know, it's going to be not easy against Guts. I think Guts, after what has been their probably best season in APAC North, I think that they're going to be trying to ride that high and trying to take the championship away from Cyclops.
Yeah, right, and Guts unfortunately did fall short of the Sweden Major, so it's not even like heading into this tournament, right? They've got nothing to lose, they've got nothing to save, they can't use that as an excuse to perform poorly here, right? They'll be putting everything they have into this tournament. Again, huge prize pool, pride on the line, and I think much like Sengoku were actually saying in their interviews, I would assume it's very similar for Guts. They want to push to the grand final, hope probably that Cyclops make it as well, so that they can take them down, because Cyclops, they just never lose best of threes domestically. It just doesn't happen. So that might be their ultimate goal, right? To knock Cyclops off and I guess claim the crown of the best team in Japan.
And this is Guts Gaming. I know that there is a lot of hype surrounding this roster. Of course, they brought on Meryu, and such an infamous name within the Japanese region with such significant accomplishments back in the day on the Norengo roster. Guts Gaming just filled to the brim with talent as well. Players like Light, Lily, absolutely insane. I think Lily's had one of his best seasons ever of Rainbow Six. And as we look on to Zepto now, a bit of less familiar names. If you're used to just watching the APAC North, maybe the Japan League, you wouldn't necessarily know all these Japan Open names. But I mean, I'm really excited to see what they've got to show, especially, you know, we can see some pretty significant highlights in the stats already.
Look, the most difficult thing for me heading into this matchup with Zepto is some of these pronunciations. I don't know how you were feeling them seeing them for the first time, but they're pretty wild. So look, we'll try our hardest to do our best. Fortunately, the production team's been incredibly helpful in telling us the pronunciation. It's just whether or not we can actually do that properly. So
We will
see
do
how
our
it goes.
best.
But
And
yeah, of course,
hopefully,
try as hard as we
hopefully
can.
not offend too many people
Yeah,
with our
hopefully.
attempts at trying to say these players' names. But yeah, no, I'm really keen to see if Zepto can bring that fire that we know that Guts have. Guts also always been a team that has got their method, and they like to execute that. You know, they've also got really talented individuals on that team. So Zepto have got to step into some pretty significantly big shoes. And, you know, it's not going to get any easier from here on out for Zepto, right? Like, if they do manage to defeat Guts in this quarterfinal, their semi is going to be against Cyclops. So there's no doubt that that next semi-final is going to be a absolute barn burner of a match. Cyclops is waiting to see which of these teams they will be facing. And look, it's hard to like go past the fact that Guts is just such a big name and that we should really be favoring them. But we've seen some weaknesses from them, right? Like, we haven't seen Guts always be perfect, always be flawless, always be on the ball. There are definitely opportunities for Zepto to find themselves in this one.
Yeah, and I think that the main storyline for me, at least heading into this one, right, is the story that Guts can falter. And we saw that in the final play day of APAC North, suggesting that maybe when Guts have their backs against the wall, they have pressure, they have that burden to perform on them, it does significantly impede them, right? So there could, be a situation, right, in this matchup where, let's say, for example, Zepto take the first map, or whatever the case may be, applying pressure onto Guts. Do we see Guts actually step up, or do they fall back into that shell that we saw in APAC North, right? And like we said, they've got nothing else to fight for at this point. Japan Championship is their biggest event, basically, for the rest of the year, so they'll be putting all their effort and all their eggs into this one basket, and maybe, the pressure could get to them a little bit. So that's the storyline heading in for me. Zepto, on the other hand, right, much like a lot of these open qualified teams, or through the Japan Open, like in this instance, probably don't have that same sort of pressure on them to perform. They're not probably heading in expecting necessarily to win this game, and teams that can play with that burden off their shoulders, I guess you can frame it, sometimes perform better, right?
It's very true. And look, Zepto also on a massive winning streak at the moment from the Japan Championship group stage that they played in. That's why they seeded straight into this quarterfinal. They were absolutely phenomenal. They went flawless, 6 maps, and some pretty big teams in there as well, particularly Crest Gaming. You know, Crest they are a fantastic team. And look, Zepto dealt with them 7-5 and 7-4 in both of the instances that they came up against them. So there's definitely a real shot here for Zepto as another up-and-coming team. And Guts has to make sure that they're ready, because if they leave any stone unturned, if they leave an opening, Zepto are going to pounce.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, again, looking back at that Sengoku game, for example, Sengoku genuinely didn't play that great, right? But it takes a team to actually read into that, play into that, and capitalize upon your opponent's weaknesses. Even the best teams in Japan, when they're not playing great, are still formidable, right? So even if Guts don't have their best ever game of Siege this afternoon, no doubt Zepto need to be on the ball. They're not probably going to get away with maybe the same stuff they did in the group stage. It's all well and good to go undefeated through the group stage, but all that basically means is you play one less best of 3. You're still eventually, and we're seeing it now, going to have to come up against some really, really tough opposition. So hopefully over the last couple of months, Zepto have been able to do a lot of prep, right? They haven't had to focus on APAC North like Guts, for example. They would have just been relentlessly practicing for this game, probably expecting as well to take on Guts in this first matchup as well. So they should have the veto very well thought out, very sorted, and no doubt their game plan to match that as well.
Speaking of the veto, there it is, up and already, and we'll see the English translation in a moment for those of you who aren't quite as familiar with the map icons. But here we go as we get stuck into it. Guts starting second in the ban phase, so Zepto actually get to dictate the start of this one.
Yeah, so Clubhouse taken off the board first here by Zepto, Shallow by Guts, and in terms of breaking that down, just looking across at the numbers, so Clubhouse for Zepto is a map that they don't frequently ban all that much. In fact, again, with so many wins on the board, I feel like that construes the data a little bit, because you look at the numbers, right, and you go, oh, 3-1 record on Clubhouse,
Good
that's
map,
not
yeah.
amazing. And it's even not that great for Guts, so I guess maybe that's just a little bit of a scary sign for Guts, right? That's a pretty strong map pool. Shelly taken out in response. It is expected Guts' most banned map. In terms of the picks, Villa and Oregon. I don't know if you want to touch on this, Dev, but to me, nothing's standing out as being amazing. And in fact, Zepto are really strong on Oregon, yet Guts have decided to make it, or let it through, or even pick it themselves.
That's very, honestly, I'm very excited by this ban phase for Zepto. You had alluded to the fact that Zepto would have been able to really grind out and do a lot of preparation for this ban phase. And I think the proof is in the pudding, right? Like, Zepto picking Villa. Now, that was the map that, like I'd already mentioned, they defeated Crest on 7-5, 7-4. And while they have had some losses here and there, overall this year, it's a 7-2 record. So very, very strong map is Villa for Zepto. If you go and look at Guts' stats, the last time they played Villa was in the APAC playoffs where they lost 7-0 to Damwon Kia. That is a really grim scoreline for Guts. And while, yes, they have had wins much, much earlier in the year, back in June, they actually beat Ever E. But recently, Guts have really struggled on that map. So I think that this is going to bet up this match really strong for Zepto on map 1. You already mentioned that map 2 Oregon, which is Guts' map pick, is also a good map for Zepto. In fact, they haven't lost it all year long. So I'm really feeling like this could honestly be a huge upset. Like, Zepto is no longer being an underdog to me. Like, they're starting to look like potentially favored in this veto.
Yeah, I did look at the third map though, and that's where I start to get a little bit scared, right? So Cafe for the decider, you look at Guts, they have a strong record here, and some of the notable results are pretty impactful, right? A 7-0 victory over Cyclops in APAC North. That is very, very significant. That's a huge win. Yes, in a best of 1 format, so slightly differently, or slightly different to some of the other matches, but I mean, they did back that up against Reject, right? 7-2 a couple of days later. So clearly a map that they're pretty proficient on. So I think this sets up the veto in 1 or 2 ways, in my opinion, right? We either see it go probably to 3 maps and Guts win 2-1, or Zepto, if they want to get it done, they need to put it into the first 2. Now, of course, that's a pretty big, bold claim to make because they're the underdog, but I think we've done a pretty good job in sort of prefacing that the veto is actually being played out pretty smartly here by Zepto. Again, though, they can't really let it go to that third map, otherwise things do start to look pretty bad for them.
Certainly a big gamble, right? And for Guts, then it does make you think they just have to hold on for map 1 or map 2, hold out on Villa or Oregon, and then they should be able to push through to Cafe and win it there. But in particular, let's turn our attention to Villa. That is where we start, and it is a map that Zepto have just gobbled up for lunch. Like 7 wins and 2 losses this year. Some fantastic, convincing scorelines. You look a little bit further back in the Japan Open, a 7-1 over First Gaming. Like, there are so many really, really strong results for Zepto on Villa. And on the contrast, like, Guts just really have fallen short almost every single time they play that map, especially every time that they've played it at a regional level. So I'm really starting to be concerned here for Guts. Like, regardless of the fact that this is a best of 3, the momentum starts on map 1, and I think Zepto will have that momentum on their side.
And that's where I think, and I know we're going to probably mention this a bazillion times throughout the broadcast, so I don't want to hammer it home too hard early here, but it's going to come down to that mental battle. And I think for Guts, like we've, again, prefaced, they need to play the long game in this veto. Villa doesn't look great for them, but they don't need to win Villa to win the best of 3, right? That's the beauty of it. You need to have a deep map pool, and that should be the way it plays out, right? If they lose Villa, as long as they don't get absolutely smashed, just move on. Like, doesn't matter. Map 2 is looking a lot more favorable on Oregon, albeit, still a little bit dicey because Zepto have also performed quite nicely there as well. But I think the goal has to be just push it to the third map. Guts will know, I think, deep down, if it goes to Cafe, they win. At least that's what I'm thinking. I have a lot of faith in them to be able to pull it off, especially when they've, smashed opponents like Cyclops, like Reject in the past. I don't see why it should be much different here. So yeah, for me, the expectation, Guts, if they want to win the series, just get through the first map. If it's rough, so be it. But really aim to just get the series to Cafe at all costs.
Definitely sets up a lot of pressure on Zepto to get it done and not delay, and to make sure that they can take it down. Villa, as we get into it, Guts have a lot to redeem themselves for on this very map, where they recently lost it without winning a single round back in the APAC playoffs. Guts, they were so close to making it to the 6th major in Sweden. They were at the top of the APAC North standings, but on the final day, they crumbled under the pressure. And following from that, they couldn't cut it in the APAC playoffs either. They come back And the next item in their sights is the Japan Championship. They are the favored team to take it away from the reigning champions of Cyclops, but Zepto will stand in their way on Villa. It should be a fantastic battle and a fantastic opportunity for this new up-and-coming Japan Open team.
That's a really good monologue from you. It would be a shame if the game wasn't ready and we don't don't immediately go into it. didn't want to ruin the vibes too much. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Oh, it's been a fantastic RJC so far. I know you had a great time yesterday, guys. It's been long days, though. It has been long days.
They do call it the Guz curse. If you're casting with me, you will get a best of 3. So chat, I hope you're ready, cozy, got a drink, maybe 2 or 3 glasses of water might be required, or bottles of water probably at this point, because we could be in for a bit of a banger. And honestly, we probably cursed it on ourselves talking about the veto as much as we did. I think there's a general consensus, or at least there's a consensus within myself that a third map is, not only possible but also quite likely, I think, in this matchup, and that's going to test my endurance. But oh well, I had a good break before, refreshed myself, so ready to go.
Yeah, no, I think it should be good. I'm keen for it. I think that every single match that we have casted so far that has been a part of the Japan Championship has been very entertaining. All of these teams from Japan, they bring such fire, they bring such excitement in their matches. They really just they don't have a brake pedal. They just go full on the accelerator, and it creates for some fantastic showings. And in particular, because of the format of this tournament featuring so many different levels of team, we have teams that have been national champions before. We have teams that have got star players who have won fantastic accolades overseas, and then we have up-and-coming teams who are just developing and just looking for that opportunity to become professional. And a team like Zepto fits that bill. They're looking for an upset.
Yeah, you know what this tournament kind of reminds me? It's a little bit like, it's like a domestic version almost of the old minors that we had, to the extent where you get like this broad spectrum of teams, different skill levels, different levels of experience. And the beauty of it is, here in the Japan Championship, is like the competition is genuinely quite close. Like, we're not just seeing these overqualified teams come here to just get stopped like 7-0, right? It's actually been quite competitive. And just the brand of Siege that they play is like still blowing my mind. I headed into this tournament, it's Japanese Siege, it's going to be pretty crazy, but it's on a whole other level, right? There's always so much going on, so much to try and follow, a lot of aggression. I know that's always the buzzword that gets thrown around, and we see that, right, in a multitude of ways. Rounds typically starting and ending very early, right? Like, we'll normally be halfway through a round and there'll only be like 3 players left, or whatever the case may be. Flanks are, always being attempted. C4 play is huge. We've seen a lot of play with utility and grenades, for example, as well. And yeah, excited to see if that will be replicated here. That hasn't been the case. Not every single team has been playing like, rank stars, for example, however you want to describe it, not overly aggressive, but there has definitely been a flair amongst a lot of these teams that have competed thus far. That's the way they want to approach their games, and it has yielded results.
Yeah, I love it. I just think that it brings such a breath of fresh air into this game, and something that also has been noted by a lot of the significant players and coaches from this team. Chatting with Hybrid, who's the coach from Cyclops, he had mentioned that it's something that had always been a defining characteristic of Cyclops' gameplay, and they have been the reigning champions of Japan, the best team from Japan for such a long time, was that aggression. And that's something that all of these other teams looked up to them for. And now they have caught up to Cyclops, and Cyclops is really feeling that pressure and starting to think, okay, maybe we need to actually slow things down. Maybe we need to really grab hold of those leads when we get them and not let them slip through our fingers, because that's something that has seemed to curse that team time after time. Look for that structure. And I just think with the way that the meta has been evolving in Rainbow Six, moving to that more kind of play-centric, frag-centric style rather than being all about these heavy utility setups, it certainly makes for an exciting brand of Siege, and it really just allows these Japanese teams to flex into their strengths.
Yeah, I guess that's why it will be a little bit of a shame that we don't see the likes of Guts at the major, because obviously we won't see it necessarily on a global scale, but we do get a taste of it here locally, and I believe the game is going to start very soon. So thanks for standing by with us. Very excited to jump into this best of 3. First map on the cards, of course, is going to be Villa, Zepto's map pick, and they'll be looking to get off to a banging start.
Definitely going to be a challenge for Guts to do it on Villa, a map they have struggled on in the past. But Zepto may have outwitted them in the map. Fido, Zepto left Chalet in, forcing Guts to ban it, and that means we go to Villa. Here we are, the Zepto's map pick. The have fun comes out in the chat as we get into the operator, Vito.
I haven't mentioned it yet, but I love that the casting desk to like, game stinger animation
So
thingy.
Would love to use that. I'll just watch that on repeat, honestly.
Oh, line taken off first here from Guts Gaming. An operator that, of course, can play crowd control on the attack, limit the movement of defenders, and in combination with the really strong grenade meta that we're kind of seeing evolve here on Villa, it's probably not a bad pick, because if you're afraid of getting naded from below, the best way of countering that is moving. And if there's an E1D in the sky, well, you can't really do that. So, cool little ban there. Thatcher in response, not really too much to note there. That's probably Thatcher ban number 375,000 that I've seen casting Siege.
I believe that. I would believe that, mate. But as for the defense, let's see what these guys have in store for us. Zepto up next, and they get rid of the Malusi, so might be pretty eager here to get aggressive and take opportunities, push into the site as soon as they see an opening, because those Banshees won't be there to slow them down.
Yeah, pretty bold ban. Malusi, again, after the rework with the Banshees themselves opening up within range and not necessarily needing to be taken out with explosive utility, they're not as strong as they used to be, but still obviously a bit of a nuisance to deal with. And if you want to play aggressive and get in the face of your opponents on the attack, well, getting rid of Malusi is, one step closer towards achieving that. So I like that ban from Zepto. Quite aggressive and a sign of confidence.
Fantastic, and the Valk 2 rounded it out, very staple. I mean, when Valk's in, you just got to be so careful. You waste so much time looking for the cameras that you can't spend doing everything else that you need to get done in a round. So let's jump straight on in. It looks like Zepto on the attack, already teasing out a Ying. Will it get stuck though? Would absolutely love to see some aggressive... No, okay, it's just a tease, just a little bit of... just trying to, I guess, keep Guts on their toes. Instead, the Dockerby comes out, so looking to really shut down that roam game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, Dockerby has seen a little bit of play here and there, and often when it hasn't been picked, it's been bad in the Japan Championship. Of course, you can rain out calls, distract opponents, and you can track roamers in particular by sound. Outside of that, when a defender is killed, you can then hack their observation tool that allows you to see all of the default cameras in addition to other information gathering pieces of utility. Now, it's probably not going to prove that fruitful necessarily for Zepto in that sense, right? Because you don't have any information gatherer. I mean, you've got the mirror, but obviously that's slightly different. You don't have the likes of a Valk as she's banned, you don't have Echo on play, or the Maestro for that matter. So I anticipate that Zepto, and Pune in particular, is going to try and use those calls again to aid on the roam clear. And I mean, just outside of that, right, you have the MK, which that DMR is just absolutely stupidly good. I think it's incredibly underrated. And that alone, you can do a lot of damage. And we've seen it particularly in the LAN build as well. It seems to do a lot of work. So we'll have to see what he can achieve.
That's a fantastic drone from Zepto. Unbelievable that they managed to get that drone all the way in sight, especially with the mute present.
Yeah.
That is some early info, though. I mean, just look at that. That is so good. And surely...
How has he done that?
Another player crossing.
Like, it would have made so much noise parkouring into that position, surely. So I don't know how we got away with that. Cloud needs to be careful. That was a little bit ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, not showing enough respect, clearly, because Taya is just going to rip his head straight off. That smoke out of the game so early on. And you can see how eager Guts are to make this work with these aggressive peaks, but Zepto, they're not happy with that. They're not going to sit back and just be abused. They are reading into this so well.
Yeah, Zepto shaping up for full study at the moment. Might see Finko play down below. That's Waishe. Already expended one grenade. Vault there from Tayo, and he's going to push straight into site.
Oh my god, this is why you ban Malusi, I guess. Just send it straight on in, but Lily! It always seems to be Lily. 2K to help one out, and that C4 almost locks in the final kill. Looks like just Mariu and Lily to hold on. Try and prevent any kind of a push. Easy spray down for Mariu. And what seemed to be a strong start for Zepto was put to an end.
I mean, I still like the intent from Zepto, right? They are quite clearly playing into their own Malusi ban. They, off the back of that, I mean, Shindy intel on site, right? They knew exactly where that player was on the vault. Bang, get that shot, and then just execute from there. You're already at a two-man advantage. Unfortunately, though, they didn't, of course, have any foothold inside of games. Bar in particular, that allowed Lily to kind of just sit there and line them up one by one as they walked in. So, well played by Guts. A little bit of a scary start for them, but they were able to correct it in the end.
Bit of a shame for Zepto, yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed their early just shutdown. They had the number of Guts, and they had info on site, which we talked about. They can. The fact that Guts won that, mostly just down to Lily, I think. And, I mean, had Lily not managed to pull that off, we'd probably be looking at Zepto with a really strong start. I hope that this doesn't stilt their confidence too much, though, because there's a lot to be happy about with that round, even if they didn't get it across the line. And look, Aviator Games Room, one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the game, at least has been in the past. The stats tend to jump all over the shop when the meta is ever evolving. So Zepto shouldn't be too unhappy with losing that opening round.
Yeah, in Japan League, at least, which I've sort of been using as a little bit of a reference in terms of map and objective meta, it is the most defender-sided outside of Living Library, which has only 4 players out of 246 rounds. So just excluding that outlier, 57% defender win rate. Funnily enough, Trophy's stat is actually significantly the worst, only at a 45% defensive win rate. So it will be intriguing to see if that trend sort of does translate here across to the Japan Championship. Zepto are going to have to attack it for the second round, and that might be their window of opportunity to get around on the board.
And actually an old style hold here for Guts Gaming. They're not looking to have any kind of aggressive opening into Master, playing a lot more of an old school passive style defense. And Zepto have taken this control downstairs. You can see Waishai, Rapture as well. Ooh, a nade through the floor. I don't think that's going to quite find Mariu, but I mean a second different, and that could well have been a kill. Looking to clear now this mute jammer on the wall, I presume, and that should hopefully have dismantled that utility and be allowing Tayo upstairs to start hard breaching that bomb site.
Replicator online.
I do like this from Zepto. If you are going to play below, you need to have grenades in hand to actually make it worthwhile. Those have now been expended. Oh, that's an aggressive push there from Action, but gets that kill. Well played. And now Zepto can play into that man advantage for the remainder of this round. And it looks like Guts are scrambling a little bit on site.
Mary knows that he needs to make a play. Yura does hold on, and here comes Lily, of course, flanking up. Finds one. Now it's just Tayo and Pyun left. For Zepto, they have some presence on site, but just around the corner from them, I mean, Guts Gaming ready. Here comes Cloud up the stairs, but taken down. That's a strong pick for Tayo there. Pyun so far from being able to help at the moment. Does leave a lot of pressure here on the lonely Hibana on site. Diffuser in hand, but no one really able to cover at the moment.
And it's important that Tayo just stays alive. Pyun able to hack one of those observation devices, but once again, not really going to see all that much. Outside of maybe an Astro default, if it is still up.
Oh, no.
Yura, unfortunately, though, for Zepto, does get that kill. Diffuser on the deck. Pyun able to pick it back up. But limited options and limited time available.
Walking into a crossfire as well. Here goes Pyun, giving it everything he's got. That was a lovely shot Now it's on Lily. Such a highlight player, but Zepto have no clue. And Puen's going to try and force down this plant. Now, Lily doesn't really have a lot of options here, but Puen is going to plant with 6 seconds on the clock. This means that Lily's going to have enough time to push up. And here it comes, but he's got no clue. Now it's a post plant. SMG-12 in hand for Puen. But the C4 is perfect. And a well-played 1v1 clutch does get Guts their second round.
Once again, Lily, a huge round. Of course, back in round number 1, he was able to hold down the fort, prevent the rush from coming through from Zepto, and then shows great composure in round number 2. A huge Nitro Cell to close things off. I was a little bit scared for Lily. I'm not going to lie. He was very hesitant, very patient, and that did allow that window of opportunity for Zepto to close it out. But yeah, I guess he knew that he had that Nitro Cell in the pocket. Really well played. Just got it across the line. Probably the safest option that he could have gone for and made it work.
It's funny, really. I'm seeing so much from Zepto that I really, really like. But at the end of the day, it always seems to be Guts. And, you know, sometimes it just does come down to playmakers. Sometimes it just comes down to individual prowess. And it feels like Lily will never go down without a fight. It was 2 rounds in a row where the moment when I think it went from Zepto being favored to Guts being favored, it was on Lily. Oh, speaking of, say the name and just have a look at that lovely electric claw. Surely this is the drone for free as well. There you go. I will remark and say, oh my god, where does that go? Oh, I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, I saw this. Was it Guts that played it? Let me just quickly double check.
10 seconds.
Really nice.
Okay, so no,
that.
it definitely wasn't Guts because they played Cafe and Bank against Christ. I'm trying to have a look. It may have been in the Zengoku Bluebees game. I definitely saw a claw downstairs from one of those teams, which is, it's quite a cool one. It does force an attacker to go down below. So if you want a roaming defender, perhaps in basement, sweeping around, causing a bit of chaos, that could be the play. And if Zepto just seemingly aren't even aware that that Electro Claw is a position, well, they're going to have a headache in store for them. So yeah, a really cool Electro Claw, helping to reinforce that that laundry push, make it a little bit more challenging.
That's super cool. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I really hope that that proves fruitful for Guts.
I'm going to steal it for ranked. I reckon it's pretty good for ranked, surely.
You bet. The thing is, in ranked, you'll have like 5 attackers just crouch walking through the basements. They'll probably see it. Oh, look at this aggression though, early. Who was that upstairs? Yura in master bedroom. Oh, Yura's gonna go for gold. Doesn't get ambitious enough. How? There is no way in hell that Yura should be winning that against Tayo. But I mean, good game sense, and you miss every shot you don't take, I guess. There is a trade though, and Pune does punish.
Look, I don't think I really have to add all that much onto that. Pretty disgusting there. Light inside of Astro. Forced off under pressure, getting scanned by the Jackal. 4 versus 4. Things starting to stabilize in this round, and with a minute 40 to go, Zepto up above, can try and establish vert. Now, fortunately for them, they do have the sled. Waishe, what can he do from up above? The flank from Meryu, though, will net 1.
Meryu ambitious to be running the Roni with the one-time sight. Oh, how low! Cloud absolutely loving it. That's a 2K with the Nitro Cell on the back of the cardiac sensor, and now Pune, the last one standing for Zepto. Poor guy got the first kill to trade out the opening from Guts. And, well, I'm afraid he's going to have to either find the other 4 or just sit back and
just sit outside.
Take the 60 seconds to chill with the team.
Yeah, that's something that I've definitely noticed happens more here at the Japan Championship than any other tournament I have seen before, probably, to be completely honest. If he knows that, or if a player knows that the chances of winning a round are like less than 0.01%, often they'll just use this opportunity to just chill out, sit outside, and discuss maybe what went wrong. It's obviously a form of an impromptu tactical timeout, and I think Zepto are in need of one, because now Guts are going to win 3 rounds straight And it's been a rough one for Zepto. It's not like I'm sitting here going, Zepto are playing absolutely horribly and Guts are outclassing them at every single facet. They're getting so close to actually getting round wins. It's just Guts often pull out one or two big hero plays that undo all their good work. So it must be pretty demoralizing for Zepto at the moment, but they just need to hold strong. And the pass mark again is probably 2 rounds on the attack. So they still have plenty of opportunity to actually achieve that.
Well, at least for Pyun, saving the stats, saving the KD. And look, I would too if there was a beautiful X-Moment website that showed all of the player stats. So, I probably would too. Shout out to X-Moment. The website for the Japan League, the Japan Championship, it is astonishing. The level of detail. You got headshots of every single player. You got all their stats. I mean, if I was listed on that website, I would probably be saving my KD too.
Yeah, it is a pretty lit website.
It is so funny, isn't it, that Zepto have played so well, and yet there's just not a single check mark on the scoreboard for them. Like they haven't found a single round out of those 3. I mean, that third one was definitely the most dominant in Guts' favor.
Yeah.
But I really would have expected the first 2, they both looked so good for Zepto. Really strong openings. Like you said, it's just hero play. It's just Guts. Pull them off.
Yeah, things do look a little bit scary for Zepto. Again, you want to be looking at about 2 rounds on the attack as a pass rate. You might be able to escape away with 1, so I'll probably only start getting super duper concerned if they lose trophy stat, which statistically they probably should be winning anyway. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. One thing standing out to me is Pyun jumping onto the gridlock for this round. Of all the flank watches available, most notably Nomad and Gridlock. The former doesn't really get all that much play because the track stingers aren't necessarily the most effective at denying flanks, but obviously it can cover, you know, wider spread areas. You have the super shorties on secondary as well to create vert, and you also have the smoke grenades as well. So keen to see how Pyun plays into that for round number 4.
I mean, let's be honest. Reason people don't play a lot of Gridlock a lot of the time is the three armor, the low speed. Not a lot of pros like to do it. Zepto really starting to take this map control. That said, they're not being met without contention, and the first pick is for Guts Gaming. And the second pick is also for Guts. That C4 is just too perfect. And Zepto really have hit a brick wall here, running into all this setup. Oh, it's just so rough.
Lily finds that kill light as well elsewhere. Add on to the pain here for Zepto. It's looking like it's another round that's not going to go their way, and once more it's Pyun stranded outside the same part of the map. And he's probably just going to take another 90-second tactical. I don't really know what more to say about that round. Honestly, Dev, I looked away for, I reckon, 5 seconds to check something, like a stat, and I look up and the round was over.
Yeah, honestly, I just reckon Guts have such a gnarly strat on this side of the map. I think this is sick. I think the way that they've completely reinforced up stat, I think the way that they've got that Vulcan Goyo shield in, well, it's technically in trophy facing Astro with holes in the wall. You got the Aruni gates. You got a player roaming downstairs with C4, playing off info from the teammates. Zepto with just waves crashing ineffectually against a giant cliff, and Guts. It's like they've just rinse and repeat, done this 100 times before. This looks to be the most dominant round that they have found so far.
Can Pyun save his stats? That is the question mark. He's entered in towards bedroom and seeing if he can bait out a couple more picks. No doubt Zepto discussing how they're going to approach in the next round, presumably going to be stat trophy, and if the setup's anything like this, well, they better tidy things up quickly. Lily, he's hungry for more, currently going up 5-0, make it 6-0. No, make it 7-0. Guts, seal the deal.
Oh, I can't believe he wins that too. He really shouldn't have won that, but Lily's just built diff 6-0. No doubt a massive highlight player for Guts Gaming and for the entire of the Japanese region. Certainly made a name for himself. Been a player for quite some time, but I mean, just really has stepped into another level of form recently.
No doubt. Questions now start to arise. How does Zepto bounce back in this game? It's been a rough start for them. It is their map pick as well, and I can only assume they would have been expecting a slightly better start. That said, they still have a window of opportunity to get those 2 rounds. We're heading into round 5 of the first half, so there's 2 more opportunities in total for them to achieve that feat. And again, with Guts defending stat and trophy, statistically an objective rather, that isn't overly great here, at least in the Japan League. Maybe this is that opportunity to snowball at least something. I mean, it's not going to be a huge snowball. It's going to be a mini snowball if they get the next couple of rounds. But they need something to fall back on. Nothing worse than being 5-1 or 6-0 down at the half, because it just means you cannot make any mistakes at all. And add on the pressure again of it being a map pick, teams can start to crumble a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a far cry from what I'd preface this game with, which is that, Zepto are fantastic on Villa. They've had some really good wins, and they beat Crest twice on this during the group stage. And Guts, last time they played this, they got slapped silly 7-0 by Dam1. But look, I guess Guts have been putting in the hard yards in the meanwhile. Guts also could, of course, have watched Zepto's games from the group stage and prepared and counted. Learned a bit about Villa. They've worked on Villa in their own time. They're just not giving an inch to Zepto. Like, once again, heavy map extension. Not going to give any free ground up.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Drones as well being withered away. Only 7 remaining here for Zepto, and with such an extensive roam, drones could be useful. Mary down below in laundry. Castle barricading off. Now the hatch was open, line of sight over towards the window, but instead just going to actually deny that, not play into it. Castle, of course, an operator that is seeing increased playtime after receiving an additional barricade. Yura, aggressive. Through Aviator into study. Doesn't quite find the mark, quite low now, but has decent protection. Lily on the cross as well.
But no blood drawn as of yet. I love this setup once again, just with the shield, heavy extension below. Like you said, Castle's really coming back into flavor. Zepto really aren't sure what they're going to do about this. They've taken a little bit of ground in study, but Lily is still hanging out in that area. Oh, Yuri does get taken down, bites off a little bit more than he could chew, and Lua will punish. Lily, though, still unaddressed, and Lua has been traded back. Lily's position revealed, and Zepto now have the man advantage. They could lose it here. Lily needs to land this shot, but a fantastic one from Waishai does make this the opportunity that Zepto have been looking for, a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, much cleaner clear so far here from Zepto on these key positions. Now Merrier and Light left in 2v4, but Light is now all alone, looking to rotate through bathroom, but I don't think there's really all that much he could do from this position. Oh, that's a nice flick, but he needs to find 3 more.
SMG-11 in hand, plant going down. Gas to try and deny some positions, but very tall order for Light. Oh no! Thankfully, Pune is there for the trade, and Light's attempt at a clutch has been put to an end. Zepto finally on the scoreboard, took them 4 rounds, but eventually they did get there.
It's definitely got to be a relief, right, to just finally get around after trying so hard. There's so many tribulations that they've had to go through just in 4 rounds of Siege, so that must be pretty exhausting for them so far. But they do finally get one on the board. It was on the site where we were really hoping and expecting to some extent for them to actually achieve that feat. They do that, and now again they're halfway to the pass mark, really. 2 rounds again probably is okay. It will serve them well heading into the defense and give them something to play off. So we'll have to see what the response is from Guts. I get the suspicion they're not going to double up on that objective, and no, they're not. They're actually going over towards library. Okay, so this is a big call.
Oh, hello. That is exciting. Didn't you say that this is technically the highest win rate bomb site on the map?
Wow. In the Japan League, it was played 4 rounds out of 246 with a 75% defender win rate. So we can run with that if you want.
I'm guessing it doesn't say which teams played it.
Nah.
It's a shame. It's a shame. That's well, an exciting prospect. I always absolutely love seeing those off-meta sites, those less commonly picked ones. Not many teams in the whole world like to go to Living Library. And when a team does, it's because they have an exceptional level of confidence or a, I don't know, just no regard for risk aversion. So it could be one or the other. But I like it, I respect it. I think that it's going to allow Guts to really play into this loose play style. Players like Yura, Light, maybe Lily, just get the license to go and do whatever the hell they want. And the other Guts players are probably going to be chained down to that bomb site.
Strangely enough, we're not seeing a lot of lines of sight necessarily being created above on the vert. Yes, there's the extensions with the castle barricades, but often we do see like a lot of different lines of sight being generated over this bar and whatnot to prevent that push from Grandfather Clock, for example. Won't necessarily be the case here, but with those barricades extending out quite far, Zepto will need to clear those. And there's added threats that come with that. Could be Nitro cells down below, for example. Yura on the Oryx. No doubt he'll be bouncing around as well, so I'll have to see what could happen here. Lily with the UMP, swings, not once but twice. Unable to find that kill on the first occasion, then taken down. Good aggression from Zepto.
And Washite does find an opening, his first for this matchup. Opening picks have been ever so critical for these teams, especially opening picks untraded. But Yura is on for a play, can open up this hatch into Master and jump up using Oryx's ability. That's exactly what he's going to do now. Climbs back up into Master, and now there is a huge flank opportunity. That said, Guts need it now more than ever. What a shot! Traded back. The Yokai not good enough for Meryu, and now it is just up to him and Cloud in the 2 versus 4. I feel like we've been here before. This is a tall order for these two very slow anchor operators as they try and evacuate that bomb site, smash that mirror window, and play to retake.
Oh, Cloud sent to the Shadow Realm now. Meryu, over towards Red Hallway, needs to find 4 picks.
Bomb located by attackers.
Not happening.
Can't do it. Zepto, they get 2 rounds, they achieve the pass mark. It was a slow, tedious start for them in that half, but they pull through.
And no doubt Zepto now have the momentum of this match as well. As they move on to their defense, they can take solace in the fact that they've salvaged that half, and like you said, par for the course, 2 attacks across 6 rounds. Guts are the ones who really have to show that on their attack they can do a lot better than that. I will still say, you know, Guts have done a lot better than I had expected, knowing that this is a map they've been slapped on before. This is a map that Zepto had a lot in the bank for. But I think Zepto, you know, they shouldn't feel too rattled at the moment. They've still done what they need to. And now they just need to focus, taking it round by round. Don't let that pressure get to them.
Reinforce the wall!
I wish I could travel into the future and see if Zepto are able to bring this one back.
Wish I could travel into the future and go to Japan.
Yeah, you got your plane tickets booked for exactly 11 months and 29 days or whatever it is.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I'll catch you at the Japan Championship 2022, mate. See you there.
Oh, wow. Catch you at the airport. I do think there's a very, very realistic chance there that Zepto do bring this back. They've tightened up a little bit in those last couple of rounds, but also just, like, obviously you do create your own luck to some extent, but it did feel like luck was finally starting to go their way a little bit as well, which is always always nice to see. And Guts were also prevented from making hero plays that were keeping them in rounds and turning the tide around. So Zepto here on the defense, looking to get a little bit aggressive. Some extensions here. Fraction, for example, over towards Bricks, seeing what he can see. Looking to try and find drones, and that's pretty critical. Still, I was going to say 10, now 9 drones still up here for Guts on the map clear.
And that mirror has been dismantled as well. Yuri did a fantastic job getting that vertical nade and then the shot. But now, Fraction's just going to completely peek that mirror window, concussed out. Guts, now they've historically struggled attacking Villa. Last 4 times they've played it, they've only won 29% of their attack rounds. So they need to really step it up here and prove that that stat is not one to be heeded. Down onto line. But it looks like that's not really where the action's going down. It's just about everywhere else. Lily has managed to sneak on in, can finally finish off Lua. Light's been picked up by the Finker Boost, the Adrenal Surge, and finds a pick. My, guys, this is not what I expected to happen. We have ourselves a 3-on-3.
Meru on the Finker may well have turned things around. Oh, that's a sneaky drone there from Pyun. Obviously, catched a drone earlier into the round, and he can set that up. He'll have full vision on that push. Dokubi though hacks. So I mean, this is a weird one, right? It's a hacked drone that's now been hacked by the attack, so everyone can see it. That's pretty funny. But Guts, they're gonna push forward over towards 90. One defender. That's Waishe. Side of Study with a good angle. Tayo closed with the shotgun as well. So I think Zepto, despite the momentum swinging against them a little bit, are still in strong positions over towards the side. And Guts are going to have to do something pretty special, I think, to still get this one over the line.
Not a lot of time left. Lily, man of the hour, sends out that next logic bomb. We hear the phones calling. We see Light opening up another avenue and Meryu marching forward. Here comes that second nade and both nades, but Pyun does find his head, rips it right off. Light, no diffuser now. Pyun with the pistol. What a showing from Zepto. They came to life in the dire moments and shut down Guts.
Yeah, talk about coming to life. It's something that we've seen, and obviously the lane environment beautifully displays it, is that once the team starts to get a couple of rounds on the board, especially after a rough start, you could just see the stark contrast in the body language. Like every time we looked at Zepto in the first couple of rounds, they're just like statues sitting there like, please let this pain end. But now they've definitely changed their tune a little bit. We're seeing smiles and some positivity, which is great. And maybe not so much if you're a Guts fan, a little bit scary that Zepto are, starting to fight back, but it was a pretty close round, I think, for the most part. Probably could have gone either way there, particularly even in the late round, it was a lot closer than I expected. Pyun did huge work there inside of games. If he didn't make those sorts of moves, particularly with the pistol, maybe that entry for Guts would have opened up.
Yeah, nice shots, wasn't it? Goes to show, right, that we praise a lot of these Guts players. I'm thinking people like Yura, Light, Lily, Meryu. I mean, nothing against Cloud. This is the nature of the roles. But all of those players, like, insane fraggers, the mechanics through the roof. But these up-and-comers on Zepto, they can fight at that level. We've seen some pretty gnarly shots. We've seen winning engagements where you wouldn't have thought they would have. Like, for example, Pyun there. Like, there's no way I would have expected holding the angle with the pistol. He wins the fight against, who was it? Like, Lily, who was peeking. Like, never would have I expected that to happen. And yet they did. So there's a lot of raw talent just waiting to be honed, waiting to be harnessed on this Zepto roster. And they're starting to really temper that fire, that steel into something really well refined. And they're starting to catch up with Guts.
I'm reloading!
Oh, could be an early engagement here. The Aruni, that's Ration. Over towards around the stairs. Gets that kill. Fraction, rather. I thought that may have been a Gemini, but definitely was not. So a poor start here for Guts Gaming. Zepto with a strong advantage. Players still roaming down below, off site. Cloud probably doesn't want to enter over towards main door. He'll likely be shut down. Meryu as well will join his teammates in the grave. And oh my word, Reaction's absolutely popping off. Lily, a minute into the round, left all alone.
Yeah, all right, that was something. 1v5 for Lily. I mean, you know, if anyone's going to do it, probably going to be Lily, but Reaction does not want to let Lily just sit and wait. Reaction really wants this fight. Lily is waiting, so surely this isn't going to happen. Come on, Reaction. If he gets this, that would be such an insult. Lily is just patient. So patient. You can see Reaction has absolutely no clue that Lily is just waiting right around that corner. Oh no.
Defender exposed.
Well, there you go. Once again, is this the third time this match we've seen this, where a player's just like, all right, round's over, let's chill, let's take a tactical? I guess Lily's like, all right, I got that one. Let's see what we can do now.
Zepto, well, obviously they're going to eventually win this round. That would even out the scoreline for a piece. And that's not ideal for Guts, but much like their opponents, the pathway to 2 rounds in the end. Lily progressing forward now. Flashbangs in hand can send out a call, but there's a 4-man cross on this doorway. So if he looks to move forward, he's going to be in a bit of strife.
Oh, nice shot. Aisha probably shouldn't have peeked that, but it doesn't matter. Of course, Pyun has the trade. Zepto going to be very happy with themselves. 4 rounds, evening themselves up with Guts Gaming now. And a couple of dominant rounds at that, wasn't it, Guz? Just look at the way that in about a minute and a half, became a 5 versus 1.
Zepto, of course, they qualified through Japan Open Season 2. They finished in 2nd position in that tournament. Well, Season 1, was it? I've typed Season 2 in one box and Season 1 in another, so that's definitely a mistake on my part. So we'll check that right now. Season 2.
Attackers need to locate
So
and
there you
defuse bombs.
and yeah, there's been a bit of hype, a bit of excitement around this team now. When they're 4-0 down, I was kind of sitting here going, oh, maybe I got a little bit too excited for Zepto. Yeah, overhyped them a little bit. But they're slowly living up to it. They've dug deep. They're looking good here on the defensive half. Some pretty light extensions, but they're also finding critical picks when required. And I can't help but say in that last round, Guts were, I don't know what they were doing. Like, sending Yada in just straight off the bat, just straight towards Brown's stairs is very brave. It didn't work out.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah. No, I mean, valiant effort, but Zepto has found a way back in this. 4 rounds each. It's 4 in a row as well for them. And they're still on that defense. Guts yet to find an attacking round win. Go to Kitchen Dining, the tertiary site. Now, usually this is where you would expect Guts on the attack to have a little bit more success on that tertiary site. That said, I think it's going to come down a lot to these opening engagements, right? If these are isolated 1v1s and Guts start to find them, then yeah, that's great. But Zepto have really far and wide roamed. It's going to take a lot of work from Guts to isolate these players, address this hard setup, and get the job done, especially because Yura thinks he's completely got this for free. He doesn't realize he's been caught on camera. Apparently, it doesn't matter. Tayo goes down despite Washe knowing exactly where that Yana player was.
Yeah, I guess it must have been a breakdown of communication there from Zepto, and it could prove costly. Now a player down. Meru with a drone. It's trophy. Yura gets aggressive once more, taken down, so that advantage now ceded. Elsewhere, another pick for Zepto. And things now start to get interesting. Guts Gaming on the back foot, but Meru with that LMG, able to find a pick. Enters in towards the bedroom. Actually, no, make it stat. Still 2 grenades in hand as well, so I think Guts have been gifted a little bit of a lifeline to now even out the scoreline. We'll have to see what Zepto can do from down below. 1 Nitro in the hands of Pyun, and maybe the calls here from Waishire can come out to net something in return.
I feel like Guts have the advantage here. They've got a lot more info. They've now hacked cams as well, giving even more info over. Still 6 drones on the board as Meriyu does spot Pyun, who falls back in Memorial. Now teasing out an entry onto Laundry. His Guts just recomposed. There's a whole minute to go. They can just drone this out. Spot Pyun once again. Meriyu is going to try and peek right off that info. So close to landing a shot here on this player, but also standing behind a soft wall. Doesn't matter. Cloud gets Pyun. And it's just Lua and Washai left. Lua dancing the long angle. Washai is well nearby. 30 seconds. Guts have some really strong positions.
Lua holding down the line, inflicts some damage onto Lily, not enough to net the kill. Surely if he gets swung here, he's going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Elsewhere though, Cloud, he's in dining, getting that plant down. Lily eventually shut down. Lua taken low in response. Oh, the flank there from the Pulse. Manages to find them both. Huge there from Zepto. It's Washai to get the flank, get the double, and counter defuse the kit.
And it ended up in a 1v1 as well. Excellently played by Zepto. In particular, the combination of those two players, it was Lua holding down the fort, found that player in Laundry. Washai, a fantastic job flanking all the way around, didn't just commit to trying to hold on, trying to play those 1v1s directly. Tried to split the attention of Guts, and it worked like a charm. Cloud did the best that he possibly could, getting that diffuser down, taking down Lua, but couldn't do the 180 flick back again. Guess what, guys? That's 5 rounds in a row for Zepto, and they have taken the lead.
It's almost mirroring the first half in the sense, right, where the defense gets off to a super strong start and Zepto may well end up getting match point, and then Guts, much like their opponents, could take the final 2 rounds of the attacking half, which is basically on par, right, with what the stats point towards. So it's kind of one of these matches where we just can't get too excited for either team at any point until they basically win, right? Because it is so tightly knit, which is tricky for us, trying to, you know, create expectations, but also exciting in the sense that we really don't know what to expect. Bit of an unknown that we're treading towards. And Zepto, yeah, a really nice streak that they've established. But this is where they need to, you know, keep hunkering down. AVG, I'm sure, will fulfill them with good confidence once again. Statistically very strong, the most played map by far in the Japan League for 2021, 57% win rate to the defense. So they have something to lean on.
Here comes the Rotero from Light, seeing if he can clear some util, but it looks like there's a player ready and waiting at the top of those main stairs. He's just going to use the first one to clear that barbed wire indeed. The third drone to come through now. Light better make sure he lands his target. Otherwise, there's a lot of utility wasted. And yeah, indeed, still the shield stands. So a bit concerning there to see that Light only has, okay, now none remaining and still didn't clear out that shield.
You're down below, looking at cook and nade. There is a player on the bar, but I don't think that's going to reach him. Of course, it doesn't. On that elevation, Ruction able to hold down the line. Light takes some damage tagged up from that position, but Yura will re-peek it. Find a kill to kick things off for Guts Gaming.
That is a fantastic round now taken for Guts. Light on the forefront of the situation. Yura as well. Only weakness for Guts here is that this is a very one-dimensional push. They need someone to backstab. That someone likely to be Meriyu. Lily as well, kind of lurking around. Should they find some pressure on Lua here playing red stairs? An execute would absolutely be on.
Oh, Washai getting a little bit aggressive on that default mirror position, facing in towards Study. In fact, he's going to pick all the way around.
Oh my
collects the kill,
God.
diffuser on the ground. Meriyu, though, switches on, able to find that trade. And honestly, I don't really know if that was the right play there for Zepto. Yes, the diffuser got dropped, but being immediately traded means that it's just, you know, a slight interruption to the push. Now, there is a defender down below, that's Pune, but he's being watched quite intently. Lily dropped, so it is a 3-on-3. Things now start to get a little bit more interesting.
Very, very scary now for Guts. Oh no! Kaio's managed to make this work so well, and it's just Yura all alone, 1v3. What's he going to be able to do? 20 seconds to go. It knows there's a player downstairs, and Pune is just waiting. Surely here's the swing and the freebie, and there you go. Zepto! They have just found 6... Oh my, is that 6 or 5 rounds in a row? I'm miscounting. 6 rounds in a row at match point. I can't even believe it. I doubt myself.
Still a big question, Lumino, as to whether or not they can finish it off right. Much like Guts, they won their first 4 defensive rounds, and then Zepto kind of out of nowhere, right? They were able to get the last 2, and, you know, things were looking normal, so... Yes, gotta get excited. But not too excited just yet. Maybe I'm just being overly cautious, I don't know. But I don't
Well, I will give you something else to back it up. Like,
yeah, go.
Zepto have also been ahead of the opening kill game. They've found 6 opening kills to Guts' 4.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
So I don't know, on all metrics, Zepto does seem to be doing pretty well here. I mean, yeah, this is their map pick, but I don't want to not get excited for them, you know?
No, I'm happy. I want to get excited. I think it's just my overly logical brain is telling
really
me don't
cynical.
get excited.
You're like, I've seen this pattern before, and I think I know what's going to happen next.
I've seen too much Siege and been betrayed too many times. Nothing is a sure thing in this game. We do head over to Stat Trophy though here for round number 11. Pretty aggressive lineup, I guess you could say, from the defense. The pulse being lent into more often than not seen exclusively on the kitchen side for this objective. So that may suggest that Pune may play down below, and that will probably be the case, as well as the Mozzie. So Lua playing down there too, probably offering a bit of support. And yeah, keen to see what that provides. Last time, was it last time Guts attacked this side that they pushed him down below? I believe that was the case, right? They brought 4 nades, they went for that push. Ultimately, it didn't pay off as Zepto, again, on this win streak, able to get it across the line. But I do like this adaptation. Zepto wanting to try and take that head on.
Ooh, my God, look at Yura, already in study. Just very, very ambitious there. Now, should Kim get on his pulse cardiac sensor, you'd think that Yura would be a dead man. Resurrection does see that drone, but unable to take it down. About to find 2 people, and does manage to nail the headshot onto Mary before the trade comes down for Light. That's quite something, and now Zepto going to be trying to do their best with the cardiac sensor. They've got a spare C4 as well. Lewis should find this. Yura just dodges it. Now 30 HP left. I mean, surely the second one does the trick. Indeed it does, but Light has completely lit up the server and found 2 of his own.
How much, though, will the Yana and Ash in the grave cost Guts later on in this round? 2 nades, some explosives as well, taken out of the utility budget. Zepto as well critically have actually repositioned quite swiftly, rotated, unimpeded, back over towards Astro, so they'll be sitting tidy for the next 70 seconds of this round. Once again, Mozzie has found a drone, but that drone's also being hacked by the Dokkaebi, so bit of a weird dynamic there. Eventually taken down by the attack. Lily progressing forward from 90. Cloud as well over towards Stat Door. They are in good positions to go for something, and it looks like Light as well might transition over towards Astro.
Ooh. Was just trying to get some info based on the concussion, but it did get caught by the ADS. And Lua, is he going to go for a flank up red stairs? Surely there's a drone watching this. If not, this would be huge. Cloud has absolutely no clue. This is going to be massive for Lua. That's the diffuser down. This is it, surely. Zepto have the match point, and they have the map. They take down the favorites of Guts Gaming on Villa. They take their map pick. And this is quite a series.
Woo! We can get excited now. I am officially excited. Dev. Zepto able to get it across the line. They were playing really good Siege, man. Like that was genuinely it's. And I think that's the beauty of what we've seen so far at the Japan Championship. If you were to just take away the name tags at the top, let's say it was Team A versus Team B, it'd be very difficult, I think, for even myself, anyone really, to go which of these teams plays in APAC North and which of these teams made it through the Japan Open. Just very difficult to distinguish, and that is full props to Zepto. Clearly well prepared for this map. I don't know whether that's necessarily going to translate nicely over to the second map. We'll have to wait and see. As I said in the pre-show, I think if Zepto want to win the series, they probably need to do it in 2. But they couldn't have asked for a better start. Sure, the start on the map was rough. They lost the first 4, but absolutely flawless from that point onwards. No faults whatsoever. A really great storyline for them, and no doubt a huge confidence boost.
Just stunning to see 7 rounds in a row for Zepto, but the job is not over yet. This is a best of 3, and there's a chance here for Guts Gaming to bounce back on Oregon. We'll be back after a very short break. Well, we have an upset potentially on our hands. Zepto have taken map 1 against Guts Gaming, a convincing 7-4 at the end of it. 7 rounds in a row. Zepto, a dominant performance on their map pick here in the quarterfinal of the Japan Championship.
Yes, it was, but it's time now for map number 2. We head over to Oregon, and from what we know, this map might not be that much worse really for Zepto in terms of the stats. They're pointing towards a very, very close match. In fact, Zepto have a flawless record here in Oregon, 5-0. A map that's also frequently banned against them as well. So Guts, they're going to have to pick themselves back up. There'll be no room for error on this second map.
An exciting prospect for anyone who likes rooting for an upset, for an underdog. Guts, though, as one of the favorites to take the whole tournament, they have a lot of work to do. Almost number 1 in APAC North. They defeated Cyclops in the APAC playoffs, yet they may fall here in the Japan Championship to a little old team called Zepto, who don't even play in the Japan League. Can you just imagine if it is Zepto from Japan Open who knocks out Guts?
Yeah, that would that'd be interesting. Wouldn't be the first high-profile team though to be knocked out by a Japan Open prospect. Of course, Sengoku was sent packing by Blue Bees yesterday. So there is at least some precedent set, but definitely not to this extreme. Guts are even a higher notoriety than Sengoku. In terms of the ban phase, really nothing standing out as being all that interesting. Lion was banned by Guts on map number 1. Everything else is almost exactly the same. Mirror being substituted for Melusi, but on a map like Oregon, I don't know about you, Dev, but I'm probably not too keen on taking on Mirror.
It's true, so I'm glad it's banned out. It does lead the Kaid, which me and Rob casting earlier today, the Cyclops game, we saw a Kaid ban from CAG. But of course, that was in the case when Thatcher was in. I don't know, it's a strange situation. That said, we do see Waishai already jump straight onto that Kaid. I'm going to take a stab and guess this is basement. I don't read Japanese, but I think this is laundry supply room. Yeah, there you go. That was just guessing game based on the operator picks. I do not claim to have any strong Japanese knowledge whatsoever, at least in terms of the language. I know Japanese teams. Definitely, arigato gozaimasu is the extent of my Japanese.
And what does that mean in English?
Thank you very much.
Well done.
That's what I'm going to be saying to our production staff. Yeah. So I'm going to be saying to the production staff after this broadcast.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, well, in terms of the operator composition heading into this round, what stands out to me is that Flash, no doubt, can cause issues down below on the basement and can prevent a lot of these choke points. You can literally just send the Clash wherever the opponent is pushing from, whether that be Freezer or Laundry up towards the front, maybe even Blue, Pillar. So a lot of different options available here to Pyun. So we'll have to see which of those he takes. Now, a couple of his defenders posted up quite aggressively. Raction over towards Big Tower. You can also see Tayo at the top of the front stairs. So it's not a full bunker here. It's also not a full extension, a bit of a hybrid here from Zepto. Guts will need to be on their toes.
For now, though, it's mostly for Guts just focusing on that roam clear. They haven't quite got to really pressuring that site yet. Gladmay will lose his drone for aggressive player Tayo top of the stairs. Tayo in a fairly safe position despite that aggression. Takes out one drone and ticks it down to 8 remaining for Guts and then backs off. Honestly, I rate that. I think that's a great play. Might not seem like much, but that drone can certainly be very useful later in the round. You can see there's only 7 left. So the drones are dropping like flies for Guts as they start to really pressure this map control. Still need to deal with that clash on the rear stairs. Still need to deal with that hatch in meeting with the Electric Claw.
Well, on the topic of said hatch, Mary able to come across with Maverick. Reaction down below. Getting a little bit cheeky here on the peak. Mary needs to be careful that he doesn't make a wrong move, otherwise his head will no doubt be taken off. Close, but no cigar for the Jaeger.
Oh, that is so stressful. I just say every time I'm maving a hatch like that, I'm so stressed. I'm like, okay, can I be shot? Will I die here? There's nothing more frustrating. But we do hear the telltale sound of that meeting hatch being opened up, as well as this freezer hatch as well. And Guts Gaming have really started to mount some pressure. 50 seconds left on the clock.
Have located a bomb.
No picks on either side as of yet.
Lily looking to aggress down freezer as the push comes through here. Mary is the one with the diffuser in hand, and based on his early position, likely to drop pillar. Grenades being sent out, no picks being found. The swing all gets shut down. A good opener for Lily.
Wyshite goes down, and the guns come to life on the Guts Gaming side. Tayo really feeling that pressure. Pyun, what is that? 1v2 now. And there's time, 15 seconds for Meryu and Cloud to get this done. But Pyun has pulled the rabbit out of the hat. Meryu's so scared of sticking this diffuser. Pyun might have the clutch. Got to reload and got to retake. But Cloud holds on. My God, what an attempt. Guts breathe a sigh of relief.
That was a lot scarier than it should have been for Guts. The power of the Clash 180 being shown to full effect there. But Guts able to close things out. Really strong execute. They timed all their positions really well. Freezer taken, then we saw kills elsewhere towards Pillar and the likes. And because it was all timed so nicely, they sort of thrived in that chaos, and Zepto were left scrambling a little bit. And unfortunately, they didn't quite have the manpower to bring it back.
Really valiant effort, though. Would have been such a tilter if Guts had let that slip through their fingers. My God, that would have been horrendous for their mental. Especially a map down to lose a 1v4 to a Clash. That's about as bad as it gets, but Guts fortunately win their opening round here on Oregon. This is their map pick. This is where they wanted to go, and despite Zepto having a flawless record on the map, like we've talked about, Guts are no slouches on Oregon either. They've had some strong results, despite overall being even 4-4, and their most recent result on this map being a devastating 7-1 loss to Fnatic in the APAC North League. Despite that, Guts have had still some strong wins on Oregon before, and they picked it, right? There's no doubt that this is where they should feel comfortable.
We are, I believe, in the midst of a technical pause here for Guts Gaming, so hopefully we can get that resolved as quickly as possible. Guts will no doubt want to continue building that momentum here on the Oregon defense. It's a map in Japan League that doesn't see too much play. It's the 5th most played in that local competition. 204 rounds in total, a 55% win rate for the defense. And the basement, the most successful of the 4 at 60%. Starts to get a little bit concerning after dorms, which is 54%, as you have meeting hall and kitchen 3rd most played at 43%. So it does drop off a little bit in that regard. So again, just to sort of set expectations here for both teams, it's probably going to be a pretty similar storyline to Villa, where if you're on the attack, you're probably looking at about 2 rounds. And that's why, much like the first map, even if Zepto get off to a slow start, we know, and there's a proven track record, that they can bring back maps that are slightly defender-sided. They just need that opportunity and a bit of luck to go their way.
Just look at how at attention the Zepto players are in comparison to the Guts guys. Looks like they're about to fall asleep. Looks like Meryu slid so far back in his chair that he's just going to close his eyes and doze off at any moment.
Needs a posture check. He's going to have a bad back.
The posture for the Zepto players is insane though. Did you see how attentive they were?
Yeah.
I think I need some posture lessons from those players.
I wish my posture was that good.
Look at that!
Oh my
Look
god!
at that posture! Isn't that just perfect? It's no wonder they got 7 rounds in a row on Villa. There's absolutely no tension in those shoulders whatsoever.
Breathing exercises and all.
I mean, we're playing fun with it, but I mean, no joke. There is a reason why professional athletes do, physical and, breathing exercises, because it has a pretty significant relation to performance, even, game esports, right? Like, it's not as physical an activity as going for a 100-meter sprint, Usain Bolt or something like that, but it's certainly got significant physical aspects to it. And if you're a professional player, it's all about your hand-eye coordination, and you need to make sure that your hands are responding.
This has now turned into the Meryu v Pyun matchup. Whoever plays better is the approach I'm going to have in my upcoming ranked sessions. If Meryu pops off, I'm just going to slouch and sacrifice my back. And if Pyun has a big game, then I'm going to unleash my inner yoga mid-session and fix my posture.
I actually don't think I've ever seen any esports player in any esports title ever have as good posture as Pyun does just there. It is so good. I truly feel inspired. You know when like someone mentions posture and you just can't stop like checking your own posture? Like, I'm looking at you on the camera right now and I can see you like trying to sit up straight and everything. It's just one of those things, as soon as someone says it, you're like, oh, I should be doing that.
Oh, okay, so pretty interesting aggressive setup here on the defense here from Zepto. And this isn't brand new by any stretch. We've used the team's trying from now time to time. It is the wall from games into the closet being blown open, which means that if you're on the balcony over towards the bedroom, you can't really just walk straight in and get that wall open. Does expose it to potentially nitro cells as well, 2 of which are available here for the defense. So yeah, in combination with the extension inside a trophy, Guts might not have, free passage necessary towards that wall as they would otherwise like.
Yeah, I like this, but these aggressive closet holds are always a double-edged sword. And we've seen a lot of teams, the defenses make or break on whether this setup is successful. And Guts look quite experienced at knowing how to deal with it. They're generating strong lines of sight into trophy to make sure that they can cut off any aggression, and shutting down aggression is the name of the game when you're playing against a setup like this.
Pick control here being held by Zepto. Addict opened up, or at least an entry point in towards Addict by Meryu.
Oh, what an angle! Such a long shot from Rukshan. And Light goes down. That's a lot of utility wasted as well. Light was trying to nade out that shield deep in Attic, but Rukshan was there on the angle. And it looks like this aggressive setup is paying dividends for Zepto.
Now here's the benefit of that wall being opened. Lua can play it close with a shotgun. Guts can't just walk straight in. Create that line of sight, go for the play. Nothing like that. Flash though, Lua, white screen, but forced back. Gas canister will offer some protection, and now he has support with Teo alongside. 60 seconds for Guts Gaming, and there's a lot of key positions that are holding them down, preventing them from pushing in towards the objective.
A lot of explosions going through. I believe that's nades going out. Lily's all out now. Meryu still has 2 in pocket. Yura also haven't used both of his nades. Cloud is keen to take this close range engagement using that bearing. Oh my god, Meryu is about to get backstabbed as Rukshan was there to refrag his teammate. But now things get very tight. That's a great shot from Cloud. 3-on-3. And things settle even once again, but Lily's made his way up the white stairs. Now cautious of a flank. That's Pyun downstairs. Ready and waiting. Rounds the corner, but Lily takes him down, and this looks like it is it. It is all on Washai in the 1 versus 3. That plant is down on the ground, and there's so many Guts players available to cover it. I don't think this is going to work now for the poor Jaeger player, trapped in kids' dorms, lit up, and not long for this world. Cloud's going to swing it and finish it off. Guts Gaming, 2 attack rounds in a row.
Yeah, really well played by Guts, particularly when there was about a minute to go. Things didn't look amazing for them. Pick control was still being held by the defense. The game's wall was a point of contention that they were finding difficult to deal with. But I think the real key turning point was probably Lily. He rotated over towards White Stairs, and a lot, again, of that defense was facing towards the other side of the entry towards the objective, meaning that they was a bit of a weak spot, a blind spot, if you would, that Zepto didn't really account for. And unfortunately, it was their undoing. And Guts now with 2 rounds straight.
Gaining a little bit of confidence after losing 7 rounds in a row on Villa. Now they've found back-to-back attacks. Zepto don't seem too phased by this. They're not going to keep bashing their head against that same bomb site. They're going to just keep switching it up. Oh, we lost Laundry. Let's try Doms. Oh, we lost Dorms. Let's try Dining. And I respect the just confidence to just flex onto something else rather than getting too bogged down with the details of what went wrong in your previous round. Keep things fresh. But at some point, we need Zepto to start winning rounds. Otherwise, Guts will be barreling towards map 3 in no time.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to touch on. They need to start winning rounds now, because in terms of the pass mark, it is sort of just seesawing between that 2 to 3 round mark for the attack. So you could even make the argument that from this point onwards, every round win for Guts is basically a free bonus. So Zepto really needs to start stepping things up. They have struggled so far. They've already forced themselves onto the tertiary site. Again, they haven't won a round, so none of the sites are locked. This is a pretty big risk for them to take, but honestly, I don't mind it, right? Guts probably weren't expecting this particular objective. They're not going to be hindered necessarily in terms of their composition, as it works pretty universally here in Oregon, but maybe the adjustment towards attacking this site could throw them off, and Zepto might be able to start mounting something of their own.
Zepto just looking for that early opening engagement. Looking for someone to try and give them an opportunity. Bite off a little bit more than perhaps they could chew. Wyshy, the first man to likely meet contestant here, heavy holding showers. But for now, hasn't felt too much pressure, just hoping that someone will overpeak. That's yet another drone being thrown his direction. Yura isn't overpeaking this, and I think that's a good move. Light's also just holding this passive angle, which is seeming to be peaked constantly by Reaction. Not happy to just stand and stay still. And okay, speaking of Guts, that's Yura just sending it straight on in with the double. Oh, I think this might already be over, Guz.
Yeah, Yura's sick of standing around waiting. Cloud elsewhere over towards the table, able to get that plant down. A bit of a blind spot for the defense, difficult to deal with. Light holding down the line with the LMG. And Lua needs to try and retake immediately. Deleted Purn as well. Guts 3 straight, and things looking bad now for Zepto in the second map.
Wow, that was just clean cut clinical. That looked like a dry run. That looked like there was no opponent in the server. Guts Gaming just, they took control of small tower. They just droned up. We had Meryu open up the wall. Yura come out and help over, then just go and kill everyone in showers. Blank goes down, and easy as you like. There's Guts with 3 rounds in a row. Zepto left with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. I mean, surely at this point you go back to Laundry and Supply Room. It's, objectively, statistically, the most defender-sided bomb site on this map. You got to go there. You got to have some commitment and some confidence in your own defense of that bomb site that you can start getting things rolling, because if that ball doesn't start rolling now, I'm not sure it's ever going to.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
It
many
was a
bombs
very
as
risky decision from Zepto to go towards that objective. I'm, honestly, still quite surprised they actually elected to go to the tertiary when none of the sites were locked. They didn't need to, and unfortunately, it does come back to bite them a little bit. Guts now with 3 straight. They're, really pushing the envelope now on these attacks, and are looking quite strong. Zepto, again, I said that in the last round they probably need to start mounting something onto the scoreboard. Now it's even more urgent. It's really entering the danger zone, right? If Zepto don't win this round, maybe I'm calling it too early, but I would just say GG from that point onwards, right? You'd have the lead, you guys have the momentum, and Zepto just don't really have an avenue back into the match. So, yeah, putting a lot of stakes on this one for Zepto to finally start showing what they're made of.
They really need to. I mean, like you said, you'd expect defense to be favored. If they lose this one, there's absolutely no way that's going to be the case. On top of that, we prefaced, and the map veto, Zepto really strong on Villa, which we saw, really strong on Oregon, which we haven't seen yet. Cafe, though, is Zepto's worst and most banned map. That is our decider. Should Guts Gaming win here, we will push to Cafe. We don't really see a world where Zepto win that map. They have got to win it in 2, which we know they're capable of, but they haven't shown it so far on their defense. They need to step it up. Now, not only the map, but the series will run away from them.
Light looking to enter over towards Big Tower. Yellow ping ahead. Manages to win that fight against the swing. It's another devastating start for Zepto, who are now a man down.
Fantastic flick from Light. Zepto, 4 players on site. They are just sitting back and waiting. With how strong Guts are at the execution phase, I'm not sure that's the right decision. That said, Guts are also not tolerating any shenanigans. And as soon as Zepto tried to make an aggressive play, Guts said, no, that's not happening. Oh, Tayo lit so low. Yura as well, but a pick is found for the defensive side as Yura goes down. Definitely a worthy trade for Zepto. Oh, that's an aggressive C4. That's a double on the round for Wyshai. That is huge. That may turn this round back.
Yeah, really, really well played. Zepto had to go for something you're probably not going to win. A 4v5 execute on basement. It's so heavily reliant on having the man advantage, which Zepto, of course, now have achieved. Light over towards Big Tower. Is being watched quite intently here by Wyshai. Good angle with the AUG. Mary on the hatch. Might look to drop. 1 grenade available to him. Light as well with 1 in the pocket. 45 seconds now left in this round. Light lit up, Adrenal Surge to get that health back up. But things are not looking great here for Guts off the back of that freezer push.
Ooh, and the drop comes through into Electrical. That's Meryu. But Wyshai has done so much this round. Found all the 3 kills and another one. 4K. Cloud, the last one standing. Surely Wyshai goes for the ace here. We've got to see it. I want to see it. But Pyun doesn't look like that's going to happen. Pyun steals it away. But at the very least, Zepto have found their first defense on Oregon.
Well, it was a must win. They got that win. And now Zepto are still in with a chance here on the second map. It is probably a must-win map as well, as you mentioned, Dev. The third map, Cafe, very strong for Guts, not so much for Zepto. So there's now a lifeline that's been thrown in their direction. And I mean that in more ways than one, right? Because they didn't get the opening kill in that round. It was actually Guts. But a swift 2K to bring things back for Zepto. Very much needed. And yeah, they're stepping up when they're needed. Stepping up when needed, stepping up when required.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, it certainly helps when Wyshai can just find 4 kills playing the site. 3 nice ones with the, well, 2 with the AUG, 1 with the C4, 1 with the Magnum, the revolver of all weapons. Credit to him. But yeah, a long way to go here for Zepto. For the whole squad, as they go back to dorms, I will say, I feel like this Dorm's defense, this aggressive setup, I feel like this could have gone either way. My only concern on the repeat is that Guts, like, they've won it before. Like, they know what worked last time. They aren't going to have to spend the whole round just talking about what the setup is because they've seen it before. They already know. So they're going to be a lot more time efficient, and it means Zepto's going to have to land some of these engagements, I think. Like, it's going to come down to not losing players, not bleeding positions early, especially a strategy like this only works when you have a numbers advantage or a numbers equality. As soon as you start to dwindle on the numbers, there are too many areas that Guts can exploit that you won't be able to cover off.
Wyshai, Big Tower dropped out. Meryu on the rappel, ready and waiting maybe to aggress in that position. Cloud with an early entry here over towards Armory. Now, we did see Light drone out this position, so they know that it is clear. With his X-Kairos, they'll be able to add some pressure over towards Trophy. Now Vulcan shields have been placed to try and hold down these positions, and Teo not afraid to peek. But it's a stalemate, neither player inflicting damage on the other. Now 2 minutes left in the action phase.
Just waiting for those drones to come through. You can see how easily Guts deals with that trophy setup. Gone 6 can easily dispatch with the Vulcan shield. Taya can still play aggressively on this door, but it is dangerous. It's not really an amazing crossfire. I guess you've got Raction, but Raction's got a lot of angles to hold. Won't necessarily nail that shot. And Guts Gaming slow and steady. They know what this setup is. They know how to deal with it. They just know it takes time.
With Trophy vacated, Master Bedroom control now has been obtained by Cloud. Again, that's set up over towards the game's wall as Meryu gets the opening pick. That's the control forfeited by Wyshy. Elsewhere, Cloud will double down, and now Zepto really have their backs against the wall. Every round on this defense is quote-unquote must win, and this one at the moment not looking all that winnable.
Certainly not White Stairs control for the attack. So many crossfires that these defenders will have to hold. And that is a nice shot from Raction. And even though he loses his shield, he finds the pick, and that could be just... Oh my god, Meryu's in! Meryu's going deep! And he does find that pick onto Raction. The trade comes through. Now a 3v2. And Pyun and Tayo just vacate the site completely. Yura's downed! They won't know! And the finish off as well. Oh, the finger boost!
The adrenal boost!
He can't see him! He couldn't land the shot! And the timing was impeccable for Guts Gaming. Now, Zepto are the attackers. And Guts can force this plant down 15 seconds. They won't need it! What a roller coaster of a round.
I don't think I have seen an adrenal surge revive as awkward as that one. That was so unlucky for Zepto. If they cleaned up that down, got the kill, left in a 2-on-2 with the diffuser down over towards Closet, who knows how that round could have panned out. They got control back over towards top white, the flank at Armory, stairs. I mean, it could still have been a very winnable round, but again, it doesn't quite go their way. Luck not on their side. And it is a devastating round loss for Zepto. The tide is now well and truly against them, and Guts are establishing some dominance now here on Oregon.
Oh, and on the last defense round for Zepto, hoping, praying for a 4-2. They end up choosing Kitchen and Meeting. This is the only bomb site that we hadn't seen this map so far. And as of now, Zepto has shown us every single bomb site on this map. They're digging deep into the strat book, hoping to throw anything at Guts and hope that something, just something, works. Because they really have struggled on Dorms. 0% win rate. They struggled on Kitchen Dining.
5 seconds left before
And now Guts have it all in their power to take a 5-1 half.
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I do find it interesting that Zepto once again have elected to go to, you know, the quote-unquote tertiary site as opposed to basement. Actually, no, sorry, basement is locked, right? As opposed to retrying up above, rather. Again, can't be too critical. It's not like this site's absolutely dreadful. Definitely can be defended, and the stats do reflect that. So we'll have to see what Zepto can achieve on this occasion. Last time they tried dining, albeit the other side, sorry. When they tried kitchen, albeit dining, obviously it wasn't great, but they can tie things up here. Meeting, I would argue, is probably a little bit more tricky to attack, just depending on the setup here from Zepto. They're not too keen on necessarily extending all the way over towards Big Tower like we see from some teams, but they are watching the breach very intently. Fraction probably unlucky not to get that opener.
And Guts look very well practiced when it comes to this attack. Already taking control upstairs in T2, already putting some pressure on T1. And Attic as well. I mean, Attic is such a pivotal part of this bomb site. To already have so many lines of sight and an entry hole is massive. Now really the next step is for Meryu to get a breach. on the main wall. Oh, Yura doesn't manage to cut off Rection. Rection's actually going to take him down. That is just disgusting. The trade comes through from Meryu. No trade back again. As the electrical has been destroyed, that now enables Cloud to open up this wall. Good drone work as well. Puts Guts in a very strong position. Lily gets very aggressive and is now going to take out that bulletproof camera, or would, had there not been an ADS to protect it. A strong position for Guts.
Did have another nade in hand, so able to double down on that position. Drones head out, sandbags clear. Guts should be able to get a plant, I think, on the stage, very close to the breach. Of course, Zepto forced back quite deep. They'll have to lean, I think, heavily, probably into the Echo here in that Yokai drone to maybe deny plan, at least give calls. The gas babes as well are delaying this push, and Guts might actually reroute all the way over towards Master.
There's an Echo on his drone, but he gets off. Oh my god, Tayo! Gifted the freest kill. Meryu had no clue, and now he needs to land the shots. Can you believe that Zepto pulled that out? I have no words. Guts had everything they needed. And Zepto stole the round away. They managed to find two defenses, and maybe, just maybe, kept their dreams on Oregon still alive.
Yeah, I think that was probably just some impatience from Guts, to be honest. They did so much of the groundwork. I mean, a lot of that round was focused around them getting the breach open, locking down kitchen hallway. What they really probably should have done in hindsight was just make sure there was a player above to prevent the hatch from coming into play, and then they would have been in a position once that last gas babe dissipated to go for a plant. Yes, the Yokai was in play, something else they'd need to be mindful of, but I don't think it would have been all that difficult to attempt the plant once or twice, at least from what I saw. So yes, the intent to maybe go up above and clear out from those positions, maybe then eventually route over towards security could have worked, but ultimately it didn't. They got caught off guard by that Echo. And yeah, an unfortunate round there for Guts. If they had have won that round a 5-1 scoreline, if it wasn't already pretty sealed at this point, I think that would have, you know, basically 99.99% confirmed this match for Guts. But now, not winning that round leaves a small opening. I don't think it's going to be enough, except they haven't looked particularly comfortable on this map, but they did the quote-unquote impossible on the last map, so who knows.
Look, thing is, right, we now move on to Guts Gaming's defense, and despite what most people would say about overall the league's stats and the league's side, and I mean, statistically, Oregon has been slightly defender-sided at 55%, but if you look specifically at both of these teams, Guts Gaming actually only have a 48% win rate on their defense, so just under 50-50. Zepto have a 71% attack win rate on Oregon. So there is a very real chance that Zepto could have an amazing attack half, come away with 4 rounds, and polish it off. We saw them do something similar on defense on Villa.
Dockerby once again in play here for Zepto, and in combination with Yana, should be able to gather a decent amount of information and control. Double hard breach as well, Habana in combination with the Maverick. Now, no Kaid has been selected here from Guts despite it making through the ban phase, so both of those hard breaches will be extremely effective. Fraction aggressive over towards Freezer. Needs to be mindful that he has 2 nades that he should really be trying to use before he gets a little bit too excited here. Wamai magnets being juggled here by Cloud. Of course, Wamai recently reworked, has more magnets, but the catch range is smaller, so they need to be placed perfectly. And talk about being placed perfectly, that nade will shut down Cloud.
Certainly a good start now for Zepto. Certainly supporting my argument, my theory. So the Waishai has also made some great headway as well on blue. Zepto really just pushing everywhere at once, not telegraphing a specific push too much. Tayo with absolute patience, just waiting for the call from the drone, knows that there is, in fact, a Jaeger. Walks straight into that flashbang. Yura pulls on back, and forfeits Pillar. Tayo takes that control, but Lua does finish off Lily. Guts are dropping like flies, but they still have some strong positions. It might not be enough, and the 2-on-5, Yura surely gets punished. How did we come here? That's a nice C4, but shot out of the air. A flawless round for Zepto. They bring the maximum gusto to their opening attack.
Yeah, and it all started off over towards Freezer, a huge grenade to kick off proceedings, and like we often see on Basement, if you are one defender down, just holding on against a default push is just so difficult because there are, you know, at least 4 to 5 different avenues that the attack can push from, and if you're simply a man down, trading all those out is, you know, just statistically not really plausible. So, really well played by Zepto, a confident kick start to their attack, and again, I want to be cautious, but I also don't think it's out of the realm of possibility either, right, for them to bring this back. Guts, the team that's probably under more pressure here, they're mapped down, and are probably, you know, really getting excited themselves, knowing that Cafe is on the menu next, but they have to be careful not to get too far ahead of themselves, right?
Look, mate, you're the one who wasn't excited for Zepto after they won 6 rounds in a row on map 1. So.
Hey, no, I know. No, wait, was that before they won the match or after?
Yeah, that was they won 7 rounds in a row at the end, and after they won 6 rounds in a row, you were like,
I only got excited
only
after
7. Yeah.
You only have to win 7 rounds in a row to impress me. Low expectations.
Yeah. Jeez.
5 seconds to go.
Well, I don't know what it's going to take for Zepto to impress you, but my heart is certainly starting to, well, I mean, I feel like I've been rooting for them for a while. The underdog story always catches me. And look, it would be heartbreaking to say goodbye to Guts in the quarterfinals, especially since they are one of the favorites to upset over the reigning champions and steal the championship away from Cyclops. But Zepto have played exceptionally well here. And that attack was just nonsense good. It was so good. And a flawless to open up your attack off is a statement. Taking down Guts on map 1 was a statement. Zepto is ready to do even more.
Yura, can he spoil the party? Over towards top Freezer stairs, looking to prevent this push from Zepto, but he gets caught off guard. Wow, Raction to open things up. And that's a big first kill once more here for Zepto.
He's been a little bit quiet this map. These past couple rounds in particular. Guts are still holding on to some strong positions downstairs. Does Raction have any idea that Mario is right around the corner? Surely he's being ultra cautious, not exposing himself to too many angles. Same can be said for Mario. Zepto is waiting. You got Pyun downstairs waiting for Mario to be forced back. Surely Zepto could take him down if they just make Mario feel that pressure, and exactly they do. Oh my god! It's another 1v5! It's another flawless round for Zepto. Gus, tell me you're not excited!
Woo! Nah. Honestly, if I wasn't as tired as I am, I probably would be a little bit more excited. But no, wow, like I think part of me is kind of not believing what I'm seeing right now. I see it, but I don't believe it. Honestly, Zepto, a couple of flawless rounds in the bank. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I thought they were pretty down and out. I'm not gonna lie. After the first half, all the stats point towards Guts just running away with it, but not the case. Zepto doing a good job to start bringing things back, and they're looking red hot. Again, Guts is an APAC North team taking on a team just from the Japan Open season. And I had a look at this before. I'm gonna double check exactly how many teams entered Japan Open Season 2. So let's have a look just to give some perspective as to how many teams could have been in this position. 135 teams signed up for that Open, and that just shows the crazy depth this region has.
And to think that one of those Open teams could come through, qualify for the Rainbow Six Japan Championship, and when they get there, come out first in their group, make it to the quarterfinals, and when they get there, potentially take down Guts Gaming. I mean, Guts had a a convincing win over Crest, 2-0. And Crest is a fantastic Japan League team. Zepto have really outdone themselves here, winning map 1, really taking the fight to Guts on map 2. Guts have now taken their tactical pause. And, I mean, what can we say for them? They have a lot to answer for.
Yes, they do. And if things aren't already a little bit concerning, imagine a world in which Zepto win 3 in a row. Now, Guts aren't going to be as risky as their counterparts. Will elect to rotate back down to basement as opposed to maybe getting experimental and trying out the tertiary site, like we saw on a couple occasions from Zepto themselves. But much like last time, it's going to come down to these key POIs, right? Things kicked off over towards Freezer. Cloud couldn't quite hold off that pressure from the grenades, and then it really all just kind of fell apart. It was like almost like a house of cards, right? And Cloud was at the bottom of that. Once he was sent to the grave, the rest of that tower came crashing down. So for me, that's what I'm looking at. Can Zepto bring that same prowess towards these mini-games, get at least that opening kill, and then it's going to be very difficult, I think, to try and slow them down.
Really feeling a Zepto 2-0 here. I really am. I'm really feeling it creeping up. Creeping up on us, creeping up on Guts. Starting to tease me a little bit, they are. As they start to take control of this middle floor. Guts Gaming on the back of their tactical timeout have had a good chance to chat about how they want to play this defense down on Laundry. Yura, here's that player on the stairs. He so wants it. He wants that fight, but he knows he shouldn't try and be too ambitious, be too greedy, and he falls back.
Drones now being sent out, just ensuring that Freezer is clear, and obviously it will be quite a default hold here from the defense. In fact, actually Cloud is in a bit of a peculiar position over towards the hallway, not quite playing on the box like he was last time, so looking to try and prevent himself from being naded. Does progress forward in search for that drone, unable to find it though. Zepto not really applying too much pressure just yet. Looking to gain map control, and once again they do have that double hard bridge combo, no Kaid in play either, so pretty free real estate for Lua. I'm sure Zepto will be looking to probably clear out Freezer potentially once again. Nade to follow.
Oh, and the shots to follow for Raction. Cloud gonna feel this pressure, gonna feel the fire as the Vulcan shield does detonate and spread that fire throughout the hallway, forcing him back. Zepto are really starting to mount this pressure now from Freezer. As Tayo starts to march his way down, Washai as well. Oh my god, there's such good info as well on the site. How does Zepto get these drones in there? Look at this! Full info, yellow pings, and that is a dominant performance from Zepto. Desperately trying to fight back. Gut scramble for 2 kills, for 3 kills, but Zepto, they do it again! 4 rounds in a row to come back and take the lead. They are 2 rounds from knocking out Guts Gaming.
I think we need a posture check on Guts right now. How's that posture looking at the moment? Because this is just absolutely turned on its head. 3 rounds straight on the attack. And all 3 of them have literally looked incredibly dominant, right? I mean, 2 of them were literally flawless. So, and the third really wasn't that far off. So very concerning here for Guts. I believe Guts are now taking attack. So
no, they did last round.
Oh, okay. So it shows how switched on
so much for that.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really notice the impact of it, right?
Yeah, clearly. I mean, they went from getting flawless to getting only 2 kills in the round. So getting 0 kills to getting 2 kills as a team. So a slight improvement.
Yikes. I guess they couldn't do any worse in the last 2 rounds, so slow incremental improvements here for Guts, but they need to be bigger improvements and faster. Otherwise, Zepto, sooner rather than later, are going to find themselves on match point, series point in this best of 3. And, well, at this point, it's very difficult to see them being stopped, and I can't help but feel as well, Cyclops, of course, will take on the winner of this series. Might be I don't know, either sitting in the arena or back at home now, maybe getting a little bit worried. I don't think Zepto would have been a team that necessarily would have scared them heading into this bracket. Probably would have been Guts, right? But the way that they're playing here right now is being quite dominant, quite scary.
Yeah. That's the thing, I think most of the time when there's an upset like this, you know, for Cyclops, you'd think they'd be looking at being like, oh, we don't want to verse Guts because we've lost to them a lot recently. We'd rather verse Zepto, but I think that would be a bit of a misnomer. I think Zepto have been insane. I think Zepto, honestly, the way that Zepto are playing right now in this BO3, it's better than any other team I have seen in the tournament. That's including
that drone.
all the Japan League teams, all the APAC North teams. Zepto has looked like the best team in the Japan Championship so far.
I'm glad I was excited for them. I've been more excited talking about them in the lead up to the tournament than within the tournament itself. Maybe again because I'm just tired. But again, the drone play here from Zept. Oh, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. The kill not quite perfect. A little bit messy there from Pune, but got it across the line. Euro just absolutely shut down and out. Once again, 5v4. Zepto have everything going their way at the moment. They are on the edge. They are on the edge of match point, series point.
They just look so stylish when they do it as well. Their drones are impeccable. They always have these insane pre-plays. And up comes the live drone from the Yana player, and it does get a lot of info in the site there before being taken out. Reaction starts to get aggressive here on the stairs, but has been pushed out. As we see Shy starting to nade on over, you can see just neck and neck, brothers in arms. These players are supporting each other. As we see Tayo and Shy starting to mount their push on Attic. There's a minute left. And honestly, I'm starting to feel nervous for Guts. It's only a matter of time before Zepto comes marching in.
Who from Guts is going to step up? It may well be Cloud inside of Pit, Meryu in Trophy as well. Will probably be under pressure over towards Satellite Windows soon. Light is under pressure of his own. White now being exposed. Zepto looking to push that. Only one gas wave available here for the remainder of this round. It's a nade though to dislodge Light, and Zepto are on the precipice of closing this one out.
Merry's got to go big right now, holding inside Trophy, and he does find one. It might not be enough. Meryu and Lily, but they both find picks. This diffuser is going down. That C4 is great, but too late. Raction takes one down. It is all on Meryu. Zepto find themselves on match points in the quarterfinals, on the verge of eliminating one of the tournament favorites.
That is 4 rounds straight now that have just been utterly dominant. Utterly dominant. Every single key hold that you need to have a foothold on the top floor, they just can't hold. Light, he can't hold White. Trophy wasn't even pushed despite all that utility being invested there from the defense. Pit as well from Cloud proving to be tricky. And then even when maybe they're in a position with the Nitro Cell to deny the plant over towards Storms, Zepto just shut that down as well. I feel really bad for Guts right now. It's just, we have the added privilege of being on the outside, seeing outlines and overheads and all that jazz. And it's just utter chaos where Zepto are dominating their opponents. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for Guts right now to try and just compose themselves and give themselves an opportunity to just breathe and just forget the last 4 rounds. That's what they need to try and do in this small window of this prep phase for round number 11, and that's obviously much easier said than done. Guts need to step up. Maybe this is a round where you're trying to employ roam, get aggressive, as opposed to trying to turtle down, because it seems like the more they turtle, the more Zepto are being able to exploit them. But again, shifting a game plan like that so late into a match, it probably isn't going to work either. So they're in a really, really bad position. Now Guts and Zepto, with all this momentum, all this confidence, they really just need to put the foot down and get the job done. They cannot let this go to a third map.
They always say that a BO3 is a marathon, not a sprint. But, I mean, Zepto have kept up such pace. And if they can lock it in 2, then, I mean, their stamina won't matter. If they can lock in this next round, they will be facing Cyclops in the semi-finals. You can just tell that Yura wants that kill. He so desperately needs it. Dropped off in this second half, completely shut down. Hasn't found a kill in the last 4 rounds, I don't believe. Clan Zepto are so very close, and they do it so well. They are so thorough. They leave no stone unturned. They don't cut any corners. But they have been dismantling this defense round upon round.
You can see Mary does not particularly want to play behind that box. So many drones. Zepto, I think that's been one of their strengths, playing into the information they have been able to gather. Those discs from Mary need to be perfectly placed, currently being burnt out. This has been, once again, another strength from Zepto, timing that utility. Grenade being cooked a little bit late on this occasion, and again, box has been cleared, so Mary able to survive. Motion looking to maybe find an opportunity, and opening whips out the Gon 6 as well to deal with that Vulcan shield, or at least attempt to. Doesn't hit the mark, but there's just so much relentless pressure here from Zepto. That's the way I would describe it. But Meryu can finally find something for Guts.
Uber goes down, but Zepto, they're not finished yet. There's so much gas still left in that tank. Meryu's so desperate. And he wants to find another one, takes down the Gemini. Still, his shield has survived, and he's got another magnet to protect it. 1 minute left as Zepto start to creep on forward. Meryu knows it. Cloud finds one. Meryu shut down. And Tayo finds the double, the triple for Tayo! Zepto are gonna do it! 3 versus 2! 3 versus 1! It's all down to Lily! With 40 seconds left, there is no chance! Zepto have eliminated Guts Gaming from the Japan Championship!
Guts have just been silenced, like quite literally. They are just sitting at the desk like, oh, what just happened? Like, oh my god, Zepto, that is 6 rounds straight, 6 rounds straight, 5 of those on Oregon attacks, and literally every single one of those attacks was like mind-blowingly good. And the last one looked the worst, and even then, able to sweep through, just 5 kills out of seemingly nowhere. Guts, wow, one of the APAC North teams in this bracket, out to the hands of Zepto. That's why they had so much excitement on them. That label of being such a promising team on them heading into this tournament. They live up to it. We said they needed to do it in a 2-0. We didn't think, at least I didn't think they were probably going to do it, but they pulled it out in the end, and they can be very, very proud of that performance.
Absolutely. I mean, what an upset. We were talking about the upset from Blue Bees over Sengoku yesterday, taking down a Japan League team. Well, now Zepto has done one better. They've taken down a Japan League team, an APAC North team, an APAC Playoffs team, a team that was 1 game away from going to the Sweden Major. That was Guts Gaming, and they were one of the favorites for the tournament. Frida, one of the experts, one of the Japanese commentators, told me that he reckons this is Guts' chance to take the tournament because CAG are at a weak point in their form. Zepto have just put that to bed. And guess what? In the semi-finals, Zepto's going to be facing Cyclops. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past them to take down the reigning champions as well.
Could you imagine the storyline of Zepto going on? And I think even taking a map off Cyclops would be huge. Never mind winning it. But
honestly, at this point, Zepto are my favorites for the whole championship without
okay, that's a big call. Look, again, I'll be the classic pessimistic guys that just say I'm not gonna get too excited yet. But yeah, geez, they were literally super scary. 2 maps in a row, they just absolutely slam Guts in the latter half of the matchup. It doesn't feel like that long ago, Villa, right, where they won 6 rounds in a row or 7 rounds in a row, or whatever the case was. It was absolutely stupid to get that one over the line after losing the first 4, and then on the second map to basically do the same. Just incredible showing there from Zepto. Simple as that.
Unbelievable. Let's just have a look at and reflect upon the tournament so far, because it has been such an amazing Japan Championship. This is the bracket as it has gone so far. You can see from the top left matches played yesterday, Cyclops 2-0'd Regent, one of the teams going up into the APAC North relegations from the Japan League. Down on the bottom left, Guts Gaming 2-0 over Crest, another team from the Japan League. But then Guts went into the quarterfinals and lost to Zepto just now. Unbelievable. That's all I can say about that.
Yeah, I am a little bit shell-shocked. Very nice of Zepto to close that out 2-0 fashion, because it means I can go to bed a little bit earlier. been a couple of days. In fact, actually, I'm on break tomorrow, so what am I complaining about? But I just can't believe it. Guts, yes, they had a rough final play day in APAC North. They, of course, still probably quite disappointed they're not heading to Sweden, but I would have thought that, you know, this opportunity at the Japan Championship for them to really fight back, huge prize pool, huge stakes, a lot of pride on the line, they would have no doubt probably prepped quite hard for this event. And unfortunately just didn't translate into a result. And very difficult, at least for me on the second map, to even pinpoint what the issue was. It was just one of those matches where Zepto were looking so dominant, and no matter what Guts tried, and they were trying a lot of different things in terms of like small adjustments to their setups and their playstyles and whatnot to just counter this relentless aggression on these executes. It just was not working. And the last round where it almost did work, still just completely shut out by Zepto. So yeah, Cyclops, they have a target on their back now, a genuine, serious threat up against them coming soon.
It is unbelievable, the match that we have just been treated to. Zepto have taken down one of the tournament favorites in Guts Gaming. Like you said, next up on the chopping block for Zepto will be the reigning champions of Cyclops in that semi-final. We have a slew of matches on tomorrow, of course, and on Sunday we will have that grand final. You can watch that in English over here on Rainbow Six Bravo, or you can watch it in Japanese on the Rainbow Six Japan stream, Rainbow Six JP. But if you want to get updates on all the brackets, everything that's been going so far, highly recommend you go and follow twitter.com/Rainbow Six JP for all of the updates. We'll be keeping you updated here on the desk. I just want to go to bed and then wake up and cast some more Japan Championship, because it is so good. Guys, anything else that we need to say before we close up today?
Have fun tomorrow. I need a break. I no doubt. I mean, I think I've got a uni assessment I've got to do tomorrow, so that's going to be a lot of fun. But no doubt, I'm going to 100% have the stream up on my second monitor. Let you guys go at it once more. A lot of really exciting storylines still to be developed, and Japanese Siege, man, it is just absolutely wild, and can't wait for more.
It has been a very exciting Japan Championship. Thank you to everyone watching. Arigatou gozaimasu, and we will see you tomorrow.